Hey now, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Happy Sunday. Can you believe it, Adam? I woke up on Saturday and I'm like, I need to prepare for stream. I'm sure we're going to talk about lots of political things. Like, remember that Somali daycare situation that everyone was
That
talking
old
about?
news? That old news? Are you kidding
What's,
me?
yeah, what Somali
Who?
day? Who
What?
cares? Right, exactly.
The
I
the
wake up.
people who are cheering for Venezuela are the Somali daycare runners right now.
Yeah,
They're like, yes, thank
no one's talking
God.
about us anymore. Yeah, exactly. See, now the guy who made the video, Nick, he's like, no,
No.
yeah, Trump.
Yeah. They're like, oh my God, saved.
Actually,
Saved by Donald Trump.
that's not true. So I think I woke up on Saturday because Sammy woke me up screaming with joy at like 8 in the morning
Oh, really?
because,
Wow.
well, she's her mother's side is from Venezuela, so she was jumping around with joy the second she sensed that Maduro was captured in the middle of the night
Now, is
and
this
was
a
already.
vibes thing or is this like a policy thing?
What do you mean?
Well, she obviously she likes this, but is it just because
Yeah,
of the vibes, or is it because Maduro's policies were terrible?
both,
Okay,
both. It's both. It's both. It's both. So it's
but she
interesting. So
she's
we're
personally impacted by the policies, is what I'm saying.
well. I mean, she's not. I mean, not personally. I mean, she feels some connection to her mother's homeland, right? That's
Well,
not
and
like she.
her mom might still have family there. Why is she
I guess
why is
I
she
don't know.
going
Yeah, I don't
crazy
know.
if she doesn't have family there? She's just like, well, I don't
He
know.
just
Let's
feels a connection. Okay,
right. Okay.
right. But anyway, um, so it's funny because before we started the stream here, and we're gonna watch a bunch of stuff that's kind of related to this and kind of dive deep because I am very curious as to how this is all going to play out. And I did do some research in terms of how the country is structured economically and militarily to try to for us to try to like look into, okay, is this going to be like we're just going to like march in there, it's going to be a total pushover, or is this going to be we're going to get bogged down into some sort of Iraq 2.0 situation and everyone's going to fucking hate it, right?
Well, look, I did zero research, but immediately I thought,
Thank you.
okay, Maduro has the passcodes to the bank accounts to where the money is.
Right.
So as soon as Maduro is taken out, whoever's trying to gain power obviously needs resources to pay everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So there's famously a video online of rebels torturing Samuel Doe to get the bank account codes out of him
Right.
so that they can take power. They can't take power until they can get the resources and pay off all the keys to power, right?
Mm-hmm.
So right now I'm thinking there are all these generals and all these generals run a certain part of the economy. I guess maybe they get money directly from some business they run. Do they get money from Maduro? Do they need Maduro? So I'm trying to figure out, okay, how
Right.
does this thing play out by where's the funding going to be coming from now?
I would be it would be smart, but I would be a little surprised if like there was some sort of giant government slush fund account that only Maduro like personally had access to distributing. I'd
Well,
be
I
kind of
mean
surprised. It'd be smart for him to do
that's
that.
the way it did work. I can't remember where Samuel Doe is from.
Hmm.
Uh, I can't remember the country that fell into civil war and
Libya or
basically,
Liberia?
yeah, it was either Libya or
It
Liberia.
was
I think it might have
Liberia,
been
yeah.
Liberia. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, a lot of times this is these Tin Pot dictators, they're getting foreign money, right? Foreign aid
Right.
money. And that's, they do control the bank accounts directly and they're the ones that dispense it. You said something about watching the Rules for Rulers video to start
Yes.
off. I don't know if we're going to do that. Are we?
Not to start off with, but definitely I want to just
Okay.
refresh
Okay.
everyone's memory on it. It well, if that is happens, if there is some sort of huge bank account that has all this government funding in it that Maduro needed to use to distribute to basically pay off all the generals in the country, and no one has access to it anymore, that would actually be fantastic news for America because that
Hmm.
would make it more likely for the current administration and the military to acquiesce to whatever America wants because they're not going to be getting paychecks if that was the case.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm sure one of the generals is trying to get access to those resources and take over for Maduro.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So, but the thing I want to talk about before we start watching stuff that was kind of interesting is that you said that you thought that you had
Hmm.
predicted that I was going to be against this action for
I
procedural
made
reasons,
I made
right?
zero predictions,
Yeah.
but I didn't know which way this was going to go. I didn't know what your take on this was going to be. Look, I'm a pragmatist,
Yeah.
obviously. I'm a rule bender, a rule breaker.
Hmm.
So things like this, if it's going to be a good outcome, maybe you break the law a little bit. But you're more of a stickler for those kind of things. So a lot of times you're like, "No, we have to stick by the procedure.
Hmm.
We have nothing if we don't have our procedures."
Well, the reason the reason I think procedure is important, I think procedure is important for two reasons. Number one, when you're trying to govern a country, you need to make sure that the rules apply to everyone universally and fairly, so that people don't rise up and just start turning to violence, essentially. Right. But that's really more for domestic policy. When in international rules, it's not. Like
Well,
it can
it
still
can
apply
it
a little
can
bit, but
it
not quite
can
the
because the
same
next guy
level.
that comes in could do all kinds of crazy shit internationally because the norms have been broken.
Well,
Yeah,
also a lot of people have been making this argument. They've been saying, well, now Russia is going to go break international norms, or China is going to go break international norms,
I
blah
know
blah 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 blah.
Taiwan
Like,
is like on the
yeah, right.
list.
It's like, but I'm like to me, the idea that Russia and China were like, oh well, we were going to play nice until Trump did that. Like, no, that's absurd. Obviously, China's going to do whatever the fuck China's going to do. Russia's obviously already engaged in this, years long war with Ukraine that's completely
Yeah,
insane,
they went
illegal, and immoral.
first.
Yeah, right. So like, no, I completely do not put any credibility or any credit to this idea that like, oh, we have violated the international norms so subtly now the world's gonna fall apart. Like, no, it doesn't matter. No one cares. It has no impact on anything whatsoever. So I don't
Right.
buy that argument. But the second argument that I think procedure and rules are generally important is that it's important to have these things in place and a code in place that you follow in order to check yourself against bias to make sure that you're actually doing the right thing. And in this situation, well, first of all, I don't really care about international
Do you think
norms.
Trump can check
No,
himself against
obviously
bias?
not. Obviously not. I'm just talking about, I'm obviously not. I'm just talking about generally because you're like, well, I
I
generally care
get
about
it.
procedure and things of this nature. Okay. So I don't really care about international laws or norms because I think that's all bullshit anyway. And people don't really follow it, you know, anyway. So it doesn't, none of that shit matters. The question, and it's kind of funny because, Rubio and Trump, they're framing this action as like, well, this isn't really a military action. It's it's just like a legal action because we had an indictment out for his arrest. So we just had to like pick him up, right? So I don't
Oh yeah,
actually
those were all private airplanes in the sky and
right, right,
private
right, right. Yeah,
helicopters, right? That was
right, right.
Blackwater.
So in terms of like what the legality is of the actual going in there and like snatching him, I don't know if that was illegal or not. And I frankly don't really care. I think it's kind
Hmm.
of based and awesome because there's been
Oh
so
my
many
god,
conflicts.
this is
Listen,
like
there's so many conflicts where there's some fucking asshole who's in charge of a country or a cartel or an organization and they're causing so much problems and you're like, why can we just like take that guy out, please? Like before we go into some sort of massive war where all these troops have to die, can we like try take now? It might not work, but can we at least try taking that guy out? And I'm glad to see that we've actually tried this. It's a good experiment. We'll see what happens, right?
but
Like
look, it
we've
is an
got it there. We
experiment.
took the guy out. It's and not only that, but they did it so like fantastically and efficiently too.
See, I look at it as what sort of incentives are driving the ship. So Maduro could be Mr. Nice Guy if the underlings that are pushing him to be maniacal are pushing, 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 and he's pushing back against them, but we don't see that, right? The
Mm-hmm.
next guy that comes in could be 10 times worse than him because the people under him are like,
Right.
be sadistic, kill
Sure.
all our enemies.
Right. Right. Right.
So I
There.
don't know. I hear
Yeah.
Maduro's a terrible guy. I hear he's like awful, Tim Pot
So
dictator.
from my limited research into this, Maduro was a horrible, horrible fucking person. and it's very unlikely that he was the one holding back
Pushing back.
the
Okay.
baddies. Okay, he was definitely the one that was setting up and helping set up the country for failure after inheriting it from Chavez. I mean,
Yeah.
it was only last year, or no, it was only in the year before last year that he had lost the election by a huge margin. It was like he only got 30% of the vote or something, believed to have gotten
Yeah.
30% of the
Yeah.
vote,
And he
and they
stayed in office.
right, and he just declared himself president again.
Now, is it
So
true that Trump was jealous that he got away with this, and
now
that's why
that's the
Trump went?
real reason. He's like, damn
Trump was
you.
like, he did a January 6th, but was successful. And Trump
See,
is like,
that's
oh, no, no, not on my watch, bitch.
yes. He's like, no, you have to tell me your secret. How'd you do it? Yeah, exactly. But no, so I fully support the action of and this was very risky too, because obviously this operation could have gone like horribly, but it didn't.
Oh,
It
I
went,
know.
pretty perfectly, which
Trump in
is
the press
very,
conference calling back to Carter and shit. Oh, my God. He
yes,
can't help himself. He fucking can't help himself.
I know.
He's like, look at all the presidents that did this and fucked up.
Yeah, exactly. Well, our military, especially our military, like when it comes to like nation building and shit, people blame the military for that. That's not really the military's fault because that's not what the
No.
military is supposed to do. That's really the administrative government's fault, and the president, the executive branch, whoever's kind of
Yes.
administrating. That's their fault. When our military is just doing military operations, like in the last 20 years, they've been really on point with stuff
Yeah.
constantly. So our
Military is
military
like
is
a
very
game of
kick ass.
capture the flag. You tell them to capture
Yes,
the flag and they go do it. Like
right.
nation building. Why do you do that? What
Yeah,
the fuck is
exactly.
that?
Exactly. Yeah, no, so
But look,
this
obviously there's a huge technological edge that Trump has that we're not considering here. Okay.
true.
Carter
True.
was working with 80s technology. The technology we have today is ridiculous. Holy
Yes.
fucking shit.
Well, it
They're on
was
like CB radios talking to one another in 1980, right? I'm
right,
not surprised
exactly.
those fuckers were dying right and left.
Well, it's kind of interesting because from some of the information that I saw, it seemed like the fact that Venezuela had higher tech rocket launchers from
Hmm.
to shoot down helicopters actually screwed them over. And if they had like the just the hand ones where you just kind of like look at it and aim, they might have actually done a little bit better because
That's
what
rich.
happened was because that was sort of the question is like, okay, so we send in the helicopters, right? And they do this operation, and none of our helicopters, I think one got damaged, but none of them really got shot down or anything like that, which is like, these are like slow moving helicopters, right? These, it's not like jets or something. So everyone's like, how did this happen? And
Well, I
the
bet they
information
clear the
that,
airspace with drones, though. I
well,
bet
the
they go in
information
there
that we
first with
know
drones.
so far is that they put a bunch of malware
Oh my
the
God. No.
into the city's like electrical grid so that right before the operation they just turned off like all the power everywhere
Oh
and so
my
everything just went
God.
dead, right? So I guess that would include like surface to air missiles and any sort of anti-aircraft
That's
defenses that are on the power grid that if they didn't have some sort of backup generator or something, right? And
that's
so
insane.
yeah, so we cut their power, and then when the helicopters come in, and I didn't even know this. Apparently, our helicopters they have some kind of a signal that they shoot out that makes it so that if you have one of those like handheld rocket launchers to shoot the helicopters, that's
It
supposed to lock
jams.
on. It jams the
Oh,
thing and it can't lock onto the helicopter.
wow.
So
Wow.
supposedly that was why they weren't really able to shoot down any of the helicopters or anything.
Wow. Okay. Nice. Wow, it really
So
is Team America.
yeah.
And I guess the CIA was in there. We had to have someone close to Maduro on the inside, right?
Oh yeah,
Someone who was watching,
this was a
someone who was
very
like one of the dog walkers turned, it sounded like, because they're
well,
it's
because the
not,
general's like, well, we knew how many pets he had. I was like, that's a
yeah,
weird piece of
exactly.
information to throw
I
in
know.
there for no reason. Yeah,
I immediately
exactly.
thought those fucking dog walkers.
Yeah,
They,
he's like, we knew where Maduro was at all times, and we also knew how many pets he had. We knew how many gerbils he had, what the feeding schedule for his dogs were. It's like, well, why are you telling us this information?
yeah, that last iguana his kid got. Oh my God.
Yes, yes,
CIA spy.
right.
It was
So
probably an animatronic lizard, right?
probably, yeah, they had like a fake. That's the thing. Like someone gave him like a lizard as a pet, but it was really like a fake lizard that had
Yeah,
cameras and
exactly.
listening
With
devices
listening
in it.
devices.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah. But no, so I'm totally in favor of the operation. I think the operation was pretty based and awesome, and it definitely puts the Maduro administration, in a weaker position than they were in, because it is, as we'll go over later in the stream, it is a hyper corrupt tin pot dictator, oil state situation where essentially a dictator uses all the oil money to prop up a handful of generals who are all hyper corrupt. And so if you remove it, like, yeah, there's still going to be lots of problems. I'm not saying that this is going to be some sort of magical, like, and then democracy comes to Venezuela overnight situation. But regardless of however it plays out, I think removing Maduro is a very good first step.
Yeah. Yeah. I We'll see, won't we? We'll
We'll
see how it
say.
plays out.
Yes. Okay, let's watch a little bit of, we're not gonna watch the whole thing. We'll watch a little bit of the Trump press conference here.
Oh yeah, this was great. Great television.
Thank you very much. This is big stuff. And we appreciate you being here. Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer. All perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, it's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, maybe like never before. These highly trained warriors, operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement, caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea. We were just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. if you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States.
Okay, let me jump ahead a bit. But before there were some theories floating around I saw about like why was this so well pulled off? Why did no helicopters get shot down or anything like that? And I saw two other ideas that were being floated. One was the opposition party to Maduro in Venezuela actually made the claim that Maduro knew that he was going to get taken in and that this was all some kind of like show just to have him get kind of dramatically taken by the military as opposed to him turning himself in to save face. I don't believe that to be the case. Really? I mean, it makes sense for the opposition party to frame it that way in Venezuela because they don't want anyone to galvanize around Maduro as him doing something heroically, like getting captured by the military. It'd be in their interest to frame it like, oh, well, obviously he's really a traitor who turned himself into America because he's a coward. And it was all like BS.
It was
I don't
a
know
psyop.
I don't know. I don't really believe that was the case. There was actually a report earlier, which we're going to go over a little bit later in the stream, where the Trump administration had been in contact with Maduro, and there was some talking back and forth about an offer about Maduro turning himself in. And apparently according to the reporting anyway, Maduro was actually open to turning himself in, but the amount of things that he wanted were just too high that the Trump administration said no. They basically said no, like we're like you're not the one. The way they kind of like imply it is that the Trump administration was basically like, you don't really have the ground to negotiate here. You're gonna do you're gonna turn yourself in or not, and he said no.
Well, they said he could have made off to Switzerland or something, but he's going to court, right?
Yeah, yeah.
They're going to bring him up on charges and probably incarcerate him for 50 years.
I'm sure. Well, I'm sure he's going to be in prison for the rest of him and his wife are going to be in prison for the rest of their lives. So
I mean, he probably should have just fled, right?
He probably should have taken the offer. Yes, the offer.
Well, I don't know what the offer was for that.
Well, supposedly it was like they were going to allow him and his wife and his family to like
to escape to some neutral country.
Yes, supposedly.
Go live in Russia.
Why? Yeah, there you go. Exactly. And then the other idea, now this could be true, is that there's someone else that's very powerful in the government, like the vice president or someone in the military, who maybe got wind that this was happening, or when it was happening, they preferred Maduro gone. So they basically just gave a stand down order to the military. Which it's possible. Of course, that's always possible.
The generals who had their eye on his bank account already were like, bye.
Right.
Bye-bye, sucker.
Right. Yeah.
Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with.
See, that makes it sound like they do control the funds. They're like, yeah, we'll dispense the money to the generals. We'll try to make things orderly here.
Interesting. Yeah, that would definitely play into the theory that you're talking about. If America now controls some sort of magical giant Venezuelan bank account somewhere.
Well, I don't know. The money is oil money, right?
Right.
And Trump has his eye on the oil money. He says that money was stolen from American corporations, right? ExxonMobil or one of the
I have the information about that. Yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay,
I do because Trump says it a lot, and I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, so I looked into.
Yeah, Chavez nationalized the oil companies and gave the companies over to his generals. That's how communism works, right? Or socialism.
There was this happened twice. So the first time was in 1977, which was obviously before Chavez, where Venezuela nationalized huge swaths of the oil, and there were 4 companies that had been four foreign companies that had been controlling the oil. Now, obviously, they were paying royalties, very heavy royalties to the country of Venezuela. Whether the
Mhm.
government or not was being corrupt with them is another story. So there's like this, because I hear a lot of people have this idea that
What,
like,
what was the
oh,
royalty?
well, it
Like
was like,
50, even if it's 50%, it's like 100%.
right, right, yeah, no, but it's like
These
because
the means of production.
people have this idea that like, oh, the foreign companies they like go in and they just like take all the resources and they don't pay the country anything. That's not really true. They actually pay the country a lot. It's just that often the countries are corrupt, so that money will go to the leadership and then they'll just obviously distribute it among their friends and allies. Right? It's not going to reach the
Yeah.
people.
Yes, exactly. And the people don't get any of the jobs. They don't get any of the
Right.
economic benefit.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
they live in squalor because they're superfluous.
Well, and that was another big issue too in 1977 was most of the people that worked at the oil fields were not Venezuelan. They were foreign workers too. So, but yeah, they
God help
nationalized.
us when we're superfluous, right? Because robotics take over our our
Exactly.
purpose. Yeah.
Exactly. So in 1977, Venezuela nationalized lots of the huge swaths of the oil industry in their country. The four companies were Exxon, Shell, Mobil, and Gulf.
Look
Now,
at
obviously,
this. I said
Exxon and
ExxonMobil. That
now
was my
obviously, yeah,
first
you did.
guess.
You guessed it. Now, obviously, Exxon and Mobil now have combined into one country, one company.
Yeah.
Um, Now, Shell is not an
One
American company.
country.
One
Freudian
country, yeah.
slip there, huh?
So ExxonMobil is American, Shell is not American, and then Gulf, I believe, has now been bought out by Chevron, which is American. So we have two American companies and a British company. It was estimated at the time in 1977 that the combined worth of the assets they lost due to Venezuela's action was $5 billion, and the Venezuelan government paid them $1 billion. So in 1977, they were out $4 billion, but they didn't really seem like they complained that much in the 70s. And they also, at the time, there wasn't really a legal mechanism for them to do anything about it. However, later, which is what you're talking about with Chavez, was in 2007. Under Chavez, their nationalized oil company assumed control of the rest of the oil operations in Venezuela. Well, most of them. Chevron, I believe, still uh, exist in some capacity in Venezuela, but they assumed a lot of the other oil operations in Venezuela. And this caused ExxonMobil and ConocoPhillips to lose shit tons of money, and they were unable to come to any sort of agreement with the Venezuelan government. And so they sued the Venezuelan government for $40 billion in compensation through arbitration.
They
Now,
want their supplies back.
yes.
They wanted their
So
infrastructure money.
and so this went to the International Chamber of Commerce and also the World Bank International Center for Settlement. And essentially, they said that okay, the country of Venezuela has to pay ExxonMobil about like $908 million, and the World Bank said at first they said like 1.7 billion, but then that got drastically reduced to a few million. So ExxonMobil has actually been mostly paid out by the Venezuelan government today. However, uh, ConocoPhillips, the other oil company, they were awarded in their settlement around $8.7 billion, and the Venezuelan government has not paid them at that. They've only paid them around
Wow.
$700 million. So ConocoPhillips is, I guess, when so in terms of talking about this, he's either talking about the $4 billion lost in 1977, or he's talking about the $8 billion lost by ConocoPhillips in 2012.
More importantly, Sitch, what does this do to oil stocks?
It's, I guess, it would make them go up because everyone thinks that they're going to be. Well, I don't know because there's going to be more supply theoretically in the future, right? Which means price will go down in the future, but from now it might go up because they think there's going to be a lot of investment, right?
Oil prices have been down dramatically,
Yeah.
and oil stocks are down. But I've seen ExxonMobil creeping up over the last week, and it made me think when this happened. I'm like, I wonder if there's some insider. Baron, are you trading
Right.
ExxonMobil?
Well, something that is important to consider too is that because obviously we have a lot of oil that we get through fracking in America. However, the oil that we get from fracking, we don't have, most of the refineries in our country can't refine the oil we get from fracking. So we actually have to drill out, we get it out of the ground, then we send it to another country like Canada or some other countries to refine, and then we get it back, which is kind of silly, but it's cheaper to do that than to actually build the refineries that would be required to refine the kind of oil.
Yeah,
However,
it's cheaper to ship.
right, the oil in Venezuela is
It's
the
the
type of
good
oil we
stuff.
can
Oh yeah.
refine, It's actually like it's like dirtier because our refinements are for like
I
the
hear it's
dirtier,
great.
shittier oil.
I
Yeah.
hear it's
So,
super thick.
oh yeah, so thick and viscous. Yeah.
It is.
Give me that thick,
So,
viscous oil. So actually the oil that if we, if American companies were drilling oil in Venezuela and then sending it to American refineries, so yeah, it would be a big boon to those companies, right?
yeah.
Now, I a lot of this comes up about like it's just for oil, it's just for oil, it's just for oil. And Trump, like he kind of says both of these things, and I'm gonna play all the clips about this. Because in one hand, he'll say like, "Oh, well, the point of the oil is so that we can get money and then give it back to like the Venezuelan people to build up their country," right? So he
Trump,
kind
who
of says that,
famously said we should have kept the oil from Iraq.
right? But then, yeah, so then he has a history of saying that about Iraq, which doesn't sound like paying back the people. It sounds like stealing. Okay. It sounds like plunder when you say it like that. And then also the fact that he keeps bringing up this talking point about like, oh, well, they stole American money. It's like, well, I mean, they
Yeah,
stole
why would
money,
you give it back if they stole it?
like they stole money from American companies, sure, but why should the American military go to war just so that American oil companies get, some billions of dollars back, right? That doesn't make any sense for most American voters. So I think it's very like it's like a huge to me persuasion loss every time he brings this up, every time he talks about the oil. It's just a huge persuasion loss. I don't know why he's so hyper fixated on it. It seems like such a bad move.
Well, and optically, it screams Iraq 2.0. I don't know why
Yes.
he does it.
Yes. Now some people they say, well, it's better this way because at least there's like a transparency to it. I I've heard a lot of people online say this, and this is just a vibe. I don't think the average American has that thought process. I think the average American wants to believe that the American government and military is doing things for moral reasons, not just because, like, well, we want oil money, which, by the way, we as the American people aren't really going to see. It's like American companies are going to see this money.
Yeah. But I do think all the voters are thinking, oh, yeah, we're doing it for democracy. And thinking, boy, cheap gas prices would be great.
Right. Though, unless Trump has been doing like weird shit where he's been telling like the chip companies to give us 10% of their money or something. So I don't know, maybe he'll say like, okay, ExxonMobil, you have to pay like you have
I
to
mean, I
pay
would
us a
bet
bunch of
on
money
that.
or something, or I don't know. I would not
I
have
would.
thought so, but he's kind of
Trump coming out and saying, look, we did this and we deserve some sort of kickback does not
right.
seem. I mean, we've heard that before. We heard
Right.
that with the TikTok deal.
That's what, yeah, I'm
This would
saying.
be
So
worthless if we
it
didn't get involved.
it is feasible that or believable that he would try to set up some deal like that in the future. So maybe taxpayers will get something out of it. But
And by in the future, you mean by tomorrow, right?
well, they
It
think that
seems like he could do a press conference anytime and be like,
he
"Oh
could.
yeah,
He could. Um, the problem is that assuming that there was no violence, they think it would take 5 years to really start to get their oil online because everything's so derelict and fucked anyway. So it's going to be
right."
a while before any of that comes. And then the thing that he just said here that we haven't really talked about, which is sort of the most explosive part, was Trump declaring that we're going to be there, that we're going to send troops into Venezuela. And he's going to repeat it. And I'm going to play the clips. He repeats it multiple times throughout this conversation or this press conference. He gets asked this question like 6 times. And he keeps saying that, like, yeah, we're going to send troops into Venezuela, which on one hand, I understand when you're trying to do this sort of like game with the vice president of Venezuela at the moment, you're going to want to present like that's what you're going to do, obviously, to try to force them to do what you want without having to send groups boots on the ground. But on the other hand, it's just I before this press conference, I was really wondering if this was going to be like Iran. We just kind of go in, we do an operation, then we kind of declare victory. We kind of just or try to like wheel and deal behind the scenes and declare victory. I I think there's going to be a lot of mixed feelings about sending American troops to invade Venezuela and to manage it. I I don't know how that's going to play out.
I listened to the whole press conference, and he says he's open to the idea, but I don't think he commits to it. So, but you said you have multiple
I
clips of him
he
committing.
oh well, listen, I think he very
Well, let's
Trump
hear
says
the
a lot of
yeah.
bullshit, obviously, because he's Trump, but it sounds like he's pretty on board with committing troops. So,
Well, no, he it sounded to me like he said that he would commit troops, but as of today, troops have not been committed.
well, yeah, obviously as of today, no, but
Yeah.
he's definitely signaling that.
So look, I think a lot of people in MAGA are probably saying, "Well, he's just saying that, but we're not actually going to send troops."
Well,
They're not going to get upset until we actually do send troops.
sure, sure.
Yeah,
You think we
90
will send troops? Sounds like you
Um,
think we will.
I
I
don't.
mean,
It's hard
I
to,
listened to
again.
the press
It's
conference. He said
Trump
we already have
says
had troops in there to get Maduro, but
right.
we don't have any
It's
troops there now.
well, we'll listen to all the times he answers throughout the press conference, and then I'll give you my answer. Okay.
Okay.
7%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition.
So that already sounds very definitive, don't you think? He's like saying we're going to run the country. I mean,
Yeah, I think you can interpret that many different ways, though.
okay.
Like if you're going to be some sort of financial administrator, that's one
Uh-huh.
thing. You don't need
Right.
troops. But look, I think it's naive to think you don't need troops for that.
It would be, yes. Yeah.
I mean, this is the problem with foreign aid. You give the money to corrupt officials, and that money never goes to what you want it to go for. So, how are we going to run the country?
Well,
We're going to be
the-
paying for things, but the people aren't going to be doing the things we're paying for. They're going to be doing
Right.
whatever they want to do.
the hope is from obviously the hope from the Trump administration is that they're going to force or coerce the country into doing everything they want without having to send the military in. I'm not sure that's the way it's going to play out, and I'll go over why I feel that way later.
And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been.
I feel
Maybe we never leave. Maybe it's just we make it the 51st state, right? Canada's got to be 52.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it becomes a territory, right? Well, if we make it a state directly, Puerto Rico is going to be very upset about that.
Colonialism is back in a big way.
Colonialism's back on the menu, boys.
It looks that way, doesn't it?
Yes. Greenland's next.
A total bust for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country.
Yeah.
And we are ready to stage a second and much larger.
Okay. Yes. It's just every time he brings up the oil companies to me, it's just such a persuasion uh bad move
Since
right
they're going
there.
to be spending billions of dollars, okay? That's giving
Okay.
billions of dollars to their economy.
Okay.
Billions and
Okay.
billions of dollars. It's going to be good for them.
Every single person that I've heard talk, everyone's they just interpret it like, oh, we're just going to steal the oil. Like that's how every person basically is reacting to what he's saying.
We're going to spend the money on infrastructure, but we're not going to.
No, like we're just going to send American companies in there to take the oil and just give us the money and like let everyone die. Like that's how like when people hear that, like this, that's what they think. Like that's
Right.
the image that's painted in people's minds. Okay, let me jump ahead.
The police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit.
Now, I just wanted to play that part because I want to ask you, as a Los Angeles, was that
Oh, of
true?
course.
Were
Yeah.
you gonna was the
We were
city
on the
in
verge
danger
of
of being
civil
lost?
war. We were. Yeah,
Okay,
definitely.
I because when he said that,
Everyone
I
in the
kind
city simultaneously put on a Make America Great Again hat
right
in
when
Los Angeles.
when he said that, I was like, what is he? Is he talking about that like protest that Hassan went to, where he like walked in and then ran away instantly when they shot like rubber bullets in the crowd? Is that what he's talking about?
Yeah, we got rid of
Okay,
Hassan. We shot Hassan with rubber bullets. It was great.
there you go, everyone. So look,
Go Trump.
LA was just on the brink of disaster, of being lost, and thankfully, thankfully, it was saved.
I might have
No
been taking
credit
a
though.
nap. I might have missed that, but
Okay.
I'm not sure.
And acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal. But we've superseded it by a lot. By a real lot. They now call it the Donroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected.
Okay.
We got
Oh,
these two continents here, Sitch. This is our
right.
territory.
Well, the part I kind of
The
cut off in the beginning was
Americas.
a lot of the weapons that Venezuela got or has, they get them primarily from Russia,
Yeah.
China, and Iran. And
Yep.
interest because what other people have brought up is that this their thought process about this is that this isn't really about the oil. It's really more about that China was trying to use this kind of like the way that Russia was using Cuba during the Cold War, that they kind of want to make Venezuela be this sort of this close allied country that they could build bases in that's near the United States in case they go to war with Taiwan, and then we end up in a war with China, blah 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 blah. So that this would be a way to basically stop that from happening, now, right? That's
Yeah,
sort
they
of the
want a
argument,
thorn in our side. They want to
right?
fuck with us.
Part of part of my concern about Venezuela not just capitulating to Trump and doing whatever. Now, obviously, this would be just one of many factors. Would be it's in China's interest to try to get America bogged down in Venezuela. It's massively in their interest because if they want to go and get into some sort of conflict with Taiwan, if we're busy with Iraq 2.0 in Venezuela, how much political will is there going to be to go send money or weapons or anything to Taiwan, right? If we're in some conflict ourselves. And so
Yeah, they love
China
it.
would definitely be sending a lot, like they're definitely going to be willing to send lots of money and resources to Venezuela and say, hey, don't do what America says, push back, fight back, fight back, fight back.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Fuckers.
obviously, as people were talking about, there's kind of Maduro was literally meeting with the Chinese delegates a few hours before he was captured. So that is kind of funny.
Big mistake.
All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just, fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation. This morning, it's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here.
Okay, I'm going to jump ahead to the question part. I think it's actually
Trump is slowing down here. I guess he was up all night, right?
I mean, Trump's been slowing down for a while now, but yeah, he's getting up there. So,
right now.
Hold on.
Mr. President, you said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but it's going to be paid. And we're going to
see, this is what made me think no boots on the ground. Like, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And then he turns around and says, oh, yeah, these guys are going to run it. And they all look at each other like, what?
Well, when he in the first part of his speech, and we can go back, but like when he said that we're going to run it, I was like eagle-eyed looking at Marco Rubio to see if he was going to give like a weird reaction or something, but he doesn't. So that had to have been part of, the speech or the conversation. I don't think he just freewheeled that one.
Okay.
He really should have like tried to frame it as like the oil money is going to be used to pay for itself, to pay
That's
like
how
America
Iraq was sold. Oh
I know,
That's
but
exactly the same way.
I know it was. I know
the
it was,
oil
but still,
money will rebuild everything. It'll be perfect.
Right, but just like getting rid of all that to just say like we're just gonna like take it. It's oh god, it's such a bad look. To just be like, yeah, we're gonna take the oil. Like it's not so awful.
He hasn't said that specifically.
I know he hasn't, but that's sort of the vibe everyone gets. He should just not even bring up the oil at all at this point. But he keeps pivoting back to it. Like people aren't even asking about it. He keeps pivoting back to it on his own.
The problem with these corrupt regimes is that you're paying people for loyalty, not for competence. Yes. So you get a bunch of incompetent people, and the infrastructure just is ground to the dust. It's useless in no time at all because nobody knows what the fuck they're doing.
That's exactly what happened in Venezuela, is that once they nationalized everything, they just were not, they basically, it was like Venezuela was a house, the economy was a house of cards. And so they weren't really taking any of the money they were making from the oil to reinvest intelligently into the oil manufacturing process and to the drilling process to make sure everything was, continually getting upgraded, expanding, doing well. They basically just siphoned it off to pay off, the generals and the military, and to like try to give people a bunch of cheap shit so that as soon as the oil prices went down, everything just collapsed.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
The
oil prices dropped and they were fucked.
Yep.
To get the oil flowing the way it should be, as you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night.
If we have to have them. If we have to have them.
Okay.
So at this
we're
point,
going to have to, probably.
Well, yeah. I don't know if there's a political will for boots on the ground though.
No.
He's floating the idea here, but I think a lot of people are telling themselves, nah, it's going to be like Iran. It's going to be the same thing as Iran. We all thought there was going to be boots on the ground in Iran, and that never happened. So now they're like, oh yeah, it's definitely not going to happen.
A lot of people are telling themselves that.
Yes, they are.
And as they are.
Like,
A lot of people are telling
the
themselves that.
reality is
Right. And I understand that from a posturing perspective, it makes sense for Trump to posture this way.
Right.
But is it like, let's say that Venezuela tells Trump to fuck off. They're getting a bunch of money from China, okay, to basically prop up their regime. The vice president is just as ideological and just as corrupt as Maduro was. They figure they can just keep on chugging the way they've been chugging. Is Trump just going to shrug and be like, well, I guess that's it then?
Well, the problem here is the same exact problem in Iraq. First of all, how many generals are there? General is a very high rank, Sitch.
Oh,
you realize
I'm glad
that,
you
correct?
asked that question because I know the answer.
So generals generally command a lot of fighting age military men.
Yes.
Who tend to be the ones in power in these situations and become very disgruntled when their power is questioned. So it's not like a bunch of American bureaucrats can go over there and each general with their 1,000 men or 10,000 men, I don't know how big their army is, they make a lot of trouble for people because they're like, look, this is fucked for us. We were doing great. We were the recipients of that oil money.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is part of the problem, because when I was looking into the structure of how the economy and the military is set up, is that a lot of generals in Venezuela actually run all the various businesses in Venezuela too.
Yeah.
That's how corrupt it is. And then on top of that, a lot of the various factions of the military have to be self-funded because the amount of money they get from the government, because the government has massive hyperinflation problems. So a lot of the money that they get for themselves to have, equipment, food, resources, weapons, they have to get
oil
from whether they control an oil field, whether they control a gold mine, whether they control food. So a lot of the different the military in Venezuela kind of operates as like a roving band of barbarians.
This is like Fallout, basically.
Yes, exactly. Like they all kind of control like a various chunk of the country, and then they have to extract resources to pay off themselves for it. It's a really fucked up situation.
So it's totally antithetical to the capitalist system and Trump is saying, well, we're going to run this.
Or a normal.
How?
Yes, exactly. Or a normal first world system where it's like, okay, our military is paid by the government, period. They don't the military in America is not controlling oil fields in Texas or, a stretch of the highway that you have to pay a toll to every time you drive by. Right.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So, but this is kind of interesting. This is the question of how many generals they have. So supposedly in Venezuela, they have 312 active generals in their army. Okay.
You're fucking kidding me.
300.
They got more brigadier generals than A-team. Holy shit.
Right. And I think I wrote it down. See if I can find it in my notes.
318 generals. How big is this country?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did. So for comparison, so here's the
how many generals do we have?
Okay, I looked it up.
Immediately I'm thinking, okay, well, how many generals do we have?
Right.
We have 330 million people.
So for comparison size, our army, just the army, because we're just some of the army, our army is a little bit more than 4 times larger than Venezuela's army, okay, in raw numbers, okay, and yet we only have 219 generals to their 312 generals.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and they're a country that's smaller than Texas.
Right. Yeah, and their army is 1/4 the size. It says some 84 of those generals work with private or public companies that are listed in the National Contractor Registry, which allows them to do business with the government. At least 35 sit on the boards of private companies. Reporters focus on investigation They found that 35 generals have started dozens of private companies in Venezuela since 2003. They are major players in key economic sectors like construction, food, transportation, oil, and winning 225 contracts with state companies over the years. They have delved into industries as diverse as advertising, healthcare, equipment, toys, and tourism. And then also the military is also involved with drug trafficking as well. So great.
Yeah.
At a very high
they
level.
know they're not going to get caught, right? Since
Yeah.
they're the law.
Right.
Actually, we're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it, but we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot.
He just needs a mission accomplished banner behind him. That's all he needs. And I just look, this is famous. Like it's a little early to be.
It's a little early, yeah.
I hate to. I mean, look, I hope things go well, but the gravity of the situation, the problem at hand here, it's not just getting rid of Maduro. That's the easy part.
Mm-hmm.
That's very easy.
And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care.
Can you imagine if Canada came in and tried to run our country? Oh my God, we would fuck with those Canadians so much.
Yeah.
We would not stand for that. We'd be like, fuck you.
So it depends, because Venezuela is in such a horrible situation, and the people
the people
are in such a terrible situation.
Look, the people have no power. That's why they like this, right?
Right.
They don't have any power though.
Yeah.
The ones that are going to make our lives miserable are the people who do have power, and they have all the guns.
Yes. Well,
they have all the improvised explosive devices.
This is sort of the question, and everyone's been making comparisons to Iraq. There's some comparisons, there's some similarities, there's also some differences. Obviously, the big difference is in Iraq, there was a religious conflict between the Sunnis and the Shias, and they didn't want to play nice with each other. And the Bush administration basically said, "Hey, we're not going to work with anyone that was part of Saddam's party or Saddam's administration. So you guys can all fuck off." So basically, everyone who was in power beforehand took all their weapons and the military, and they said, well, now we're going to be the insurgents that fight against the government for the next 20
Trump's going to go in and
years.
make deals with all these generals. He's going to put them around a big table and say, we're going to make sure you guys stay in power.
Of course, which was insanely retarded for the Bush administration to do this. The Bush administration's handling of this was so bafflingly inept that it's unconscionable. Now,
true. Yes.
With the Trump administration, now with Venezuela, you have a similar problem, which is, yes, you cannot tell all the people that were in power when the military
you are no longer in power.
You can't tell them to all fuck off, because if you do, they're all just going to do the exact same thing. They're going to take all their guns and go into the mountains, go into the forest, and just fight you forever. Fortunately, maybe Trump is not very ideologically motivated. As you said, he's a business pragmatist. Yeah. And so it's very possible that we could have sort of a megamind meme situation where it's like, we're saved. And it's like, I don't know if saved is the right word. Maybe under new management is the right word.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
that's perfect.
America basically says, hey, you guys can still be like super corrupt and do all the crazy shit you're doing, but like, you just also have to do things that we say now instead. And now, before people freak out, I would say, hopefully, and I think we would do this, we would kind of do that, but then at the same time, slowly try to introduce more and more better democratic reforms so that the country could try to be on the track to be better in 10 to 15 years through a slow process, which might be the only way to actually have some sort of good change happen that's not through a sort of super violent, bloody revolution.
Yeah, this is helpful, because that was a problem with the Bush administration. They were ideologically captured. Bush had the idea that he was creating democracy in the Middle East that was going to topple all of these other dictatorships, and he was
Right.
thinking more of his legacy, and I think Trump is thinking more of his legacy as a deal maker. So he can sit around a table with a bunch of corrupt generals and keep them in power.
Yeah.
And it doesn't hurt his legacy at all. He's just made a deal.
Right.
It's just
And
a
also,
deal.
And also, I mean, it's important too that, a lot of people in Venezuela still remember, pre the oil crash and everything, when things were good in the country. And so culturally, it should be more amenable to saying like, okay, we're going to come in and help build up your infrastructure, and we'll basically trade you like money and jobs and foods and security for guns,
Mhm.
which I don't know. That didn't seem like it really worked in Afghanistan or Iraq because the situation was different.
Right. Yeah, look, if their output is way lower too, they're making money when oil prices are super high, but as soon as the margins get thin, they're fucked. But if they could double that capacity, triple that capacity with better infrastructure, then they can weather those recessions better.
Mm-hmm.
So,
The
I mean,
problem,
this could be good for Venezuela, definitely.
theoretically, again, it's really going to be. It all really depends on what the Trump administration's strategy is, which I'll be honest with, I'm not super confident in whatever Marco Rubio's plan is here, because I assume he seems to be the one that's like supposed to be tasked with figuring this all out. So I'm not super confident with whatever Marco Rubio's strategy is. So it's going to really be dependent on that and whether the Venezuelan military plays ball with us or not.
Yeah.
Of everybody.
I don't, do you know what the military wants other than to sustain their own power? Because it seems like that's doable. The problem with the Putin situation is we can't really give Putin what he wants, but we might be able to give the Venezuelan generals what they want. I mean, they just want to maintain their status and power in the country.
Yes.
And as long as, if we come in and say, look, we're going to make your infrastructure better so you can double your oil capacity, why would they say no to that? They'd be like, yeah, go for it.
Right. Well, because it would theoretically be on the basis of we're also going to be implementing democratic changes that over the course of a decade is going to weaken your power.
No,
right?
but
Now,
this is the thing about Trump. He's going to say, oh, we don't have to do that.
right. Well, if we don't
Which
do that,
I
then
think,
it's bad. But like that's what we should be doing.
Okay, look, you and I both want that, right?
Right. Right.
But
We could lie about it, right? Of course we're not going to do that.
If we offer that, then the generals, I think we could devolve into civil war.
Of course.
If we don't offer that, then probably we don't even have to put troops on the ground there.
Well, I mean, there is obviously it's going to be like I think it'd be a very big also political backlash essentially if the strategy is this like subversive, like we're going to basically pay off the bad guys strategy and like try to subvert them to be good in like the
this
long
is
run.
old school. This is what America's been doing forever.
I know, but like because the news cycle is just going to be like, look how evil Trump is. He said he was going to like help these people, and all these people are just living the same situation. There's going to be a lot of people revolting in the country because nothing's really changing, at least things aren't changing quickly. And then the military is going to come in and, brutally suppress them. And then people are going to say, look, this is what the Trump administration is propping up. So like it does create a lot of publicity problems to do that strategy.
Right. Yeah.
It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. They stole our oil. We built that whole industry there. And they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes, it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various.
Bremer. We're getting Bremer in there. Paul Bremer. Bring him out of Cold storage.
People, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
Mr. President, what's the group you mentioned that would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well,
going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President.
So that's interesting signaling too, because he's, and this comes up again later, he sort of counter signals the political opponent to Maduro, who won the Nobel Peace Prize, and he signals in favor of working with the vice president, and even claims that she supposedly said that she was on board with working with the United States, which would be more in the future view of like, we're going to just keep paying the generals to do the corrupt things that they're doing, but then also just add on, like, allowing American companies to kind of go in there and extract oil.
Right. This was the woman that Trump lost the Nobel Peace Prize to.
So
which
that
is
was
also interesting. Yeah.
Well, that wasn't that's not the VP though. That's the opponent.
The
VP,
opposition leader.
Yeah, the opposition leader, right. Now the VP, at least publicly, she is saying that Trump sucks and that she doesn't support what America's doing.
She denied speaking to Rubio too, even though
she
says
denied speaking to Rubio, so that didn't happen. She also said that this has the tinge of Zionism, which is kind of interesting.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You gotta throw Israel into everything. Somehow I was gonna make a joke on Saturday, like, how long before people start blaming Trump's actions on Israel? But then I'm like, before I send this out, should I see? I bet you someone's already done it, and I saw there's already like Candace Owens and Cenk,
yeah, of course,
and a bunch of other people have already started to somehow tie fucking Israel into this shit. Somehow, everything's Israel's fault.
Hilarious.
So Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is about that.
Well, he has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Mr. President,
did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved in it.
Sure. We call members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
So there's, they're trying to frame it like this was just like the law enforcement, just like the police, right? It's not a military operation, Adam. It's just like the police going in and getting like a criminal.
Well, you can't tell Shifty Shift. He's going to blab to everyone, obviously. Come on. Well, his name is Shifty.
So, yeah. So the interesting thing too about that, about like, well, we're not going to notify Congress because we don't want it to leak, was that this information apparently still leaked anyway, which is kind of insane. The Trump administration has always had, even the first term, had this massive leak problems. I don't know who the fuck's leaking this shit. Apparently, it was reported and seemingly confirmed by silence, by not by like refusal to deny that the New York Times and the Washington Post were both leaked information about the operation before it happened, but they both
Wow.
refused to report on it until after because they didn't want to endanger American servicemen.
Interesting. All right.
So it did supposedly leak already.
Can you imagine Jasmine Crockett? She finds out
Yeah,
that we're gonna we're gonna put troops in Venezuela. Oh my God, that loudmouth.
Well, yeah. And I'm trying to remember who it was. I don't remember if it was Glenn Greenwald. I did see one of those type of people who was like complaining, or maybe it was Hassan, complaining about how awful it was that the New York Times and Washington Post didn't report on this story when they got leaked information. I'm like,
they hate the military. They don't care if those guys get killed.
That would be like so fucking traitorous if the New York Times and Washington Post were like, like, oh yeah, we're gonna blab this top secret like operation right before it fucking happens. Like oh God, that'd be so horrible.
And then troops die. Oh my goodness.
Yes, exactly.
Plus, if I could add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, We had a lot of ships out there. They sort of knew we were coming. We were. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakers.
Mr. President, you were one of the only people to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted?
Well, obviously, he was gooning with his waifu.
He was spanking it.
He was spanking it to his chatbot AI waifu robot that he had that was dressed up.
Yes.
Like Miku Miku. She was doing a little dance, and then they caught him with his pants down, literally and metaphorically.
Nice.
Killing Maduro.
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. The safe place is all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast, and there was a lot of opposition. People were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. It was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was.
You think 47 is really the number of seconds? It's a strange number that he picked, right? 47.
I'm sure someone.
What does 47 make you think of?
No. I don't know what
he's president number 47.
Oh, you're right.
47 seconds.
I will
generally how long it takes. One second for every great American president. That's 2 seconds for me.
There you go. Now I know maybe that was the case. I don't know because like I know with Bin Laden they had like didn't they create like a fake version of what they thought the compound was to like drill the teams. So I wouldn't be that surprised if they did something similar to this and maybe when they ran drills or whatever, it took them 47 seconds to breach the door and someone told Trump that.
You're giving way too much credit here.
I feel like
too much credit.
I feel like the vibe I get from Trump.
Wink, wink.
Maybe. I don't know. The vibe I get from Trump is that like he'll hear something, like someone tells him something, and then he just repeats it like constantly. So
no, I totally
think someone told him 40.
Vibe.
Now maybe the person told him 47 seconds just like
to fuck with
like,
him. He's
just
like 47,
he's like, oh,
just like your number 47.
Yeah, just like you, Mr. President. Sure.
That's how he remembered it because
exactly.
It came with a compliment.
That's why he remembered it. Exactly.
But he's describing the scene here. It sounds like the military basically took out his entire security detail and he's going for the vault door, right? He's trying to close it behind him. And they're like, no, scumbag.
He's like, let me in. He's like banging on the door. You see like the maid like rushed in first and closed the door on him. He's like, no, you bitch.
He says he was closing the door. He's trying to close the door, and the military they put their foot in the door. Nope, sorry,
see,
scumbag.
That was the high tech. That was the high tech military piece of equipment. They have a giant pole that has a foot on the end of it. They just like threw it into the door like right as it was closing. They're like, got him.
That's exactly right. Anime style, right?
Yes. I did.
Usually
I was
generally
curious.
takes about 45 to 47 seconds.
At least he didn't say 6 to 7, right? But I was curious if something had like this situation has ever occurred before, at least in modern history, where before like a country just steals the other country's leader without actually going to war with them yet.
Oh,
And
wow.
there was like a lot of people were comparing this to Manuel Noriega, if I'm saying his name right, in Panama in 1989. But when I looked at that, that was different because the U.S. did invade the country with 27,000 troops, and then he ran away and he hid in the Vatican's embassy in Panama, and the U.S. military erected a bunch of barricades outside to make sure they couldn't escape, and they just played loud. They played loud rock music, including Van Halen and AC/DC 24/7 to try to prevent him from sleeping and to annoy him into surrendering because they didn't want to violently go into the Vatican's embassy. And he eventually gave himself up after 10 days. So that's not quite the same.
Nice.
I don't, so at least in modern history, I think this is the first time in like the last 100 years or so that this type of thing has happened where we just kind of go in and snatch the president or the leader of an enemy country before they can even do anything.
A very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get.
You would have been rocking out the whole time. You'd be like,
I know. I would
jokes
have
on
been
you,
like, louder,
military.
turn it up, bitch.
To that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
So where's Maduro going to be?
Go ahead, finish.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact
Well,
whereabouts?
eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President.
Mom Donnie's going to let him go. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Don't worry. We have a very safe location. We're going to make sure he's in the same cell as Epstein was. Okay.
Oh, wow.
The exact
Yeah.
same cell.
They're Mom Donnie's gonna do the scene from One Battle After Another where he comes in and just go down to the end of the hall, Maduro. Benicio del Toro's waiting in a Pontiac.
Yes.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards.
Not with
Did
me,
that
though.
weigh on your decision
Well, that's
making?
when we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So
Why do I get the feeling he came up with the name Midnight Hammer? Why am I thinking that?
Because you're right.
It seems like they want to describe the mission to him, and he's like, "Just give me the names. Let me look at the potential names."
No, he's like, give me, yeah, they have like 10 names, ChatGPT generated like 10 mission names.
He's like, "Nah, that's not good. I think Midnight Hammer."
Now he
would
looks
be
at them, he
better."
goes, gay, gay, gay. Yeah, Midnight Hammer. There you go.
Midnight Hammer is good.
Yeah.
That's a good name. A lot of times they have to make an acronym out of it, which makes it even harder.
Hmm.
with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you? How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want the Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow up territory. Oil is very dangerous.
He's talking about rebuilding their whole infrastructure
before they have an election.
I just say like this is where you get the boots on the ground, getting sucked into some sort of having America actually control the country for 10 years or something situation.
Yeah, this is strange. You'd think they'd want, well, didn't they just have an election and the guy the opposition leader won, right? Maduro only got 30% of the vote. So you just put her in power, right?
It wasn't her. It was a different person, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Is she gone or dead or what happened to her?
It's a guy. I don't.
That won the election?
Yeah.
Oh. Maduro said, not only am I going to stay in power, you're going to die.
Well,
I don't
apparently
know where he is or if he fled or what.
there were 3 different people that were running against him, and then he outlawed 2 of them from running.
Okay.
And then the remaining person still won.
Why would you
anyway.
want to do that? Then you consolidate the.
It doesn't matter at this point, right? When you just control the elections anyway, and you go, "Oh, I only got 30% of the vote." No, I didn't. I won in a landslide.
Right. So there's a bunch of different people that could be in charge.
Right.
But Trump doesn't like any of them.
It's a very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country.
Are you saying that?
You think Melania has experienced Operation Midnight Hammer in the Trump bedroom?
Secretary Rubio and
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil and
China
drugs?
and Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to. In other words, we'll be selling oil, probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
They really hyper fixating on the oil. So, we're going to be selling it, guys. At least we'll be making money from it, supposedly.
Does that bother you? I mean,
I just think it's such a bad messaging.
Right.
It's not even a question of whether it bothers me or not. Like, there's a logic if it actually, because you're right. This is exactly what they sold us in Iraq. The reason they sold it to us is because there's a logic to it that does make sense. Is okay. You want the money generated by a natural resource in the country to be used to rebuild the country's infrastructure. Like, that completely theoretically, logically makes sense. But just the way that it's being framed here just is so, as you were saying, which just feels very colonialist, essentially.
Well,
Even if it's not supposed to be feeling that way.
Sales pitch in Iraq, and
right.
It just led to Saddam Hussein lighting the oil fields on fire, and
I think if you were going to be as charitable as humanly possible to Trump, which obviously a lot of Trump supporters will be, the argument would be, well, the reason Trump is fixating on the oil so much is because a big part of the MAGA movement and America First is, we don't want to spend money on other countries, and we don't want to spend money on these foreign entanglements and blah, 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 blah. And so the reason he's trying to hyper fixate on the oil is to say, well, look, it's going to pay for itself.
Absolutely.
But then, as you say, that's exactly what they said with Iraq. It's going to pay for itself. We're not going to spend any money on it. So,
yeah.
That's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military troops to provide?
Team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro, and right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not.
Now, Marco doesn't have a reaction unless he's just really practiced at not reacting anymore. He doesn't have a reaction like, what the fuck are you talking about? That didn't happen.
I mean, he looks crestfallen. What are you talking about?
That's what he always looks like whenever he's around Trump. It's just the meme of him sitting in the chair. He always has this blank expression.
Oh my God, this is impossible.
Okay. So that's how you're interpreting.
What the fuck is he talking about? We never talked about any of this.
I don't interpret it that way. That's interesting. I interpreted him trying to just have no reaction to anything Trump is saying.
Marco Rubio has got to know more that's going on in the situation than Trump does. He's Secretary of State, so I'm sure
he does. Yeah.
I'm sure he's talking to the CIA every single day. Like, He's probably got some clear plan on how he thinks things are going to go down.
Yeah,
Marco
well,
Rubio seems like he knows what he's doing.
Well, everyone's been saying that this has been all, he's been the one really spearheading this operation. He's been the one that's really been anti-Maduro and trying to push this domino from the beginning. So obviously he has some idea of what he thinks he wants things to turn out.
Yeah, look, the military had a great time doing this. Those guys always want to go. This is like the Super Bowl for them. They're like, holy shit, get to go in and capture this guy, get to use all our fancy toys. They're just dying for a president that says yes. And Trump is their huckleberry. Shit, he's like ready gun ho to always say yes.
Okay, let's all zoom in. Let's all look at Marco Rubio's face. We're gonna see. Can we see any like little gives here? We're all gonna do the body analysis. All right. Does eye twitch? Is there like a shift here? Let's
Look
see.
for the tells.
We'll do
here.
whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but
Oh wait, I gotta go back further.
To take over, you have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro. And right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally.
You know what? You may have changed my mind.
Yeah, look, he's depressed now. It's
Yeah,
like, what the fuck is he talking about?
He looks like a guy who's really trying to do the slow fart so that it doesn't come out too loud. That's the expression I see on Marco Rubio's face.
Rubio was probably talking to Trump about getting Maduro, and without any conversations about all this shit, he's like hearing this for the first time.
Right.
That's my read of his expression.
That could be.
He's like, what? We were just going to get Maduro. What? We're going to run the place? I'm going to run the place. What?
Well, I would imagine that Rubio's is pretty neo-conny too. He's not really a populist. So it would make sense that Rubio would have been on board from the beginning of like regime change in Venezuela, and we're going to build it proper. We're going to rebuild it, but we're going to do it right this time. Like I could see Marco was always on that train.
Right.
We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States, and frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
So
do we have polling data on what the Venezuelan people think of America? Because if predominantly there's an anti-American sentiment in Venezuela, it's hard for me to imagine Trump's comments are going to play well with those people. I mean, if they like America, they're going to love Trump saying she's going to have to do whatever we tell her to do. But if they don't like America, that's probably going to be nails on a chalkboard for them, right? They're like, what? She's a puppet of the United States? Fuck this woman.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, the problem is if you would not trust any sort of government polling, right? You would trust it'd be hard to trust polling that comes out of Venezuela to actually be accurate. Obviously Venezuelans in America are going to be super on board with what America is doing.
If it's about whether or not you like America, though, why would that be? Why would the government care?
Because
I
Chavez,
guess you couldn't say you liked America. Yeah, you'd have to say you didn't like America.
Right. Because Chavez and Maduro for their entire
America.
span, has been like painting America. It's like Iran. They've been painting America as the evil empire and trying to scapegoat America for all the bad things in the world and all of their own problems. It's all America's fault.
So there's a lot of secret support, or do you think it really is? Or the brainwashing is working on the people?
Well, Maduro supposedly only got 30% of the vote. So obviously a huge chunk of the population does not like him. And they're also all in, horrible fucking poverty and crime and despair. and in food scarcity. Like their living conditions are so shitty, it would be surprising to think that the majority of the population would be on board with Maduro or his vice president.
If I had to bet, if I was forced, gun to my head, to bet on how this is going to turn out, I would have to take it's going to be a catastrophe side of that bet. I think the odds are greater that it's going to be a catastrophe than that it's going to work out. I want it to work out. I mean, I want to be wrong. But if I had to put money down on it, I would bet on the catastrophe side. I don't logistically, I don't know how the fuck you do this.
I think I would agree with you, unfortunately.
Yeah. It is unfortunate, but
as I was looking more and more, and I'll play videos and we'll talk about it. As I was looking more and more into the way in which the economy and the military are structured, it made me more pessimistic about the outcome.
It sounds like 20% of the population controls the economic reins, and 80% of the population is just completely superfluous.
Yeah, that is what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that 20%, unfortunately, they stand to lose a lot if the 80% gain power, which is what
I would, if I had to take a bet, I would agree with you. I would take a bet that things would not be great, but I still think it's close. And I think the reason it's close is because I do see, and it seems like Trump is signaling here, and all this could all fall apart, but if Trump is willing to basically maintain the current corrupt system, but like try to slowly make things better through that kind of process, then I mean things won't devolve into like horrible
that's where we
civil war
bloodshed.
Right.
We tried to change the whole state.
Right.
We tried to do a whole like operating system reinstall.
But
it just was like,
it's also very possible that Trump thinks that's what he's going to do and that's what he wants to do, but then China is going to be like you can't trust Trump, you can't trust America. Look at what they've done with Maduro and with Iran, all these other people, and fuck America. We're just going to give you like a bunch of influx of money and weapons and shit. You tell Trump to fuck off, and then they do. So that's also, I think, a very possible scenario or outcome.
Well, he's super used to Putin telling him to fuck off already, so he's halfway there. He's ready for it.
Maybe
he's seasoned for getting told to fuck off now.
Right.
Country in South America, America first.
Well, I think it is, because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world.
You're right. The framing is just like, yeah, that's our oil. That oil in your country is ours, bitch.
I know. It's not good. It's really bad for everyone.
I mean, it's one thing if you put the infrastructure over there as an investment, but
right.
I mean, it's their oil.
And we want to make sure we can protect it.
Okay, let me jump ahead a little bit here.
So that's
opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. Really, no, we haven't.
Mr. President, on Monday.
I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
Mr. President, is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela?
So that was a kind of interesting signal against the opposition leader taking over.
Well, Trump's going to say that. She got the Nobel Peace Prize from him. Look, of course he's going to undermine her. Oh, she doesn't have the gravitas. Fuck you, Nobel Peace Prize committee.
I heard someone say that Trump supported her getting it, but I don't know if that's true or not.
Oh, of course he did.
All right.
Yeah, he's to save face. Of course he's going to say that. Oh yeah, she totally deserved it. Didn't she dedicate it to him? I dedicate my Nobel Peace Prize.
Oh, did she?
I think she did.
Maybe.
She's like, I don't want to get killed or sued or something.
Makes sense.
Venezuela for years,
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial. So it's not going to cost us anything.
So the U.S. isn't going to dedicate
We will.
It's going to be free.
Gonna
I
be
heard
free,
that
baby.
I'm getting major deja vu here.
Yeah.
This is not good.
Well, we want safety there. We want to be.
Well, listen, Adam. You always say it's better to be lucky than smart.
Yeah.
And Trump is very fucking lucky. Okay. Trump seems to be insane. He has a very high luck stat. Okay. He makes all this money. He turns his head slightly to avoid getting killed. He's been president twice.
Yeah,
like
good point.
He's a very lucky person. So this could all work out.
Yeah.
Surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be. It's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure.
We got some head nodding from Marco there on it being a very big evening. So it looks like he is on board.
The emphasis of we need, and this is again why if this isn't just about the oil, which I don't think it is just about the oil, I do think a lot of it is about they want to make sure that this isn't going to be some Cuba Cold War, Cuban Missile Crisis situation. If that's the case and they tell America to fuck off, I do think Trump is going to have to invade Venezuela. I do think they are. I don't think he's going to taco out on this one if Venezuela doesn't play ball here.
Well, if they start putting nuclear missiles over there, they're definitely going to.
Well, yeah, but
I think MAGA will change their mind pretty quick if that's.
But at that point, it's I'm saying they want to prevent that from even occurring in the first place. The possibility of that even occurring in the first place.
So they're going to start talking about WMD in Venezuela. Please give me a Sitch. What the fuck?
Listen, don't change the classics, Adam. Okay, we're going back. Everyone's nostalgic, right? Like everyone was mad because the Stranger Things, the ending of it was very shitty, so our nostalgia bait was gone. So now we need like a new nostalgia bait.
Right. Okay. 2026, and we're talking about WMD.
It's coming back,
democracy.
Baby. Yeah.
If these people have blue fingers, I'm gonna fucking shoot myself.
Countries, and we also have to have energy. Very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look, it was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Jump ahead to the last part here.
For drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted of many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
Mr. President, you referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up?
You know why that's relevant, right? Because this guy is the same kind of situation as Maduro.
Yeah.
They're saying you're charging him with hypocrisy. That's a point of the question.
Well, and it is bizarre. So you have the former president of Honduras, who is
He's a
named
drug trafficker to the United
Juan
States.
Orlando Hernandez, who was prosecuted by America
and convicted the same way we're going to do to
yes,
Maduro now.
for almost
Yes.
the exact same crime, which was trafficking cocaine and weapons, or having weapons, but trafficking cocaine specifically, which is exactly what we're getting Maduro with. And it seemed super fucking weird that Trump pardoned him. The Wall Street Journal reported that Trump pardoned Hernandez so quickly that White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles and other senior officials had no advance notice, as well as the country of Honduras did not know that he was going to do this in advance. Trump said that Honduras wanted him to do this, but I read an article that said Honduras does not want him to do this and actually would re-arrest Hernandez if he returns to the country, which he's not doing.
Oh my God.
So I don't know where that
He's
comes
on the
from.
Streets of America now.
Right. Yes. I don't know what the fuck Trump's talking about when he says that. That just seems to be completely not true. Hernandez was convicted of participating in a long-running conspiracy to move hundreds of tons of cocaine into the United States. Trial prosecutors presented testimony from multiple cooperating traffickers, including leaders of Honduran drug organizations, and produced evidence that Hernandez accepted large bribes, including campaign financing from drug traffickers. They provided proof that he shielded traffickers while publicly presenting himself as a U.S. anti-drug ally. They had evidence that state resources such as the police, military, and intelligence were used to support the drug trafficking. The prosecutors also proved in court that he used his political power to protect the traffickers from arrest and extradition, deployed police and military forces to secure drug routes, received millions of dollars in bribes from drug organizations. And this has all led to Hernandez being sentenced to 45 years in a U.S. federal prison. The judge described his conduct as an extraordinary abuse of power at the highest levels of government. So why Trump pardoned him is kind of a fucking mystery. There seems to be there's a theory that I've seen floating around. I have a possible counter theory, but it's a long shot. The theory that's been floated around is that he was involved. This president was involved in creating these economic free zones where people like Peter Thiel and Mark Andreessen were basically given free reign to to run like this island that Honduras controls, and to basically put a bunch of shell companies there and to do a bunch of economic shenanigans on this island and basically manage it however they want. And that all the crypto bros were like super into this Honduran president because he helped them establish all these like weird shell companies and crypto nonsense and in Honduras. And so that this was some sort of like massive political favor back to the crypto bros and Mark Andreessen and Peter Thiel. So that's one theory behind it. The other theory, this is kind of a long shot, is I don't know how long Trump was having these conversations or negotiations with Maduro to try to get him to give up. So maybe this was kind of a 2-for-1, which is I'm going to give a big boon to the crypto people who are helping me, and also try to send some kind of signal to Maduro to show him that I would be willing to pardon him if he plays ball, as I would pardon this other person.
Interesting.
But that might be too 10D chess to actually be a thing. So
it was probably just Trump's coke dealer back in the 80s. So he's like, I got to let my coke dealer out.
Well, it is bizarre. That would be against that theory would be the whole, if it's true what the Wall Street Journal said, that this all happened so fast that no one really knew what the fuck was going on. That's pretty bizarre.
Trump needed to get some coke, man. He was
right
fiending for it.
Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that country?
Well, no, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much.
So that's good. See, that's it. Oh, we're not stealing your money. Like you've damaged us in some capacity. So, we're entitled.
If I'm ever
feelings.
Yeah, we're entitled essentially to some kind of, money back.
What's up with this bisexual lighting?
So this video is this is a pretty interesting video that we're going to kind of scrub through at some points where they kind of go into why Venezuela is so fucked. And I think they do a reasonably good job with most of it. There's this and another video that will kind of go through that kind of goes through the same two things, just so people can really get a clear understanding of why Venezuela is in the situation that it's in and how it's kind of structured, which is obviously important.
This is network news. This is ABC News in depth.
This is an ABC News channel called ABC News in Depth.
Okay.
Which, though it's not, I think it's Australian. I don't think it's it's an Australian thing. So I don't know if they're associated with our
it's
ABC.
Not American broadcasting.
Yeah,
it's Australian
broadcast.
Australian broadcasting news. Okay.
Right.
I just think it's funny. He's got a rotary phone on his desk. Bisexual lighting.
You got to appeal to the
action
kiddos.
Figures in the background there.
You have to appeal to the children, Adam. Okay. Ministry of Dinosaurs, thanks so much for the 100 PLNs. It says the question here is about objectives. Was there a limited objective extraction, or is this the unlimited objective of regime change and controlling the country? Sarah Payne explains it very well. You should check out her lectures. Oh,
that's a great point. Yeah.
But I'll check it out. Well, from the press conference, when we just had the information about the fact that it happened, my initial thought was, yes, this is a limited objective. But now from the press conference, it seems like it's a much more unlimited objective of regime change. That seems to be pretty clear.
Well, and rebuilding the infrastructure. How do you know when you're done with that, right?
Right.
Venezuelan tangible goal.
Yeah. We have yes, right, Adam. We have our tangible goal. We're going to rebuild the country. Or is that too vague?
That's not tangible enough.
Okay.
Yeah, that's too vague.
Right.
Way too vague. Hey, we got gifted 50 gifted memberships too. You should mention that.
I didn't see that. I don't see it on my screen. Oh, there it is. Grendel Vat, thanks so much for the 50 gifted subs. Really
appreciate it. Welcome new members. Thanks a lot. That's very kind of you. Geez, Sitch.
President Nicolas Maduro dancing to a remix of his own peace slogans.
Watching him in these rallies, you'd never guess that a few days earlier he was apparently considering fleeing the country. The Miami Herald reported that during a 15-minute phone call, US President Donald Trump offered Maduro safe passage for him and his family to the country of their choice if they left Venezuela immediately. Reuters reported that Maduro told Trump he was willing to leave the country in exchange for full legal amnesty for him, his family, and over 100 of his cronies. Trump reportedly rejected that, and now Maduro is...
See, well, that's also not a good sign, too, when you're like, okay, I'll do this if you give amnesty not just to me, and immunity not just to me, but to 100 other fucking people. Like, how? Like, oh my God, there's got to be so much like corruption that's just so entangled here. But if 100 other people need to be roped into this.
Well, that's your security detail, right?
Right.
Concerned that the US will try and remove him from power by force. He is reportedly sleeping in a different place every night in an effort to avoid airstrikes and American-backed commando attacks.
The US president continues to build up his country's military presence.
Now, this video obviously took place before the operation, so it's kind of ironic now that we see, that he was so worried that he was going to get captured that he's like, I'm sleeping in different locations. You guys can't find me. And then we find him anyway. It doesn't matter.
Your dog walker knows where you are.
That's true. He always has to take, that's the problem. We're going to find out. He always had to take the little dog with him. It was his it was his little service therapy dog that he always had to stroke and cuddle with.
His
when
emotional
he was feeling
support
anxious.
dog.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
It's been part of Venezuela's story for a very long time.
The first Europeans came to Venezuela.
Oil has been part of Venezuela's story for a very long time.
The first Europeans came to Venezuela seeking gold. They later found black gold, crude oil. They've been mining it ever since.
For most of the 20th century, Venezuelans didn't have all that much to do with the oil business in their country.
Foreign oil companies operate the wells. They pay the state royalties on their production, about $100 million a month.
But this income assisted all levels of Venezuelan society.
Part of the oil royalties support the welfare system, so no one need go hungry.
Successive governments pursued a policy of what they called sowing the oil, basically using the revenue from oil to try and modernise the country.
Much of the oil money has been spent on public buildings, skyscrapers, broad avenues, and highways.
Then, during the 1970s, as a result of conflict in the Middle East and US oil embargoes, the price of oil skyrocketed, which was bad news for most people, but great news for Venezuela. The oil boom increased the flow of cash into government coffers. Knowing that these elevated prices might not last, the government made a serious effort to try and build a more diversified economy. In other words, use the oil industry's money to build up other industries, other than oil. Ideally, you do want your economy to be diverse, to be able to do lots of different things, or at least that's what these Poindexters at Harvard think. They apparently know about these things. Harvard University ranks the complexity of economies through something they call the Atlas of Economic Complexity. The more different things your country can make, the higher your rank.
Okay, so that's...
I'm learning so much.
You're learning, yes. Okay, let's jump ahead a little bit here.
For those countries is great.
Letting a single industry get too...
Also, this chart's kind of interesting if you see, like... So yeah, you can see economic complexity is relative to GDP when they predict future growth. And you can see there's actually, they drew the little slope here showing the trajectory. So
no, that's great.
You do want to be in a country that's trying to be as economically complex as possible, usually, or at least building towards that.
We see for those countries is great.
Letting a single industry get too dominant not only risks economic collapse if something happens to that industry, but it can damage other industries because it can greatly inflate the value of your currency. Take, for example, the Netherlands. In the 1970s, they were suddenly flush with cash after they found a massive gas reserve under the province of Groningen. As gas exports increased, foreign cash started flowing into the country. That drove up the value of the Dutch currency, the guilder, and that meant that buying Dutch things became more expensive. It was cheaper to buy French cheese than Dutch cheese, cheaper to buy German clothes than Dutch clothes, which was a nightmare for Dutch businesses, especially the ones who made clothes out of cheese. As people bought more and more foreign things, Dutch companies went out of business and unemployment went up. You can see it on a chart. Gas exports go up, then the value of the guilder, and then unemployment. It became known as Dutch disease. Watching this unfold from afar, the Venezuelan government was trying very hard to avoid coming down with a case of this Dutch disease. So they tried very hard to establish industries other than oil. And that's good for a healthy local economy, but not necessarily good for people who are fans of cheap French cheese and cheap German clothes.
The stores in Caracas have a...
Okay, so at first, before the communists, there's some idea of maybe we should be doing the correct thing here. But that doesn't last too long.
His plan was to take control of the state-owned oil company.
Eddie Ramirez.
So here's this is Hugo Chavez.
Chavez, yeah.
Yes.
He was a military general.
Yes, who tried to coup the country twice and then was arrested because he failed, and then they still voted him into power. So when are people going to learn? Do not vote into power the guy who tries to coup the government. That doesn't seem to ever play out very well.
Yeah. He would have 3-hour podcasts every day where he'd talk to the Venezuelan people.
Yes.
He was a reality television star.
He was a populist, Adam.
Yeah.
Gerente hasta el día de hoy de Palmavén. Pa afuera.
His plan was to take control of every aspect of Venezuela's economy, from the oil industry to the exchange rate.
He's nationalised the oil industry and ploughed its billions into his revolution, building health clinics, subsidised food markets and universities for the poor.
Chavez described his ideology as socialist, or actually
an ideological umbrella specified by President Chavez of new socialism. However, President Chavez has called people to read Marx and Lenin to understand what kind of socialism he has in mind.
But in reality...
So, and this guy says it too at some point in the video, but it's like, there are people making this argument that they're like, oh, well, you know, it's not really socialism that's the fault of Venezuela's, all the economic problems and all this other stuff, which to me is like insane. It makes absolutely no sense. Because like, yeah, you could theoretically have a socialist country that makes different economic decisions, that makes decisions about diversifying its economy and everything. But if part of the structure of socialism is to say, well, we're going to have a central government authority that's going to, you know, take over the economy and manage it and make all the decisions, and then they do that and they make all the wrong decisions, you don't get to sit back and say, well, that's not socialism's fault. It's like, no, that literally was socialism's fault. That's exactly like, that's a power that is granted to the government through socialism that is not granted through a more free market structure where you actually have market forces that are pushing businesses to do different things.
They'll never take accountability on that, though. They will always claim it's something else.
Yes, of course.
Anytime it fails, it's not real socialism.
Of course.
Yeah.
Marx and Lenin would be spinning in their graves if they heard what Chavez had in mind. He was going to make sure that Venezuelans felt as rich as they thought they should be by controlling the price of the country's currency, the bolivar. Chavez's plan was to abandon the country's economic complexity. Basically, he wanted Venezuela to come down with a bad case of the Dutch disease. He was out there metaphorically licking escalator handrails and sharing lollipops with everyone at his kids' daycare, economically speaking. Remember how I said that by selling heaps of gas, the Netherlands' currency value increased, and that led to problems for other export industries like cheese clothes? Well, what if you just don't have any other export industries? Chavez was willing to put all of Venezuela's eggs into the oil basket.
With so many businesses folding, it now depends on crude for 95% of its export revenue.
That could present a problem, but Venezuela's got so much oil, why bother making anything else? In the short term, exporting enormous amounts of oil meant a massive influx of US dollars, and Venezuelans would be able to use those US dollars to import everything they needed. Why make anything domestically when you can just use your newfound riches to buy stuff from overseas? Who needs local manufacturing anyway?
The amount of job destruction that has taken place in Venezuela in the private sector is unprecedented.
Within 5 years, the Venezuelan private sector basically disappeared.
The few companies that were producing in Venezuela have either gone to Colombia or Costa Rica, or they've just been closed down.
Looking at Venezuela,
and I can bet you that if you go in that time period and you find all the socialist advocates, right, when this is happening, they're not going to be standing around, you know, raising the warning flag saying, oh my God, Venezuela, you shouldn't be doing this. This is a dangerous economic move. This isn't true socialism, blah, 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 blah. They're not going to be saying this. They're going to be cheering it on and being like, yes, so awesome. Oh yeah, take the oil companies, give it back to the people, do all these things. They're so good. They're going to be cheering it on. And then once it collapses, they'll walk away and they're like, oh, I didn't shit in the elevator. I didn't fart. Like, no, it wasn't me.
Late stage capitalism defeated. Socialism wins again.
As ranking on the economic complexity scale, you can see it plummeted from 58th in 2003 to 131st by 2009. But it was fine because look at all this cash. This is like an 11-year-old boy's level of understanding of economics. It's what we all thought that we would do if we found a gold deposit in our backyard. Step 1, dig up gold nugget. Step 2, exchange gold nugget for cash. Step 3, spend all the cash on Bugattis, Rolexes, and electric guitars. To make it work though, you've got to keep the value of the currency high. So in 2005, Chavez locked the value of the bolivar at 2,150 bolivars to $1. No variation, no ups and downs, 2,150 bolivars to the dollar, that's it. People absolutely loved this. It made them feel very rich. On paper, it made the average Venezuelan wage seem equivalent to an American middle-class wage, and pretty much overnight, it made foreign cars, phones, air conditioners, steak, clothes, and computers look affordable.
Yeah, you can just do that, right? You can just do whatever you want. Just say now everyone's rich. We've declared it so. It's so simple.
Chavez himself started handing out consumer goods for free on his show.
Over here, we have flat-screen TVs. It's the opposite of capitalism.
The problem was, though, the whole thing relied on the relationship between bolivars and US dollars. And as the local Venezuelan economy basically evaporated, the bolivar essentially turned into monopoly money.
And in socialist Venezuela, a bolivar really is worth not much more than the paper it's printed on.
It was virtually worthless. There was nothing you could buy with it because nobody in Venezuela was making anything.
I just sometimes wish that Chavez were to realize how important it is to have companies and to have private sector in Venezuela.
By the way, this is why the U.S. will never, ever give up the U.S. dollar. I know there's some people that are like operating with this fantasy of like, the U.S. dollar is going to disappear and be replaced by crypto or some magical currency or something. That's never going to happen in a million billion fucking years.
Well, he's saying the bolivar lost its value because there was no products being made that they could buy with bolivars.
Yes.
Like all the products were being made overseas where you need, if it's made in France, you need whatever the French are using.
Right. Or
Euros.
US dollars, because everyone accepts some juicy dollars, but they don't accept the bolivars, right?
Yeah, exactly. Dollars are widely accepted, but obviously if you're going to buy something from the US, they accept dollars, right?
Right.
If you're going to buy something in the UK, they probably want pounds.
Yes.
Yeah, so... But that's a lot different than why a lot of people say there's hyperinflation.
Yeah, well, we're getting there.
And it adds so much value to the country.
Well, they say there's hyperinflation because they lose faith in the currency.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the technical aspect of there's nothing to buy with it. Like people have massive faith in Bitcoin, right? But there's nothing really you can buy with Bitcoin.
Well, the problem is like it's not like, okay, say you're in Venezuela in this time period and you want to buy a flat screen TV. It's not like you're going to, America or sending something on on Amazon, because it's before Amazon or something, where you're like, oh, I'm buying a TV from Amazon, and then the Amazon is like, give me your American USD. They're going to a store that has imported the good to the country already, right?
Yeah, but to buy that good, the store had to spend US dollars.
Right. So that's exactly, that store had to spend US dollars. So that store doesn't want
US dollars from you.
They're not going to accept your shitty Bolivian money at this point.
Yeah.
Because it's not
they
worth
would have bought it with bolivars if they could.
Right.
From the United States or from the importer, wherever they got it.
Right.
Everything had to be imported. And that meant the demand for US dollars went up and the demand for bolivars went down. To avoid running out of US dollars, the government only gave them to authorized importers, generally in exchange for fat bribes. So for most people, the only way to get your hands on US dollars, and remember, you need those to buy virtually everything, is to buy them on the black market. That created a very strange situation, which the ABC's Eric Campbell experienced firsthand.
The first thing you do when you come to a place like this, of course, is change money. But nobody goes to a bank for that, because today's official exchange rate is about 1/5 the black market rate. So I'm off to see a guy who's been recommended by a guy to change $400. He suggested I bring a big bag.
The official exchange rate was a fiction. People were desperate to get their hands on US dollars and would exchange ridiculous quantities of bolivars to buy them.
So when you hand over 4 $100 notes, you get more than 1 million bolivars.
Having an
Could you
pretty
imagine?
crazy, isn't it?
Like you're like, okay, I travel to this country, and they're like, and you're like, okay, I need to exchange my currency into their local currency. Do I just go to like the little? I'm sure if anyone's been to a place or you maybe been to a mall, you see like the little currency exchange, like a little stand. Like, no, 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 no. You need to go to the black market. You need to find some fucking shady guys somewhere to be like, oh yeah, here I've got your $1,000,000 right here. You give me the $400.
Right. How much of that is counterfeit, right?
Does it even matter at that point?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Who cares?
It'd probably be more expensive to counterfeit this shit than to just get the real stuff.
Then it's worth it.
Yes.
And just to get the real stuff.
Right. That's the ultimate ploy against counterfeiting. We just make counterfeiting more expensive than the actual currency itself.
Wow.
Exchange rate that is so out of touch with the black market exchange rate is possibly the most idiotic economic policy in the history of the world. Politically connected people were buying US dollars from the government at the fake fantasy exchange rate and then selling them on the black market for a spectacular profit, having made or imported nothing with them at all. For poor people living in Venezuela, this was catastrophic. For the politically connected, it was basically a license to print money. In 2005, when this policy to lock the value of the bolivar to the US dollar came in, it would have failed immediately, if not for a massive increase in the price of oil.
The truth is that the high oil prices have allowed the President Chavez to mask the fact that he has destroyed the economy.
So they were able to keep just enough US dollars in circulation to maintain the fiction. On Hello, Mr. President in December 2012.
Okay, jump ahead.
So they're selling the oil, getting the US dollars, giving the US dollars to the politically connected at some discount rate, and that those politically connected people are distributing the money to people via the black market and making money doing it.
Yeah. Well, talk about Chavez being lucky. So he implements this the most retarded economic policy ever, and then lucks out massively because oil price spikes insanely high when he does it.
Maduro inherited what in football would be called a hospital pass, an economy teetering on the brink of total catastrophe.
So now Chavez is dead and Maduro is in charge. Let's see how he does.
Any dip in the oil price would bring the entire house of cards down. It took a little over a year, but the crash finally came.
The price of oil has hit a 5-year low.
It dropped by more than 50% in 4 months.
There are concerns it could also lead to instability in Venezuela, where oil accounts for 95% of the country's export earnings.
Basic food supplies were now too expensive to import.
Police and soldiers now guard food stores. Many supermarket shelves are empty.
By 2017, hunger was a serious problem in Venezuela. There is now a direct inverse correlation between oil prices and hunger.
9 out of 10 families can't afford enough food. The situation is so bad that the average person has lost 11 kilograms in a year.
To make matters worse, the economy was...
So just to keep that in mind, the average person lost 19 pounds. So whenever you hear, if you hear these in the upcoming future, some fucking retard defend anything that was going on with Chavez or Maduro, just immediately discount anything they're saying because they don't know fucking what the fuck they're talking about. They mismanaged the economy so fucking bad that the average person lost almost 20 fucking pounds because they couldn't get enough food.
Yeah, this is the advantage of decentralized power.
Yes.
Many people are making decisions. Most of those people are going to make good decisions, and even the ones that end up being bad decisions are not bad enough to wreck the entire economy. When you have a centralized economy, you got one guy making decisions. Any decision could be catastrophic.
Right. Or you can even look at it as like almost like an LLM, where if there's all these different businesses and they're all just making random decisions, some of them will make the right decisions and they'll continue to exist, and some will make the wrong decisions and go out of business. And as long as there's enough of them competing and enough of them existing, it won't cause like catastrophic harm to everyone.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, if you have, this is why this whole concept is so stupid when people, both on the left and the right, advocate for like massive, centralized anti-free market economies where they're like, oh, well, either a socialist government or the monarchy government will just control everything and it'll be fine because, they've been taught all the right answers. Unlike you foolish retards out there in retard land. You don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah. They've been to monarch school.
Yes.
They care about their servants because they're like their property.
Of course. And it was crazy because I listened to like a little bit of like Hassan's, ramblings about the situation because I was curious. And he was all like, oh, it doesn't matter how bad Maduro is. Like people act like America isn't just as bad, if not worse, than anything Venezuela's ever done. Like we're just so much worse than them. I'm like, you have an entire country is like fucking starving. The amount of corruption is astronomical. Average person can't even fucking get food. And Hassan in his fucking Beverly Hills mansion in his sports car and his designer clothes is like America is just the same as Venezuela.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Tell that to all the Venezuelans who left Venezuela to come to America.
It's so ironic. All the things he loves are made by capitalism.
I know.
So bad, the government could no longer afford to buy the equipment needed to keep the oil flowing.
The company has deteriorated seriously. We are reducing our oil production.
And they've killed the golden goose.
They have killed the golden goose.
In 2018, the government finally let go of the fake exchange rate, linking the US dollar and the bolivar, and we saw for the first time how bad things had become. Remember I said that when Chavez first set the exchange rate, it was 2,150 bolivars to the dollar? By 2020, it was 6 trillion bolivars to the dollar.
Oh my God.
6 trillion. 6 trillion. 6 trillion.
To the dollar.
To one.
To $1.
To one. God. God
That's
damn.
insane.
Just imagine.
What is that? Like, what percentage of a penny is that? That's like crazy.
Know. I don't even fucking know. That's
a tiny, tiny little sliver of a penny.
That you could build a bridge to the moon. You could build a bridge around the entire planet and to the moon with that amount of money in singles. Jesus Christ.
Now it's 24 quadrillion.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Is it still? It's still. They're still using this currency. Oh my! See, everyone. No, they all have to have bank accounts, U.S. denominated bank accounts. I'm sure that's what's going on.
Well, if you're in the money, if you have money, sure. If you don't, then
and this is just abandoned. Right. Everyone has U.S. accounts.
Oh, socialist governments, guys, they're really good at like economic stuff, obviously.
Don't you love it when they come out with now we have computers so that they won't make bad decisions?
Oh, yes.
Have the computers make all the perfect right decisions.
You know what? I want Grok to run the economy. That's obviously, that's what I want. I want to ask Grok to put the economy in a bikini and tell it to run the economy.
I asked Gemini some basic electrical questions, and I asked it to draw me a diagram, and I was like, this diagram is going to get someone killed.
It's completely made up.
Yeah. It was completely made up. I was like, holy fucking shit.
Right.
Yeah. I said that to Gemini. I was like, you're going to get someone killed. And it was like, you're right.
That's because you didn't
just kind of for illustration purposes. You're not actually supposed to use this diagram. I was
obviously,
like, do people know that?
They don't know. Oh, they don't know that. You're supposed to use Gemini. You're supposed to ask Gemini, can you put the electrical diagram in a micro bikini? That's what it's supposed to be used for, Adam.
Well, look, it is good at that. It is good at that. Make anyone naked. It's great at that. But don't ask it basic electrical questions. Thank goodness I know how electrical works. Otherwise,
you would have.
If you wired anything up like by that diagram, oh my God, your whole house is going up in flames.
Right. I wonder. Yeah, I bet it's got to be in a lawsuit, right? Already, someone's done something like that.
I should have screen capped it. I guess I could go back.
You could go back and probably find it, yeah.
I'll bring it up because it's like laughably. Anyone who knows anything about electrical will look at this diagram and go, What the fuck? It doesn't even make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, kind of. The government keeps telling people to just cross off the last few zeros from their bills and then pretend it's a new currency.
Look, that's the solution. I mean, just pretend the last couple zeros don't exist.
Countries have done that. I brought it up before.
Mm-hmm.
Where, I mean, look, they're fucked. People are still doing business, but they're doing business in U.S. dollars. People have fully abandoned that currency.
Yeah.
Nobody's running their business in bolivars.
No.
You try to pay with bolivars, they probably laugh at you.
If you was mm-hmm. J-Mac, our surrogate father, thanks so much, J-Mac, for $50. Says, did you guys see the Maduro propaganda cartoon, Super Bugatti, Super Mustache? It's pretty funny, and apparently after a while, they just started having it made with AI. Trump is one of the villains, and Elon Musk even makes an appearance. How fun. No, I didn't see that.
Sounds amazing.
No.
Oh, look, I found it right here.
You got your little diagram. Show us what the AI told you to do, Adam. Okay.
Play your video. I'll send you the thing.
Okay. So so that video was this video is by Places, called How Venezuela Became an Awful Place to Live.
Okay, good. I'm learning so much about this.
Yeah.
This is great. I want to be on the side of the Venezuelan people. I really do.
Yes.
Venezuela and what their country was like in their youth, they would likely describe a life of bounty with endless employment opportunities and a bright outlook on the future. And they'd be right. During most of the 20th century, Venezuela was amongst the world's richest countries thanks to its massive oil reserves. Today, however, the future has never seemed more bleak. Currently ranked as the worst Latin American country to live in, the past 2 decades have allowed Venezuela to be engulfed in a storm of poverty, crime, hunger, and corruption, all overseen by a gang of dictators unwilling to give up power. Once the most prestigious country on the continent, Venezuela's glass castle started cracking in the mid-2010s, turning it into a modern hell on earth, making everyone wonder the 3 same things. What's the endgame here? What does the future hold? And how did Venezuela get here in the first place? Just before we continue.
This has got to be one of the records too for the greatest crashes in a country's history, from being one of the most wealthy countries, prosperous countries in the world, to over a 10 to 15 year period just completely falling apart thanks to centralized planning. Yay.
Yeah. Just give the money to the people.
All the symptoms continue to this day. Gomez's successors wanted to impose stricter sanctions on foreign oil companies, so in 1943, they declared a law that required foreign companies to give half the profits to the state. This increased Venezuela's income 6-fold. Then, in an attempt to avoid more dictatorships, Venezuela elected its first democratic government in 1958, and the 3 major parties signed a pact stating that state jobs and oil rents would be parceled out to the 3 parties in proportion to voting results. While perhaps notable in inception, all this pact ensured was that oil profits would be concentrated in the state. Despite the political turmoil, Venezuela was still doing incredibly well. In 1973, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries issued an embargo on countries that were supporting Israel in the Yom Kippur War. This quadrupled oil prices made Venezuela the richest country in Latin America per capita. Venezuela was, in fact, South America's wealthiest country.
Look at that. Venezuela made a bunch of money because of Israel. Oh my God, Candace Owens was correct. It's all Israel. Israel's behind everything.
It's interesting because it didn't really make them wealthy. It just gave them the ability to buy things that were imported from other countries. But unless they spent that money building infrastructure, I mean, that wealth is just what, cars and food and jewelry and clothing.
Right.
That's not real wealth.
Why would I buy infrastructure? Spend money on infrastructure. That's lame.
So that you can generate wealth in the country, in the actual nation.
But I have oil, so I don't need to do that. The oil is the mechanism of generating wealth, Adam. Duh. What are you, stupid? Duh. It's called black gold. Duh.
You guys should just build a bunch of bit mining rigs. That's what you should do.
Yeah. There you go.
Invest in that kind of infrastructure.
Yeah. See, that's where they fucked up. Okay.
We should just build a bunch of data centers over there. We'll give them all our pollution.
Yeah, there you go.
And 80s and among the 20 richest countries in the world. This also reflected
listen.
Per capita. Venezuela was, in fact, South America's wealthiest country overall during the 70s and 80s and among the 20 richest countries in the world.
So we've gone from one of the 20 richest countries in the world to a fucking hellhole where everyone's in poverty.
Because their wealth was based on one commodity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Good job, guys.
This also reflected on the lives of its citizens. Venezuela boasted the lowest levels of economic inequality and the highest industrial growth rate across the region. The wealth accumulated during that period would follow the country all the way to the new millennium, when it had a GDP of $122.91 billion and a growth rate of 3.4%. The last quarter of the 20th century, however, wasn't without its troubles. Corruption was rampant, as it had always been, and would continue to be decades later. There was simply so much money that it was difficult to keep track of it all, and there was no real oversight. From top-level officials to bottom-feeding local would-be sheriffs, bribery was an everyday occurrence in Venezuela. Analysts at the Cato Institute estimate that as much as $100 billion was...
See, this music totally doesn't go with this video. This is like the music for the intense scene. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm just supposed to maintain this intensity for 6.5 minutes?
Yes.
Is this intensity going to be through this whole video, this 36 minutes? I mean, this music is making me think someone's going to get stabbed any second.
I didn't even notice the music until you pointed it out.
Yeah. Oh, it's terrible. It's manipulating me. I don't like it.
Embezzled between 1972 and 1997, and...
Well, look, $100 billion, Adam, was embezzled. Okay, that's intense.
Nah, it wasn't embezzled for me. Fuck these people.
It is interesting. This country was making so much money that even with massive corruption and embezzlement, it was still able to be fine. Just wrap your mind around it. Like if this country only had proper economic management that wasn't a bunch of socialist retards, like this country could be so fucking good and so amazing and would still probably be some sort of powerhouse in South America and maybe even the world. But no. It's all been ruined because of socialism. And
look, all of this money probably went into Swiss bank accounts too. It didn't go into building up business infrastructure at all. People weren't investing into the country. They were using it for their golden parachute.
Well, to some extent, this is pre-Chavez. So we're still not, it's not completely retarded. Like there are people that have some idea what to do before Chavez comes into power.
Well, he said they had a growth rate of 3.5% and that they were industrializing. But what were they industrializing? Were they building factories? What were they doing? Were they building infrastructure to grow? Agribusiness? I mean, they wouldn't starve. If they knew how to grow a staple crop there, how would they couldn't possibly starve.
Right.
They'd be like, shit, we grow corn. Fuck you, we're not starving.
Yeah, but it's better to grow oil. And then buy your corn from America.
Until the oil price crashes, and then you're like, well, I'd kind of like to have that corn. Maybe some beef reserves, got some good beef jerky going.
Right.
Maybe get a beer factory, a distillery. Get some spirits going.
Corn, beef, and beer. Those are the three industries we need.
Look, you're not going to we're talking about people starving, Sitch, okay? Yes. You're not going to starve if you have those three industries.
That's true. That's true.
No Swiss bank accounts can replace the beef jerky industry.
The corn, beef, and beer, The CBB. So we all need some CBBs.
Let's do it.
He accounted for.
Music.
Good times don't last, they say, and that was proven true by the 1980s oil crisis. Do you remember how we earlier established that a petrostate can remain somewhat stable in spite of its Dutch disease as long as oil prices don't plummet? Well, In the 1980s, the world found itself in an oil glut. There was a huge surplus of crude oil, and after the price per barrel peaked at $35, which is about $137.60 today, it dropped to below $10 in 1986, which is about $29 today. The cause for the oil surplus were the short-lived 1973 and 1979 oil crises that slowed down the global economy, which in turn lowered oil demand. So, how's that tie in with Venezuela? Well, Venezuela's economy was a chair with a single leg, and that leg was the oil sector. And when you remove that leg, well, the chair falls over, doesn't it? This is, in essence, what the Dutch disease symptoms warn of. You cannot put all your eggs in a single oily basket and expect the economy to survive when that basket is lit on fire. Venezuela's economy was in free fall, and inflation was simultaneously soaring, while the country's president, Jaime Sitch, made the unwise decision of purchasing foreign refineries, which only added foreign debt to the country's already strained wallet. Because of that and some other reasons that we don't have time to get into today, Carlos Andrés Pérez was once again elected in 1989 after already having served as president back in the 70s. At this point in time, Venezuela was far from the country it was just a decade ago during Pérez's era. Once among the richest in the world, and by far the richest in all of Latin America, its economy was now a dumpster fire with an astonishing poverty rate of 70%, $34 billion of national debt, and only $300 million in international reserves.
Ooh, okay. Not good.
Not good finances there.
No. Not working.
They got all these houses and stuff, though. Why don't they just sell the houses?
There you go.
Oh, because they need food. Houses are no good. We have no food.
But it's okay, because look, they got all these problems, right? But Chavez is he's here. He's going to save the country. All right, Patrick, we saved the city. Chavez is here to save everyone with socialism. Because obviously, when you have bad economic planning, where the government's centralized planning leads to bad economic decisions, the solution is more centralized economic planning.
Yeah, aren't all these problems just from dirty capitalism, Sitch?
Of course, yes.
From the greedy capitalists?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
obviously.
You butcher the pigs and you're set.
Platform, planning on using Venezuela's massive oil resources to reduce poverty and inequality that were plaguing a country which was incredibly wealthy less than 2 decades ago. Instead, he launched a 4-pronged assault on his own economy in the form of terrible macroeconomic policies, even worse microeconomic policies, corruption, and poorly planned social programs. These social programs, which were the center of his administration, were part of a cluster of programs called Bolivarian missions. More than 30 programs were aimed at helping the social sectors which needed help the most, guaranteeing basic levels of social services such as health services and education, as well as food and housing, among other critical sectors. The issue that keeps reappearing in Venezuela is corruption, and it was no different with Bolivarian missions. First of all, Chavez convinced pretty much everyone that the presidential term needed to be increased to 6 years and that the president needed to have more power in the country in order to get Bolivarian missions over the line. For the first time in Venezuelan history, the constitution was approved by referendum, and in the year 2000, Chavez was re-elected. Bolivarian missions were also riddled with scandals. The IMF criticized Chavez, saying that significant amounts of money had been diverted to private pockets. The long-term sustainability of these missions was also questioned, as they mainly depended on oil prices and exports. This reckless planning would make Venezuela's economy vulnerable to future economic shocks, meaning that the country did not learn its lesson from the 1980s oil glut. The quality of work in these missions was also questionable at best. The College of Engineers of Venezuela warned about the quality of subsidized homes that were being built. In 2013, decade-old buildings started to show their faults. The report cited the situation of the housing complex of Ciudad Caribia, where walls were collapsing, plasterwork was unsupported, and cracks were forming just about everywhere. This is the result of rushed work. In order to retain political support, Chavez had the developers cut corners, and much infrastructure built as part of the Bolivarian missions is of incredibly poor quality. The same pattern was spread across all Bolivarian missions. Everything was rushed to show results immediately so Chavez could ensure re-election, and it worked, momentarily.
This is why it's true when people bring this up that there can be bad incentives that come out of something that's capitalist or a private business. There definitely are bad incentives that can come out of that, where businesses don't have the customer's best interest at heart and create a bunch of shoddy products, or they create they make sure that your phone is going to need to be replaced in a year or two or whatever. But there's this argument then by a lot of the socialists, which is, well, that's why you need to have the government control everything, because the government is always, going to have your best interests at heart. And it's like, no, that's not the case. They can have just as many bad incentives as a private business can with planned obsolescence or anything else, which is exactly what happened in Venezuela.
Yeah, the people could see the results immediately, and Chavez retained support. At the same time, on a macroeconomic level, Venezuela's economy found itself in a boom. This boom, however, was not the result of smart politics, but the side effect of a global commodity supercycle, which is a long period of high prices on basic goods such as grain, metal, and of course, oil. During this prolonged economic boom, the Venezuelan government came to an idiotic conclusion that it was the right time to increase spending. Unlike Norway, for example, which is another oil exporting country, but a country that saves money during the good times for the bad times, Venezuela ran double-digit deficits as the economy boomed and it was outspending its income. To supplement the losses, the government raised the external debt sixfold and contracted the state-owned oil company Petróleos de Venezuela with more than $100 billion in obligations.
Okay, not good.
Has seemingly decided to decapitate it. Investment funds in the oil sector were minimal, and after the state-owned oil company's workers went on strike, he fired thousands of them. After crippling quite literally the most important company in the country, he replaced experienced technical experts with cronies and political allies. Because of this, oil production fell rapidly. The overall production fell from around 3 million barrels per day at the turn of the century to about 2.3 million barrels per day at Chavez's death in 2013. While strategic petroleum reserves, the country's most important resource by a huge margin, dwindled, the government debt more than doubled. Chavez's microeconomic policies were the nail in the Venezuelan economy's coffin. The government was incredibly hostile toward the private sector and private property. First and foremost, Chavez made this hostility public with many expropriations, which were televised and usually with no compensation to the owner. This was a clear sign to owners of private businesses to take their business elsewhere, and it further stopped any foreign investors who were perhaps interested in anything other than oil from investing.
Can you imagine? Like, why would you build anything there?
You wouldn't.
Why would you invest in there at all? Look, even if you're a local, why would you build anything?
You wouldn't.
Be like, I'm not going to start a fucking taco stand.
No, that clip that he showed for a second, there's a longer clip of it where Chavez is on the street. He's just pointing at buildings. And he's like, we're taking this. This is going to be the government run, housing now. This is going to be the government run business. He's just pointing out, and the fucking retards are all just clapping about it. And it's like, okay.
Yeah. Private property is the foundation of Western civilization. It really is. Nobody wants to build anything and feel like I wasted my fucking time.
Yes.
Nobody wants to do that. So as soon as you expropriate anything, everyone's like, well, I'm not going to build anything. Fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I waste my time on that? I'm going to hunker down and try to survive.
Well, yeah, you had two options. Your options were to leave the country. Well, you had three options. Your options were to leave the country, to starve, or to be impoverished.
Go to some place that has private property, right?
Right. Or to join the government and try to work your way up the ladder of corruption through the government or the military.
Right. Expropriate other people's property.
Exactly.
Play the power game.
Right.
Well, it's okay. I'll just steal someone else's property.
Yeah.
Then you're just swimming in. The only people left in the country are the corrupt ones that are willing to steal other people's property. Now you've got concentrated evil.
That's what happened.
Concentrated thievery, concentrated corruption. Mm-hmm. Everyone else who's like, maybe I'll just go build something somewhere else where I can keep what I build. It's so funny to me that people think, oh, this is a great system. What are you talking about? The ones that are building stuff, those are the evil people. Those are the evil capitalists.
Of course.
Yeah.
As Hassan said, let the street
very
run red with their
mentality. Their capitalist blood. Yeah.
Exactly,
he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's like,
where's his...
we shouldn't build anything.
Why is
we run around and steal things like Luffy the pirate?
Exactly. Why is he not watching this video and enraged by the fact that so many people in this country have their lives destroyed or completely in poverty thanks to this horrible government policy? Why is he not reacting to this, talking about this?
Because it's not gonna get him any clout. He's a clout chaser.
Yeah.
Kids don't want to
million-
build anything. They want to think, look, it just magically grows on trees.
Yeah, well, because and you just can't possibly blame socialism. Any government, that's what's so funny too, is like, yeah, any government that's even doing anything remotely socialistic, they're just going to defend it to the death. I saw this video, it was so insane. I was watching Crystal Ball like initial reaction to everything that was going on
Oh, that had to be
with
great.
Maduro, and she had this guy on
Israel.
No,
She had
not
to link
quite
it to Israel.
Not quite. Well, I'm sure it's there. I'm sure we'll get there.
By
But
the end of the week, it's going to
Right.
be definitely linked to
it
Israel.
will definitely get there. But she had this guy on who was the head of the Latin America desk for Drop Site News. And this guy was like, oh, yeah, Donald Trump is doing this because the reason that he took Maduro was because he wants to stop any sort of progressive leftist country from succeeding. And I just couldn't. I'm just
Oh
sitting there
my
watching, and it was like I'm just sitting there like with my head in my
Delusional.
hands. Yeah, like Crystal Ball's interviewing this guy, and both of them are just sucking off Maduro and Venezuela as if this is some sort of like amazing socialist utopia, and Donald Trump bad because how dare he stand in the way of progress? I'm like, what the fuck? Even even Glenn Greenwald, I don't know, maybe he'll change that, but even Glenn Greenwald wasn't that fucking retarded about the whole situation. Even he wasn't like, oh yeah, this was like great. I just couldn't fucking believe how like what the fuck happened to Crystal Ball? How did she become
Yeah.
so like deranged about this shit?
She has guilt. She came from money and she has guilt about it.
Yes, it was very weird to see her and Kyle, who were basically kind of like center lefties, just become insane, just to become these like insane socialist types. I guess. That's the direction things went on YouTube. So
if you have money and you've always had money and you're the beneficiary of capitalism because there's all these nice things that you can buy with your money, and you know that there are people in the world that are struggling to pay the bills, like when they drop that stat of 99% of Americans can't afford a $400 emergency, that just makes them shudder. They're like, oh my God, if I was in that situation, I'd be terrified. And it is terrifying. But the problem is, it's not a problem of capitalism. It's really a problem of like the distribution of resources. Capitalism is a great system to distribute resources to industrial growth and whatnot. It's a great productive system. But there are going to be winners and losers, and you need to have some sort of strong social safety net that basically takes care of the people who are going to be economic losers.
Right. But
it's a tough thing to swallow, but they want to do that by just getting rid of capitalism, getting rid of the golden goose. It's like, well, maybe we can just share the eggs more equitably, right?
Right. But that's just why it's just to me is so obviously retarded. It's like, okay, like, yeah, you see that stat and it is scary. It's like, okay, so many Americans, they can't afford $400 or $1,000, surprise fee. And it is very disturbing, especially when you look at like what private debt is at the moment. It's very disturbing. So things are not like in a great place. I would never say that. But if you actually cared about that, you should then say, okay, well, the thing I'm advocating for or defending, let me look into this for like 5 seconds to see if this is actually a good idea or not. And you think they would say, okay, well, whatever the fuck Venezuela did obviously made everything worse for everyone there. Any economic problem that people are having in America is like a joke to the people in Venezuela. They would love to have the economic problems that we have here over there. They'd be like, this is like, oh my God, they'd be pumped for that.
Yeah, it is interesting, huh? Because they look at our economic problems like just catastrophe, but they're nothing compared to Venezuela.
Yes.
Even if you just look at it, it's interesting because any of these conversations, people's moral intuitions kick in. They're like, oh my God. When you talk about giving people money, like when you talk about UBI, basically just giving people money to buy the necessities of life, the basic necessities, their moral intuition about giving someone something for nothing kicks in, right? So it becomes a moral debate, whether or not that's a good thing. But even if we get to the point where most of the economy is automated, and really we only need the labor of 20% of super smart people or whatever, however they're useful for the economy. But most people are just completely useless. Okay. They can't do anything that's useful for the economy. So we're going to give them UBI so that they can buy their basics, food, shelter, whatever they need, right? Minimal entertainment, whatever it is. You can obviously, if you develop some sort of product and service, you can make more money and become wealthy and all that stuff and get extra stuff, but you're going to get UBI for the basic needs. You're still going to be in a capitalist system because capitalism is the best way to determine what basic needs we need to produce, right? How much of food to produce, how many TVs to produce, how many cars to produce, right? So even if the commies get their utopia where everything is paid for, you're still going to have a capitalist system to distribute things. And you're still going to have billionaires because you're still going to have people who make they start off with the meager UBI, but they figure out how to turn that UBI into billions of dollars because they develop some products or services with it, right? Yeah. So you're still going to have all the things that all the commies hate. They hate the rich people because it make them feel bad.
Right.
They're still going to be complaining. They're basically going to have their communist utopia because UBI is kind of a socialist utopia type thing, but they're still going to be super bent about it because they're still going to have stuff that they can't afford to buy. They're going to be like, my UBI doesn't buy me a Bugatti. What the fuck?
Well, and also at the end of the day, a lot of the overproduced elite types like Hassan are just mad that they're not at the top of the social hierarchy.
Right.
That's what's really chapping their ass here.
Right. He can afford a $250,000 car.
Right.
But he knows there's a guy out there that has like 6 of them.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like he's super chapped about it, right?
Yes.
That is really what's driving it. And a lot of people hide behind, oh, we just want everyone to have their basic needs met, right? They're like, that's really all I'm interested in. They're like, no, you want to make sure everybody just has their basic needs met because you can't stand the fact that there's somebody out there that has the big house and the big yacht and is really killing it.
Right.
Really doing well for themselves. It's jealousy. Jealousy drives so much of the socialist moral intuitions.
To drown the economy further, the government set price decrees for thousands of retail goods. Rice, chicken, soap, bread, toilet paper, all of them had low price caps, which ultimately put the producers out of business as they could not cover the cost, while it also led to an increase in crime as people were forced to smuggle basic goods just to survive.
Oh, price caps. Let's just put price caps on everything. We've heard all this stuff before. Interesting.
In 2011, the government decided to cap profits too, with surreal inventory seizures and jail time for workers and executives, meaning that Parks and Rec was unironically correct. If you make too much money,
believe it or not, jail right away.
This insanely dysfunctional economic framework left a lot of gaps for corruption, and it's estimated that the country lost approximately $300 billion to the long fingers of politicians and government officials. The government also invested a total of $700 billion into the Bolivarian missions, of which at least half is unaccounted for to this very day. These are only the more egregious examples. The embezzlement of hundreds of thousands of dollars or even the theft of low millions is so common in Venezuela that it's not even considered serious or even worth mentioning. Under Chavez, Venezuela was no stranger to tense international relations either. In 2009, a report by the US Government Accountability Office stated that drug trafficking was rampant in the country and government officials refused to cooperate with the United States. Venezuela more or less aided the Colombian paramilitary group called the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia by producing and trafficking drugs on Venezuelan territory. Colombia agreed with the United States, and to prepare for a potential war, Chavez opened a line of credit with Russia to purchase 98 T-72 tanks and a S-300 anti-air system. And if all of this wasn't bad enough, perhaps the worst thing Chavez did was turn Venezuela into a de facto autocratic state. After prolonging the presidential term to 6 years, in 2009 a referendum removed the term limit, which restricted a president to serving only 2 terms. Chavez himself was serving his 3rd presidential term in 2013 when he died. He also harassed journalists and ran independent outlets out of the country.
So all the standard authoritarian dictator bullshit that all these people Like, how is it that they're like, oh my God, Donald Trump is the most evil Hitlerian fascist president ever, but they're not going to throw that at Chavez or Maduro or anything like that when they're doing, 10 times worse things, 20 times worse things.
Yeah, it's completely batshit crazy, isn't it? But that's the moral intuition is just driving the ship. They're like, it's TDS and what's the capitalist derangement syndrome?
CDS.
CDS, yeah.
It is funny too, because there's like this weird coalition where you had, there's the leftists on Crystal Ball saying, oh, Trump is just going after Maduro because he's going after leftist progressive countries. And then you have Tucker Carlson like, well, actually, Venezuela is very socially conservative because they don't like the gays. So we should be friendly with them.
Oh, yeah. I forgot
Remember
about
that? And Ben
Yeah.
Shapiro was like, I don't give a fuck. What are you talking about? It's like a
He
horrible
called out
dictator.
Megyn Kelly on that.
Yes. Like, God, Tucker's such a fucking retard. Holy shit. It is just, how do people still stand him? He's out here
It's a laugh.
defending Venezuela.
They love to laugh. He's just a fun-loving guy.
Guys, Maduro's like a very social conservative. Why are we being so mean to him? It's just he's such a nice social conservative guy.
Yeah.
It really shows you, it's kind of disturbing. It really shows you how if you can take an issue and it doesn't really matter what the issue is. If you can just phrase it in a different way or frame it in a different way. So you can frame it like a left aligned way or a right aligned way. It'll just change like a huge swath of people's minds on it. Because that's all they care about. Is the
Yeah, because
framing
most
of
people
something.
are word thinkers.
Yes.
Yeah. One wrongly placed word and they are soured on the entire issue.
Right. So you're saying that most people are really LLMs, essentially.
Yeah. Large
Sad.
language models.
Yeah. Because that's all word thinking,
Yeah. God.
if it's even thinking.
The economy of Venezuela was not diversified under Chavez. They spent a decade and a half spending and stealing money wildly. The country had no savings, and it was massively indebted. And as soon as Maduro took power, well, global oil prices started dropping. In the summer of 2014, the price per barrel was around $100, and by Christmas that year, it dropped to around $50. By 2016, it would drop to barely $30 a barrel. This, in the most crude sense of the word, absolutely f***ed Venezuela. It was by far the worst thing that could happen to the country, aside from, I don't know, maybe something like Hiroshima happening. The IMF...
He's just picking this music randomly, Sitch, okay?
I can barely even hear it.
rhyme or reason to this music
I
at all.
can't even hear the music. It's so funny. I must be
can't.
like the other
The
video.
ability to tune it out is great for you.
The other video, I heard the music. It was like really loud. And this one, I don't know. I listened to it. I'm listening to the video pretty quietly. I can barely hear the music.
I
Can't even
fucking
focus
hate
on-
this guy. I hate his guts.
Oh god! I gotta send you all these videos beforehand to say like, is there a music I can't even detect here that's annoying?
No. It's I'll listen to anything. I'll put up with it. But
This is a good
I don't-
video. The information is good, Ed.
This guy?
Yes.
I mean, he's evil, but
Oh my god.
why? It makes absolutely no sense. I imagine a college professor going into their classroom and putting like the tape recorder on.
Yeah.
So that they can play some music with their lecture. It's like, what are you doing, you dumbass?
That's right. When I'm teaching my class on microeconomics,
Let me
I'm
put a
going
little
to play
ditty on here in the background.
No, I'm going to play the soundtrack from Inception in the background, just on loop.
Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Let me make my lectures more like a movie. It's gotta be very theatrical.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at it. They spend a lot of time doing this, and I don't think it adds value. I think it lowers the value of the video, lowers the video quality. It seems weird.
Okay. Let's try to power through.
Okay.
Among other organizations...
All of this information we heard in the last video, though, this guy's completely repeating the other guy.
There's a little bit of repeating, but don't worry. There's new stuff.
Okay. There's new stuff.
You'll hang on.
Suggested that Maduro repeal currency, price, and profit controls. He, of course, ignored the suggestions made by expert economists and doubled down on the policies created by his mentor. Even though the country barely had any dollar reserves and couldn't afford the frankly dumb system, the government continued assigning dollars at subsidized exchange rates. At this point in time, in the years 2014 and 2015, Venezuela was in a recession and Maduro was safely and surely leading the country right into a depression. From 2015 to 2016, the GDP dropped by a colossal figure of 17%, and in 2017 it dropped by another 16%. All the while, Maduro refused to re-strategize the country's economic policy.
That is insane. A 30% drop over 2 years in GDP. That's a massive retraction. A recession here is 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth. That is 8 consecutive quarters of negative growth. That's fucking massive. Oh, you're just so fucked.
Like Chavez before him, he pulled the old let's just print more money trick out of his sleeve, and the central bank started expanding the money supply by an unbelievable 20 to 30% per month. This sent Venezuela into hyperinflation. Obviously. In 2015, inflation was at 181%. This was the highest in the world at the time and the highest in the country's history, at least for a while. In 2017, prices were rising by 50% per month as inflation climbed to over 4,000%. In 2018, it climbed to over 33,000%, making it the 23rd most severe episode of hyperinflation in history anywhere. Economist Ricardo Hausmann wrote that Venezuela's economic collapse was unprecedented in the Western world. Between 2013 and 2017, the country's national and per capita GDPs contracted more severely than those of the US during the Great Depression and more than those of Russia, Cuba, and Albania after the fall of communism. This, of course, reflected most harshly on the common people. Images of honest, unfiltered despair coming from Venezuela had the world in shock. The minimum monthly wage could only meet a tenth of a single person's basic food needs. People were fighting in the streets over a piece of bread. Endless lines of people hoping to buy food filled the streets. Children were picking through dumpsters in the hopes of finding something to eat. 74% of the population lost an average of £19 in 2016. Pharmacies were out of drugs, and the hospitals didn't fare much better either, lacking basic equipment and minimum levels of hygiene.
Yeah, you got no capital to run a business. You're like, we're closing the grocery store down. What? Yeah, I shop at that grocery store. Not anymore, you don't. Try the dump.
Were operating using the flashlights of their smartphones to see. Women were giving birth outside hospitals. Infant mortality rose 100%. And malaria and diphtheria, diseases eradicated in most countries, were spreading all over the country. Caracas became the most dangerous city on the planet with some of the highest per capita murder rates in the world. Since 2010, when it had the highest murder rate in the world, higher than Baghdad during the Iraq War, Caracas has retained its spot among the world's most dangerous cities, with 98% of crimes remaining unsolved.
It's probably people killing each other over money. Like, you owe me money. You owe me money.
or just resources, just food.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. Look, California, we grow most of the world's fruits and nuts. So, I mean, we got plenty. We'll just knuckle under and eat some almonds. We'll be fine. You guys are fucked. We got almonds and figs. What are you going to eat, Sitch? You got nothing.
We got orange. No, we got oranges and gator meat.
Oh, yeah, you got oranges. Yeah.
Oranges and gator meat. Wait, but that's all you need. All you need is meat and vitamin C, okay?
Yeah, you're right.
We won't get
you're
scurvy.
fine too.
Yeah, we got
meat. Keep the podcast going.
Yeah, right. You'll be eating your nuts. I'll be eating my meat.
Yeah.
That sounds kind of gay when you say it like that.
You got your yeah, you're right. We're going to be on a steady diet of nuts and meat. All right.
2017, the country was second only to El Salvador in terms of homicide rates, with 89 per 100,000 inhabitants. Caracas had 132 murders per 100,000.
I mean, is that so bad? Is that really so bad, guys? That's kind of like not so bad.
I mean, most of the 100,000 are living. That's the way I look at it.
Exactly. Right? Yeah, come on, guys. This is all just hyperbolic. All right.
Yeah. People are getting triggered over nothing.
I know.
They got the dump.
Yeah.
What do they want?
So-called authorities were no better than the criminals. Amnesty International reported that close to 8,300 executions were carried out in Venezuela's poor neighborhoods during protests between 2015 and 2017. In 1 year, the report states...
Well, that's one way to deal with starvation. Holy shit.
Now, I want you all to remember, Hassan said that America is just as corrupt and bad as Venezuela.
Right.
To its own people and to the rest of the
Right.
world. Okay, so just
Can
keep
you
that in
imagine?
mind when you hear these statistics coming at you.
Think of what we did with George Floyd, right? One guy who died in police custody.
I know.
These
God.
people are blowing away hundreds of people at a time, right?
Yes.
They got a regular Holocaust of George Floyd's going over here, and everyone's like, it'll be fine.
It's fine.
22% of all homicides in the country were carried out by Venezuelan security forces. 20.
But think, it's got to be fun to be a cop in Venezuela. Shit.
Yeah, where's Mr. Fuck the Police ACAB? Where's all these fucking people? Oh my God, the police is so evil.
Oh,
Blah,
you're
blah, blah,
right.
blah, blah.
You're right.
You have Maduro's police commits 22% of the fucking murders in the country, and they're like, whatever, it's fine. Okay, it's totally fine. Doesn't matter.
Look at this too. It's all black police officers.
There you go. Look.
Black
Well, that's
guy,
why it
black
doesn't
guy,
bother
black
them.
guy.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
That's why it doesn't bother them.
Look. They're getting even with their oppressors over there.
There
That
you
big
go.
crowd.
Obviously.
2%. 1 in 5 of all homicides. The country was not doing well in any single aspect, and to seek a better life, millions just left. Since 2017,
Are they importing those police officers? Is Venezuela predominantly black? Why they got so many black police officers?
I don't know. It's just one clip, probably. I don't know. I wouldn't.
Oh, maybe it's not
hyperfixate
even
on it.
Maybe it's not even from Venezuela. Maybe you just used it as a clip. I was gonna say, it's like, I mean, you got to pay people a lot of money to go after their own citizens. But if you import some people, they don't mind going after the native population.
Well,
right?
I'm assuming they have a mixed ethnic population like all South American countries.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not just all Venezuelans?
Well, there was a native group of people in South America that lived there, and then there were a bunch of Spaniards and Europeans who came there.
Land acknowledgments before all of their meetings.
So there's a variety of skin-colored people in Venezuela. Yes.
Right. Spain got Venezuela. They got that territory. Britain got American territory. So they are descendants of the Spanish conquistadors.
Sure.
It's true. It's in a history book, Sitch. You can't contest that.
7.7 million Venezuelans left their homes, and the reason would become fatally clear by the end of the decade, at which point the GDP had shrunk by an unbelievable 61% per capita, which made Venezuela's collapse the 15th largest economic collapse in history outside of war, revolution, or state collapse. Most Venezuelans left for Chile, Colombia, Peru, and the United States. Maduro, at the same time, was edging closer to dictatorship. Obviously uninterested in giving up power, he more or less cheated his way to the presidential offices during the 2018 elections. Many Venezuelan NGOs, the European Union, the United States, the Lima Group, Australia, and the Organization of American States rejected the electoral process, with thousands of reports of vote buying, among other controversies. Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran recognized the electoral process.
But were they buying votes in bolivars? That's what we want to know. How many?
Obviously not, because you would have needed an entire U-Haul truck of bolivars to pay off one
just to buy one vote. Yeah,
that's not feasible. Yeah. Okay, they obviously had U.S. dollars, snuck away.
Which says a lot, doesn't it? The countries rejecting it recognized the opposition figure, Juan Guaido, who was the head of the National Assembly at the time, as Venezuela's interim leader. Needless to say, Maduro did not accept this.
Jump ahead here.
Well, this is the January 6th stuff.
He didn't accept it.
Okay.
That was the first time, by the way. This happens again. It happens a lot.
Willing to do business with them. Despite that, times had never been worse. In 2020, the GDP growth rate was at negative 30%, and hyperinflation reached 300,000%.
How much of that was pandemic stuff, though? Look, this guy's all masked up. Probably masked up because he's going to go rob a liquor store, though.
That kid is gonna go rob the liquor store.
It's like an 8-year-old.
Right.
You know he's probably packing, though.
Simultaneously, COVID happened, adding another disastrous layer atop the already hellish humanitarian crisis. 33% of Venezuelans were skipping one meal a day, and at least 12% were going an entire day without food. Poverty reached a staggering 91%, and as of 2021, 67% of the population lives in extreme poverty.
Wow.
So,
okay.
Remember, Venezuela, just as bad as America. It's exactly the same. Okay, just keep that in mind.
That's
Same
what
thing.
dumbass Hassan said.
Yes.
What a moron.
Yes.
Our poverty rate's only 80%.
Overall, Venezuela ranked 24th out of 25 Latin American and Caribbean countries in prosperity, according to the UK-based Legatum Institute. The only country in worse shape is, you might have guessed, Haiti. It's impossible for us to process these numbers while sitting on a comfortable chair half a world away. The reality of the everyday situation in Venezuela, once we look past the numbers, is that it turned from one of the wealthiest countries in the world not even 50 years ago into a modern hellscape of poverty, crime, and worst of all, there's just no end in sight.
Okay. Let's talk about the crime.
Oh, yeah. I love crime.
We touched upon high murder rates and fuel smuggling, but crime in Venezuela is a topic that transcends presidency. It's been the same under Chavez and Maduro, and it's no different today. The crime network in Venezuela is vast, and if you think of any horrible criminal activity, well, it's probably going down in Venezuela. One of those activities is human trafficking, for which Venezuela has become a major hub. Both domestic and foreign victims are exploited, often sexually, and they're often sold to other Latin American countries. Women, of course, are especially vulnerable, and they're often lured with false promises of leaving their godforsaken homeland for a better world, only to find themselves in the clutches of another criminal group which will, at best, have them produce cocaine, and at worst, use them as slaves. Colombia, Chile, Trinidad,
the same as America.
and Tobago and Aruba are the most common destinations. Trafficking goes hand in hand with extortion. Fake kidnappings are prevalent, with families paying but never seeing their loved ones again, while the victims themselves attempt to pay for their freedom with what little money or goods they might have. Or
the world is such a fucked up place, Sitch. It's so crazy to me. This happens a lot. And people just, they live in this delusion that everywhere is like America, that they all have freedom of speech and they can all go down to the grocery store and buy whatever they want. I mean, the inflation's out of control right now. Everything is super expensive, but you're not being kidnapped and turned into a sex slave / cocaine producer.
Okay, Adam, you can only say that because of your white privilege.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you weren't white, you'd be afraid of getting kidnapped by ICE when you're walking down the street.
Well, are you here legally? Come on.
That's besides the point.
Right. Right. I think it's probably, I would take the risk of being kidnapped by ICE over being human trafficked in Venezuela. I think that's probably worse.
Says
as far
the
as
white
bad
guy.
things go. Oh my
Says
God.
the white guy.
You're really hitting this white guy thing a lot.
Well, you're really white, Adam. Okay. You need to accept your white privilege.
Okay. I do. I accept it
Okay,
wholeheartedly.
Good.
I feel privileged. This is the privilege I have. I get to
Yes.
tell everyone, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, okay?
Mhm.
We've heard enough from you, okay? And your background music. Shut that up too. Fuck you.
favors. Illegal trade of various goods and services also found fertile ground in a lawless country with illegal weapons easily attainable in Venezuela. The government plays a monumental role in the illegal gun trade, as most bullets used by smugglers and local gangs come from state-owned firearm manufacturers, with government officials in charge surely
Ho. They make firearms there. They know what to produce, right?
There
They're
you
like,
go.
we're going to build a factory, a gun factory. We know what we need to get, whether we have American dollars or not. We need weapons.
receiving a cut of the sales. Security forces members know better, as they were documented selling their own arms as well as seized arms and ammunition on the black market. Gun smuggling and trade routes in Venezuela became conduits for the entry of Soviet and European weaponry into Colombia. The story's no different with counterfeit goods. At least a quarter of the country's entire market is made up of counterfeit products. This includes anything from suits and purses to electronics and pharmaceuticals, most of them coming from China and Russia. The smuggling of oil continues to this day, despite the country's national reserves dwindling and the prices rising. However, the faces of the main actors have changed. The everyday Venezuelan was the culprit behind the fuel and oil smuggling back in the 20th century and in the early 2000s. Today, they've been replaced with state officials and key players in the country's oil industry who can get their hands on whatever little oil they have left. This has resulted in billions of dollars of losses in the past few years alone. Gold and mineral smuggling is also rampant in the country. From all the countries sharing the Amazonian rainforest, Venezuela has the greatest number of illegal mining spots. They transport minerals and gold through secret airstrips, while the smuggling business and the mines themselves are run by gangs, often using the aforementioned victims of human trafficking to do the dirty work for them. Since several gangs are operating the mines, territorial disputes are common, and that often results in shootouts, which feeds into the huge homicide numbers in the country. Mass poverty has also threatened the environment as the energy crisis led to a rise in illegal tree cutting for firewood, with some developing major enterprises and selling wood on the streets. The story is similar with wildlife. Wild deer, manatees, and collared peccaries are now critically endangered in Venezuela because the locals are overhunting them in order to provide for their families in the midst of the ongoing crisis. Dolphins, pink flamingos, and sea turtles are also common targets. Finally, Venezuela.
Wow.
Where is Greta?
Manatee meat.
Where is Greta Thunberg? They're just destroying the environment. Okay. Where
Yeah.
are the environmentalists? Why are they not gluing themselves to Venezuela?
Yeah, glue yourself to some flamingos.
Yeah, exactly. Why don't you, instead of throwing paint on some piece of artwork in some museum in Europe, why do they not give a fuck about any of this?
Yeah, they don't care because they're communists. They're like, oh,
Mm.
they said the magic word, socialism, so they get
Right.
a pass. Murder as many people as you want.
is also a major hub for the production and transportation of narcotics. The government has reported a decrease in heroin production, but experts question whether this is genuine or if the government simply isn't trying to control it anymore, so they're falsifying numbers. Cocaine remains the most popular drug in the country, with high-ranking officials involved.
Look, if you live in this hellhole, you better do a lot of drugs. Like, that's really the only way.
That's
you're
all
gonna
you got.
survive.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
As soon as you snort a bunch of cocaine, you're like, I got no problems. Holy shit. Can you imagine coming down in that country, though? Oh, man.
Not good.
When you hit the low, you'd be like, fuck this.
In the drug trade, using the Amazon River as a key trafficking route for getting the white powder to Brazil, from which it's shipped to Europe. A key factor in all of these crime sectors is that the actors are, more often than not, state officials. Police officers, captains, military officers, government officials, there is seemingly not a single state official actually upholding the law. Not only are they facilitating these criminal enterprises through their positions, but they're also providing protection to the entire criminal framework. At the same time, they seem to be preparing themselves for a guerrilla war with experienced militants from Iran and Lebanon training the Kosovitos, the government-backed paramilitary groups that desperately want to keep the regime afloat.
Yeah, that's also not a good indicator of this, where this was going to go in the aftermath here. They've already been training for some sort of incursion like this.
Whichever way you turn and whichever set of problems you analyze, they all seem to boil down to the same common denominator. The people in power are unbelievably corrupt, more than willing to watch the country burn as long as they profit from it, and the structures of political power, once you break them down to their bare bones, have been privatized.
So it sounds like I was betting on the right side of this. Sounds like this is really just going to devolve into a shit show.
That's
How could you look at
the
this
safe
and
bet,
think, oh my God, this is going to be fine?
That is the safe bet. Yeah.
The U.S. military is going to drop down and have to control a bunch of fucking drug traffickers.
Yep.
Bunch of crazed, coked out militias.
Yep.
Ugh. Doesn't sound good. It's just like a culture clash, a huge culture clash.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, we're into capitalism and movies. We're into cocaine and trafficking people. We're into cocaine and slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Chapter 6.
In 2022, Maduro agreed to hold a free and fair presidential election in 2024. In exchange, Washington eased sanctions on Venezuela's oil and gas sector for 6 months, which resulted in a ramp-up of production. In 2024, though, the Venezuelan government failed to meet the basic conditions for a fair vote and even started an ancient territorial dispute over the oil-rich Essequibo region with Guyana. Washington then reimposed the sanctions because Maduro, no matter how good a promise he makes, simply cannot be trusted. In July of the same year, both Maduro and the opposition claimed victory in the presidential elections. The opposition claimed to have published more than 80% of the legitimate voting tallies, but since the government has complete control over the internet in Venezuela, these things can't be shown to the public. The voting tallies, verified by several foreign independent analysts, showed the opposition candidate, Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia, winning by a landslide. He received 67% of the vote. The National Electoral Council, which has become Maduro's personal property at this point, declared Maduro a clear winner, and if that isn't enough of a testament to how rotten Venezuela's electoral process became, well, the government issued a warrant for the arrest of Gonzalo Urrutia after posting the voting tallies online, forcing him to flee the country in September of 2024. Mass protests erupted.
Oh, there he is. He fled.
Yeah.
He's in hiding right now. That's why we
After
don't
he
know where
wins
is.
the election. Yeah, and then they're like, oh, you got to get out of here.
Yeah. Ooh, talk about a reversal. Jeez.
And they were met with a disproportionate amount of force used by the security forces and pro-government militias, which were legalized by the president. At least.
Okay. So there's the setup. This is all just the setup for why, like how fucked Venezuela is, which I wish we didn't have to cover, like, because there's two different questions. There's questions of, is Venezuela totally fucked? Why is it fucked? And then also, well, what should we do about it? And at first I thought naively that Sitch, well, everyone is just going to acknowledge and admit that Venezuela is fucked and Maduro is evil and all these other things. And then we don't have to focus on that. We can just focus on, well, what should we do about it?
How do we fix it? Yeah.
Right. How do we fix it? Do we fix it? Or do we just not? Yeah. Do we just why should we even get involved? Because I think it's totally reasonable for people to say, why the fuck would I want to get involved in this like horrible fucking clusterfuck? Completely reasonable, right? To have that take.
Yeah.
But of course, that's not the world we live in. And instead, I just see all these fucking retards going on and on and on, defending Maduro and their administration and everything, and Chavez and all this other nonsense. So I'm like, okay.
Who on the left? People on the left, leftists are doing that?
Yeah. Well, it's kind of interesting because I saw some people on the left that were not doing that. People of Hispanic origins seem to not be doing that. I saw white leftists that were, and I guess Hassan, whether he's white or not, were more on the train of trying to defend Maduro and defend Chavez. Or try to equate it to America as if it's somehow comparable.
What crazy pieces of shit.
Yes.
What do we do about these people?
Okay. Now, before we get into the sort of, it's more about like how Venezuela is kind of structured. I feel like we need a refresher. We always need a refresher here.
Right. We've watched this video before on stream. This is one of Sitch and my favorite books. The Dictator's Handbook is the name of the book.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a very popular video. In this day and age, you can write a book and people are like, a book? Fuck that book. But you're like, but look at this video on the internet. Yeah. Like, oh yeah, that video is super popular. So that's got to be true, right?
Well, this is CGP Gray's video on it. I like his content for the most part. This video
he's great.
Yeah, this video has 23 million views.
Okay.
Just a quick refresh. We're only going to watch the first 6 minutes of it because then he starts going into democracy, which obviously does not really matter in the context of Venezuela.
Right. But this easiest thing is no man rules alone. Just remember that rule.
Yes.
Always think of that rule. Always think of it. So many people fall for this trick. And when we argue with the monarchists, they're falling for the trick, just hook, line, and sinker, right? Oh, the monarch.
Of course.
The monarch. He can do it. He's great.
Do you want to rule? Do you see the problems in your country and know how to fix them? If only you had the power to do so. Well, you've come to the right place. But before we begin this lesson in political power, ask yourself, why don't rulers see as clearly as you, instead acting in such selfish, self-destructive, short-sighted ways? Are they stupid, these most powerful people in the world, or is it something else? The throne looks omnipotent from afar, but it is not as it seems. Take the throne to act, and the throne acts upon you. Accept that, or turn back now before we discuss the rules for rulers. No matter how bright the rays...
See how perfectly timed his music is?
Well, he's going to have more music, so.
The music goes with everything.
I agree.
That's how
good
music
videos.
should be.
That's why he's got so many views.
This is like
Good
movie music. Yeah.
Right.
My objection is these people that just throw music in that completely has a wrong emotional feel for what they're saying.
I see.
Yeah.
Of any sun king, no man rules alone. A king can't build roads alone, can't enforce laws alone, can't defend the nation or himself alone. The power of a king is not to act, but to get others to act on his behalf, using the treasure in his vaults. A king needs an army and someone to run it, treasure and someone to collect it, law and someone to enforce it. The individuals needed to make the necessary things happen are the king's keys to power. All the changes you wish to make are but thoughts in your head if the keys will not follow your commands. In a dictatorship where might makes right, the number of keys to power is small, perhaps only a dozen generals, bureaucrats, and regional leaders. Sway them to your side and the power to rule is yours, but never forget, displease them and they will replace you. Now, all countries lie on a spectrum from those where the ruler needs few key supporters to those where the ruler needs many. This foundation of power is why countries are different, yet many keys or few, the rules are the same. First, get the key supporters on your side. With them, you have the power to act. You have everything. Without them, you have nothing. Now, in order to keep those keys to power, you must, second, control the treasure. You must make sure your treasure is raised and distributed to you for all your hard work and to the keys needed to keep your position. This is your true work as a ruler, figuring out how best to raise and distribute resources so as not to topple the house of cards upon which your throne sits. Now, you aspiring...
This is sort of the issue, I guess, that we're going to have to see with Venezuela is Trump going to be able to do the Raiders of the Lost Ark, rock switcheroo here, where they just replace Maduro.
Analogy.
Right.
Perfect
we're going to
analogy.
Yeah, like I'm
with
going to
the
replace
U.S.
Maduro with some U.S.
puppet leader.
Right. Some sort of U.S. influence force. Because that's essentially what, like, if they don't want this to devolve into violence and civil war, that's what you're gonna have to do.
We need a really good fake, but I don't know. I don't know that we have that.
I don't know. I don't know if they could pay off the VP to just do what we want.
Well, already she's denying to ever having these conversations, and what Trump is saying really has to be hurting her politically, right? Oh yeah, she's just our puppet.
Yeah,
shove her hand up our butt and do what, work her mouth like a puppet.
It is interesting because Trump says that, which is a very strong signal in America, but like a retard, like say it was true that, like, theoretically or hypothetically, let's say that Marco Rubio did have a conversation with the vice president of Venezuela and she was willing to play ball.
Yeah,
that's good for him to tell American audiences, but that's like the most retarded fucking thing he could ever have said for her, because then she's just going to look like a stooge. Yeah, exactly.
She's going to do whatever's good for Americans, and whatever's good for Venezuela, fuck them.
She's going to help us pump the oil out of the ground,
especially
and pay us
in
what
Venezuela,
we owe.
where these people are suffering. Look, think of that. They probably know, our standard of living depends on the oil money, and then you've got Trump going all over the news. Oh yeah, we're taking all the oil. What? Yeah. Oh my God. We're all going to starve.
Well, that's another thing too, because I was talking about like the persuasion technique, and I guess a really important point to point out here is that if the thought process here is, okay, we need to get like the population on board with us and not to be part of some sort of rebellion, like all these sound clips that Trump is generating are going to be used as propaganda
I
by
know.
the people
Yeah.
that want to rebel against America
Yep.
in the state of Venezuela.
Yeah. He doesn't even know it. Well,
Now
this video lays out how it's the people really don't matter. People are superfluous.
Well, if
Aspire.
things get to a boiling point, like they will
They
matter. Like if
still
you can
don't
get
matter
so
because
many people.
all the people can do is replace the leadership. But the
Yeah.
keys to power control the leadership. So whatever leader the people put in immediately is controlled by the keys. The people don't control unless it's a democracy, and this is not going to be a democracy situation for generations.
Right.
Democracy is completely broken down here.
Yeah, so people can matter in terms of doing a revolution, but once the revolution's over and there's some leadership that needs to be in place, then yeah, you're right. And all
Yeah.
the same pressures come into effect. And that's why you always bring up the importance of having institutions in place.
Yeah, well, you got 381 generals, right? That
312.
312 generals that are going to show up to work and do the same thing regardless of who is their boss.
Right.
Yeah. Those people are exerting pressure on whoever that boss is to do what's going to keep them in power.
Mm-hmm.
Figuring out how best to raise and distribute resources so as not to topple the house of cards upon which your throne sits. Now you, aspiring benevolent dictator, may want to help your citizens, but your control of the treasure is what attracts rivals, so you must keep those keys loyal. But there's only so much treasure in your vaults, so much wealth your kingdom produces, so beware. Every bit of treasure spent on citizens is treasure not spent on loyalty. Thus, doing the right thing, spending the wealth of the nation on the citizens of the nation, hands a tool of power acquisition to your rivals. Treasure poured into roads and universities and hospitals is treasure a rival can promise to key supporters if only they switch sides. Benevolent dictators can spend their take on the citizens, but the keys must get their rewards, for even if you have gathered the most loyal, angelic supporters, they have the same problem as you, just one level down. Being a key to power is a position of power. They too must watch out for rivals from below or above. Thus, the treasure they get must also be spent to maintain their position. The loyal and dim may stay by your side no matter what, but smart key supporters will always watch the balance of power, ready to change allegiance if you look to be the loser in a shifting web of alliances. In countries where the keys are few, the rewards are great, and when violence rules, the most ruthless are attracted, and angels that build good works will lose to devils that don't. So buy all the loyalty you can, because loyalty in dictatorial organizations of all kinds is everything, for the ruler anyway. Thus, the dictatorship exposed, a king who needs his court to raise the treasure to keep the court loyal and keep raising the treasure. This is the self-sustaining core of power. All outside is secondary. Now, a king with many key supporters has real problems. Not just their expense, but also their competing needs and rivalries are difficult to balance. The more
I will say, I did see Ryan Macbeth had a video that was kind of interesting. And I generally like his analysis on stuff. He seems to be a lot more optimistic about this. He thinks that essentially the Trump administration can work with whoever controls Venezuela to do sort of this like jobs for guns switcheroo program where we basically give people money in order to not rebel. Kind of the same thing. Like we're going to kind of like switch in to the sort of dictatorship position and then slowly implement changes over time, which I'm not going to say it's not possible. It is possible, but I don't know. I still, maybe we're in like a 60-40, situation. So it's like, it's possible, but I think it's still less likely, unfortunately.
Well, we have the advantage of we print the money that they so desire, right?
Yes.
All this money that's destroying their economy, all the US dollars that they need, we can produce. But does Trump have the political power to do
Now,
that, to start
the
spending a bunch
will.
of money in
Yeah, because
Venezuela?
if we start dumping money, taxpayer money into Venezuela, his
Yeah,
base is
he's
going to
gonna get
riot.
unpopular pretty
Right.
quick, right?
Right.
They're gonna be like,
So,
"Fuck Trump, fuck
yeah.
that. I can't afford eggs and milk."
Yeah, that's true. And that's another good point too, because we're like, if we were in a situation where our economy was like totally fine, everyone was fat and happy, then yes, maybe people would be okay with this. But when you're in a situation where people are not fat and not happy and very angry about our economic situation and the economic problems that we're facing, are people going to be on board with like, oh yeah, let's send a bunch of money to some
Yeah.
country in South America because we're trying to basically bribe the corrupt people into being good?
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to imagine that's going to float with really anyone in the country.
Here's the pitch. Inflation is pretty bad, but let's print a bunch of money and give it to Venezuela.
Right.
It's a terrible pitch.
Well, that's why he's pitching it as, well, we're going to
you're
use
right.
the oil money.
But it's the oil money. We're buying. We're not spending. We're not just giving them money. We're buying their oil.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Which theoretically, again, that could be maybe feasible if it wasn't that they had to spend years rebuilding all the oil infrastructure. So it's going to be a while. It's going to require like a massive
but
investment to
there's
get that
a
off the
huge
ground.
difference. There's a huge difference in the American taxpayer buying the oil and ExxonMobil buying the oil.
Yes. Well, is that going to be? I guess that's going to be the rub here is that Trump's going to have to go to the American oil companies and basically beg them to dump a bunch of money into Venezuela, but they're not going to. But here's the
Do you
problem.
think they'll do that? Look at the
No,
fucking
they're not
list.
going to do that.
They've
unless,
been burned 16 times in Venezuela already.
Right. They're not going to do that unless we have American boots on the ground.
Yeah.
Unless America is very firmly in control of the country. So I don't know. I guess I'm talking myself out of the 40% here to a much lower percent here because it just seems like this is not very politically feasible or realistic the more and more that we kind of talk about it.
Everyone is pissed that we bailed out the banks. Now we're going to bail out the oil companies. We're going to basically say, oh, your losses in Venezuela, we'll take care of that for you.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's like people are going to riot.
Complicated the social and financial web.
I got it, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we do. Okay.
Let's hear it.
Who's got the money right now? It's not the oil companies.
Mm-hmm.
It's the tech companies. Okay. It's OpenAI. They got the money. All right. Now, what they should do is they should spend all that money teaching all the Venezuelans English.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you put them on the other side of the computer screen. And so when you're sexting,
to be the LLM.
Yeah, when you're sexting your chatbot, you're really talking to someone in Venezuela who's typing out some guy named Juan.
It's perfect.
Typing out your little sex fantasy. Yeah, exactly.
It's perfect. It's a perfect exchange.
That's what we should do.
They get all the tech money.
Yeah.
For your
Genius.
sex chatbot. How many people use those sex chatbots? I never used one of those.
That's going to increase. Okay.
I
It's going to
ask
be big business.
I'll ask electrical engineering questions just to see if I can catch it slipping.
Right. Right.
Between them all, the more able a rival is to sway a critical mass. The more key supporters a ruler has on average, the shorter their reign.
Well, this could be another reason too why Chavez and Maduro were basically incentivized to do this retarded strategy of like, no, cut all businesses but oil, is to sort of maintain this very, very thin margin of who to control exactly.
Which brings us to the third rule for rulers: minimize key supporters. If a key in your court becomes unnecessary, his skills no longer required, you must kick him out. After a successful coup, the new dictator will purge some of those who helped him come to power while working with the underlings of the previous dictator, which from the outside seems a terrible idea. Why abandon your fellow revolutionaries? Are the old dictator's supporters not a danger? But the keys necessary to gain power are not the same as those needed to keep it. Having someone on the payroll who was vital in the past but useless now is the same as spending money on the citizens. Treasure wasted on the irrelevant. And by definition, a dictator that pulls off a coup has promised greater treasure to those switching sides. The size of the vault has not changed, so the treasure must be split among fewer. A dictator that sways the right keys, takes control of the treasure, cuts unnecessary spending, kills unnecessary keys, will have a long and successful career. Seeing the structure unveiled,
so many people can't take this. It's too brutal for them to realize.
Yep. Okay. So here's some things about the Venezuelan structure here. So it says under Nicolas Maduro and Chavez, the armed forces were deliberately given control over core economic sectors to secure loyalty. Does that sound familiar?
Oh, hell yeah.
Senior officers, often active duty generals, had the run or oversee over oil and fuel distribution, ports and customs, food imports and distribution, mining, especially gold, airports, shipping and border crossing, foreign exchange, and import licensing. Okay, so basically, and this is part of the issue too, is that because they didn't really have any money, because all they had was oil, how do you keep securing your loyalty? Oh, well, the military just starts to control all the businesses that can exist in the first place.
Yeah, they let them freelance. They let them raise money however they see fit.
Right. You know, they said earlier there was 312 active generals. Which is a very high number of generals that even exist in the first place. It says, let's see, here's from this article from the OCCRP report on the country. It says, military officials are also involved in drug trafficking, including, this is kind of funny, including one General Hugo Armando Carvala Barrios, the former director of military intelligence, also known as El Pollo. So I'm wondering if that was the
Loco.
I'm wondering if that was the inspiration for Gus in Breaking Bad. Was this guy El Pollo?
Oh.
It became Pedro Mendoza, former lieutenant in Venezuela's National Guard, said it becomes like military doctrine for some officers to create a company. He described the Maduro administration's attitude towards its generals as, quote, "You protect me, you keep me in power, and I give you the possibility of economic benefits." Oh, well, doesn't that match up?
Straight out of the dictator's handbook.
Chavez instituted a new civilian military alliance and launched a $114 million plan, which was called Plan Bolivar, which saw tens of thousands of soldiers take part in public projects like rebuilding roads and fixing schools. So literally just transforming the military into a jobs program, a literal jobs program. Under Venezuela's new constitution, which came into effect at the end of 1999, the military was tasked with driving national development, and the president took control from Congress over promoting senior officers. After the failed military coup in 2002, Chavez increased the role of trusted officers in running the economy. High-ranking military officials gradually took control of 5 ports along with a state oil company and key foreign currency earner for the country. 3 years later, Hugo Chavez expanded the military's role in society even further with a new law aimed at, quote, the strengthening of civic military integration. The government and military portrayed themselves as united in defense of the nation, and civilians were recruited into a new hybrid military corps. When President Maduro took office in 2013 after Chavez died, he expanded the military's role in civilian life even further. As of 2018, active or retired officers comprise 7 out of 23 state governors, along with 9 heads of government ministries. Officers also run at least 60 different state companies. There's a guy named before Harry Solano crossed the border in Colombia. He was a sergeant in Venezuela's National Guard. But the endemic corruption he saw firsthand working with the military-led companies on government projects appalled him so much, he helped organize a short-lived popular uprising in January of 2019. At one state-owned steel factory, he said he was ordered to load steel rebar onto trucks owned by a general. Quote, they would take them out of the factory and keep them for their own personal companies and then resell them. He saw a similar scheme as inspectors at a housing mission, a government project to build homes for the poor, where he said he watched building materials imported from China being looted. The steel, the doors, the cement, they stole it all in order to sell it to private companies, he said, referring to people working for a senior military officer. I tell you, out of 100 tons of rebar that arrived, only 1 ton went to the housing mission, but the 99 tons that were missing were lost. Solano said these kinds of corruption schemes explain why high-ranking military officers still support the government. And this is the real rub here. If the regime falls, the officers stop receiving money, he said. There's nothing ideological. Everything is business.
Oof.
That's the real.
That's a lot of shrink. It's a lot of shrinkage there.
That's a lot of shrink going on. Yeah. And then this was weird too when I found out about this. So in Venezuela, the Venezuelan military operates under a system of self-management and self-funding. Now, while this isn't officially written into law or anything, it's just sort of how it has to work. Because as you saw in those videos, because the Venezuelan money is so worthless, this is what they have to do to survive. It says, for years, inflation and financial collapse meant that military pay was not enough to live on. Fuel, food, spare parts, and maintenance budgets were unreliable, so units were often told implicitly or explicitly to figure it out on their own. This created pressure for commanders to secure off-budget revenues, which, yes, would be extortion or, as the guy was talking about, basically stealing resources when they come into the country.
The cops become the criminals.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Fuck, that's so scary. Oh, my God.
Well, that's why, and there are people that from Venezuela that would say that basically the military and the police are just another criminal gang and another criminal organization. Yeah.
Look, and Hassan and his ilk think that's how it works in America.
I know.
I mean, good luck joining a police department and being like, I'm just going to freelance.
Yeah.
I'm going to take bribes. All right, tickets all day.
Right. Yeah. Imagine like whenever you drove somewhere. Every time you drive somewhere, you get pulled over by a cop and you have to give them some kind of bribe.
Yeah.
Senior officers are placed in charge of revenue generating areas and are expected to keep order, deliver political loyalty, and extract resources to sustain their commands. This includes ports and customs, fuel distribution, food imports and logistics, airports and border crossings, and other state companies run by officers. They create a patronage chain where profit funds and units flow upwards. At the regional unit level, military units engage in rent extraction where they collect informal taxes. They charge for protection, transit permits, and access to goods. This is especially visible in border states, mining regions, and smuggling corridors. Commanders who don't generate revenue are often rotated out. So essentially, if you do the right thing or you're not good at doing the wrong thing, you lose your position of power.
Yeah, see, how much control does Maduro even have? Because all this is going to run whether he's there or not, right?
Yes. Well, that's the problem is that he's just maintained. I don't know. That's the question is it just being maintained? It's just being maintained by his money or by his control over whoever has the money.
Right.
So can someone else slot into that and then basically do what we want?
Right. So a portion of their money.
Right.
Well, do they even have? I mean, if they're told just to figure it out, then Maduro's not really giving them any money.
I guess that's true. Well, but they're allowing them to do this, right? And there's kind of interesting in saying that this isn't really your normal level of military corruption because it's not just bribery; it's like military feudalism, where officers are basically granted control over economic fiefdoms.
Yeah,
and then they just kind of extract resources that way. But then that's even you're right in terms of that's like a worse problem for America because even if someone could slot in, are you going to kind of have this problem where like all these different military things that you think is one cohesive military unit are just going to like break apart into regional gangs essentially? If things go to shit, that's probably what would happen. Okay. So there was also regarding the vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, it was wrongly reported by Reuters that she fled to Russia. I saw this circulating around. They thought that after Maduro was captured that she fled to Russia. But then she appeared in a live broadcast alongside other military figures in Venezuela. So that was not true, where she demanded the release of Maduro and said that this attack by America was evil and bad and Zionist, which was bizarre.
Oh my God.
And then she said that she would not surrender or work with the U.S., contradicting what Trump said.
Right. Trump said she'll do whatever we tell her to do.
Right.
She
Also,
works
there's
for us now.
yes. So you also might have heard of something called the Cartel of the Suns. So this is a non-official name used to describe kind of what I was just talking about, the various military organizations that control the various sectors of the Venezuelan economy and are highly corrupt. And it refers to the fact that their military uniforms had like sun insignias on it to show what their rank was. Now, another element here that the New York Times wrote about in a previous article. So we've talked about, we have the vice president, we have the military generals. There's another group of people here that could cause problems, which are called the collectivos.
Ooh.
Which are,
collectivos.
yes. So the New York Times wrote about this. The title of the article is, "In the Wake of the U.S. Strike, Venezuela's paramilitaries are little seen." So this is a paramilitary organization.
Oh my God.
Groups
that doesn't
of
sound
armed,
good.
I know. Groups of armed civilians known as collectivos have long been known to support the leftist Venezuelan government, often with violence, but it was unclear on Saturday what role the paramilitaries would take to support the ousted president. In the early hours of Saturday, groups of armed men in civilian clothes had begun to appear on the streets in Caracas, but not in large numbers. Several men in civilian clothes were seen just after daybreak guarding the General Francisco de Miranda Air Base outside of Caracas when the airstrike first hit. The men did not allow photographers to work in the area. So this is another thing too, with a lot of these collectivos existed as sort of like a weird plain clothes cop regime like outfit that would go in and they would prevent people. Like if you go and protest, they'd try to come in and basically beat the shit out of you or kill you to get you to stop
Yeah,
protesting.
the brown shirts.
Yes. Experts said it was notable that the thousands of armed men dispersed throughout the country seemed to be keeping a relatively low profile, which is interesting. However, the collectivos are often used to repress protests, and very few Venezuelans left their homes in the wake of the airstrikes on Saturday, at least at the time of writing of this article.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah. Government
hunker
officials
down, get in the bunker.
Right. Government officials who are still in power are probably eager to show the Trump administration that they can maintain order and do not want images of chaos in the streets, said Alejandro Velasco, a Latin American historian at New York University, who is Venezuelan. Their only bargaining chip to stay in power is the ability to keep peace, he said. I have to imagine collectivos have been given the order to lay low. Well, I don't know. It seems kind of almost backwards, though, because if the streets, erupt into people protesting and chanting and everything, does that look like stability at that point? Probably not.
No. Yeah.
Venezuela has long used the armed civilians to fight back against protesters. They have been known to work alongside police or military forces with no consequences for the excessive or even fatal force used often.
Oh my God. They used it as an excuse to settle
Yes.
some score with their neighbor.
Right. I'm sure you'll hear all the people that are so concerned about police violence talking about the evil Hugo Chavez and Maduro regime.
Yeah.
Yeah. Their precise numbers are impossible to ascertain, but there are at least thousands of them throughout the country. Mr. Velasco said they are funded by the government and often maintain public sector jobs, although their true mission is to be an enforcer. When protesters hit the streets in large numbers last summer after the Maduro administration announced that it had won the elections, contrary to what poll watchers had tallied, it was the collectivos who were unleashed throughout the country to repress the protesters. They originated, and here's the super rub, that these group of people originated as pro-government community organizers that have long been part of the landscape of leftist Venezuelan politics. I'm glad that the article does say leftist here. I'm glad that they
I would have.
to say that.
Where's the right wing violence? I thought only the right were the violent ones.
Experts say the civilians are essentially state-sanctioned paramilitaries, often used to fight back against protests, whether by students, labor unions, or others. The group dates back to the early days of President Hugo Chavez. Okay,
This sounds scary. I don't want to live there.
You don't want to live there, really?
I don't even want to visit.
Oh, okay. There was also kind of something interesting too that came out was that we captured not only Maduro but his wife, and the question is why? Why did we do that? And at first, before I knew anything about her, I was wondering if it was just like, well, she was there and it's kind of like a bargaining chip, like you got to do what we say, otherwise your wife gets it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But apparently that's not the case. Apparently, Celia Flores is highly involved in doing also a bunch of horribly illegal shit. So it says, according to Reuters, she was charged in 2020. She was inspired by Hugo Chavez and helped him when he was in prison for trying to overthrow the government. So, classic guy goes to prison, lady, writes to him, tries to help him out. Reuters.
Oh, that's how they met?
Well, that's how she met Chavez, not, then she ends up marrying Maduro. Reuters reported that in 2016, a bit player in the Venezuelan leadership was arrested in Colombia and extradited to the United States to face drug charges. And he proved to be an important catch. He was a former bodyguard who had spent 10 years guarding Celie Flores and said she was aware of the coke trafficking racket for which her two nephews were convicted of in the United States. Flores also used her privileged position, he said, to reward family members with prominent and well-paid positions in government. And then it kind of goes on to list all the various family members that she's put in all these positions of power. Flores is a longtime strategist and kingmaker in the ruling Socialist Party in Venezuela.
Oh, wow.
He first gained prominence as a lawmaker and confidant of the late Hugo Chavez. Reuters interviewed more than 20 people close to her familiar with Flores. They portray her as a shrewd and stealthy politician who now brandishes much of the power of her husband's office, demanding important briefings even before the president, and personally negotiating with foreign emissaries, rival lawmakers, and others.
She's the power behind the throne.
Maybe.
She's the real one ruling the ship.
Maybe
we got a Biden on our hands here.
Maybe. They say behind every man is a woman. When the opposition-led National Assembly tried to oust Maduro last year when he lost the election, Flores ordered security officials to deliver intelligence on the matter directly to her. According to Manuel Christopher Figueroa, the head of the country's intelligence agency at the time. Figueroa was one of the handful of senior Venezuelan officials who at the time considered trying to negotiate an exit from power by Maduro with the United States. Figueroa fled Venezuela when that effort failed. He said, quote, Flores has always been behind the curtain pulling the strings, he told Reuters.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
This is fascinating.
Flores has sought personal concessions in recent years in negotiations with the United States. According to 5 people familiar with discussions, Flores instructed intermediaries to ask U.S. envoys for liberty for her jailed nephews. In exchange, these intermediaries said Venezuela would release 6 imprisoned executives of Citgo Petroleum, the U.S. refining unit of Venezuela's state-run oil company. The executives were arrested by Venezuela in 2017 and charged with embezzlement and are widely considered by human rights activists and many in the business community to be political prisoners. So yet another reason why it would be hard for Trump to try to get oil companies to invest in Venezuela, considering they arrested the last group of them. The man who worked at her bodyguard's name was Yazenki Lamas. Says, let's see. He said that she is probably the most influential figure other than Maduro in the country.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
No one would ever guess this.
I know. I didn't know anything about this. Also, in the past, she had won a seat in the National Assembly, which is like the Venezuelan version of Congress, in 2000. She used her position of power to hire family members, and then it kind of goes through all the different family members that she did. So it does make sense, assuming that's all true, and she'd been charged with all this stuff, years ago. It does make perfect sense that they would have also nabbed her too, because you don't want to be in a situation where they nab Maduro, and then it turns out like his wife is this massive power broker behind the scenes, and it doesn't really matter that you nab Maduro because maybe she just doesn't control everything now. So,
right.
And I wouldn't be surprised.
He's just an empty suit.
Right. And I wouldn't be surprised if they made sure that when they were trying to figure out when to get Maduro and tracking him, to make sure that they got both of them at the same location at the same time.
That's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Got to make sure they get her. They can't leave her on the loose.
Yes. So I think there's like there's valid criticism, there's not valid criticism of this action. The not valid criticism are the people that are defending Maduro, who are just kind of on the brain rot of America bad. I think the valid criticisms are more like, okay, now what do we do? What is the aftermath of this? Because you obviously want to avoid Iraq. You obviously want to avoid getting bogged down in the whole situation. Some other horrible, long, drawn-out process, which why would anyone want to be involved with the problems of Venezuela too in the first place? People also bring up international law, which I don't know how you feel about, but I think it's like a joke. I think that's like the weakest argument for anyone to bring up. It's hard for me to imagine anyone actually cares about that. Like if we if we did that to a country they didn't like if we, swooped in and we got Putin, or we swooped in and we got Benjamin Netanyahu or something, like none of those same people are going to be like, oh, but you violated international law. Like no one, I feel like no one cares about that.
They're
Like
all
as a
just giant
concept.
hypocrites on it.
Yeah. The whole international law thing is just no
Well,
one.
that doesn't really
Matter.
address whether or not it's a good legal argument, right? Like it could be a great legal argument, but just because the people are hypocrites doesn't necessarily impugn the argument itself.
That's true. That's true.
I don't know if I have no idea. I'm not an attorney. I don't know if it's a good legal argument or not.
Right.
I know attorneys often argue, especially in the realm of international law.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like they can cook up an excuse to do anything sometimes. So I'm a pragmatist. I care what the outcome is going to be. And oh man, I do not give this good odds.
Mm-hmm.
Why? What? I mean, Trump just did this so he can maintain his prominence in the headlines, correct?
Well,
I mean, what's the purpose of this?
Well, it depends who you buy, because if you're on the train of like Trump and America is trying to pivot to China in the upcoming war with China, the big concern is, as I said, they don't want China to become like Cuba and the USSR with the Cold War. They didn't want Venezuela to become like that country, so they want to kind of knock it off before it could get to that position.
Right, but I don't. Does this move change any of that? I mean,
Well, it could
whoever comes to power is going to be still courted by China.
Well, it depends, because it could backfire. If we do get Venezuela to play ball with us, then yes, it would prevent China from that. If they don't, and Trump has to go in to Venezuela and we get bogged down in some sort of long drawn out campaign, then that actually would help China as well, because then we'll be too distracted with that to deal with Taiwan.
Right.
So yeah, it could totally backfire,
So
depending on how it plays
you think
out.
this might be phase one in the China-Taiwan situation? I've read he's super focused on China and the China situation, that the Trump administration is ultimately focused on China for everything. Which, I mean, I've heard people say that, but at the same time, they're selling China chips, like AI, super high-powered AI chips.
The problem, I think, with the Trump administration and people trying to read the tea leaves and figure out what's going on with the Trump administration is that I don't think there is a grand plan for anything. There's not a grand unified plan for anything. It's all the different people in the administration all have different ideas of what they want, and they all sort of just do their own thing. And sometimes it meshes together and sometimes it doesn't mesh together.
So it's like Andreessen's in there going, oh, we got to get chips to this company that's in China that I love, that is like helping me do Bitcoin.
Yes. Well, that's how it is. Every person that's worked with Trump or that was working in the Trump administration, they all describe a similar process of Trump sits there, people kind of argue before him whatever they want to do.
Right.
And
then he
Trump
decides by who's most
persuasive at the time. Yeah, we'll just say, you do it. Right. And we saw this too. This is what happened with the tariffs, because if you remember, they even talked about this, was that, before Trump changed on the tariffs, they had the giant tariffs come out and everyone was like losing their mind. People were worried the economy was going to explode. They had, the one guy, I forget his name, it was the tariff czar guy. He was all just like, go, 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 go. And then you had the two other economic people had to basically like sneak into Trump's office without the tariff guy and convince Trump to go back on the tariffs. So what you're saying makes sense. Like, why, if we're pivoting to China, as a lot of people think we're doing, why is Trump then turning around and selling chips to China? It's because I don't think there's any sort of grand unified strategy with any of this.
Right. Conflicting goals within the administration, within the players within the administration.
Right.
People in the chat are saying that I'm against this. I'm not against this I'm not against the goal of taking out some brutal dictator and replacing it with democracy and capitalism and freedom and liberty and all that good stuff. I just, like in the Iran situation, we had a very clear goal to take this nuclear power away from them. They had this one facility and we could just bomb it and set their nuclear program back. So it's a very simple, A plus B equals C. This is off the charts complexity, right? We're talking about leadership.
Mm-hmm.
But this move, I don't know that it really does anything. Everyone is super happy right now because it appears something has happened, that Maduro has been removed, his wife has been removed and detained. But if we're here 2 weeks from now and one of these other generals is the new Maduro and they're still like, fuck you, and they're still courting China, nothing has been done. Nothing has been accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
It's possible. In terms of the operation itself, I mean, it's easy because we're all Monday morning quarterbacking the operation, and it was successful.
Oh, they got the guy. Yeah.
Right. So from that perspective, yeah, I'm like 100% like this operation was based and awesome, and I'm glad they did it. Super cool. Because if something, as I said, I don't, I'm more on the chances that things are not going to get better. But if things do get better, or Maduro has more power than we are aware of in the situation personally, then it is very good to do this, to remove him from the field, and cause that level of confusion, to cause that level of disruption, where maybe people would be more amenable for America to come in and say, okay, now you're going to play ball with us. So I do completely agree with the operation to get Maduro. I don't agree, at least at this point. I could be convinced later, but I don't agree at this point from what I'm seeing with an operation to send American troops into the country of Venezuela and try to take it over or build it a democracy or anything like that. Because I'm very skeptical at this time of some effect or some project like that actually working or being effective.
Do troops are a last resort situation, correct?
Yes.
Do you see it that way?
I guess, yeah, sure.
So if they're a last resort situation, that means we've exhausted all of our other options, correct?
Right.
Yeah, that's just being in your last resort situation is not a good situation to be in.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people, a lot of people are in celebratory mode. I guess I'm a downer on the party. Look at this. Andrew says, Adam, your brain broken by Iraq and can't see outside that paradigm. I just, man, I hope you're right. I hope it was as easy as just removing. But look, we removed Saddam Hussein, and that did absolutely fucking jack shit.
Yeah. Well, as we
gonna
talked about
change?
earlier, there are similarities, but there also are differences between Iraq and Venezuela. Venezuela is more a money issue. It's not really an ideological issue, where Iraq was religious, it was ethnic, there was all sorts of like blood feud shit going on that I don't believe exists in Venezuela. That's why I think we both were saying it's theoretically possible for America to slot itself into the leadership position of Venezuela. I don't know if the vice president of Venezuela or whoever it is that's the key maker here, the kingmaker here, is going to be amenable to that, as opposed to China obviously going to be offering them some sort of counter bribe to keep doing business as usual. But then they'd have to fight back, potentially, maybe fight back against America. And I don't know, because what is that's gonna put Trump in this weird precarious situation in terms of whether they invade Venezuela and what that looks like.
America is going to slot itself into Maduro's position as the king.
I think that's what Trump wants.
And the keys
that's
to
what
power
he
are going to answer to some American official. Okay.
That's how I think that's how Trump envisions it. He really sees it like that's the vision he's saying.
If the video is correct and it's all business, they don't give a fuck. There's no sort of cultural element here whatsoever. Maybe that works.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, China is going to be there as a counter offer. They're going to be like,
Right.
well, hey, if you're just going to submit to any old foreign power, how about you submit to us? We'll sweeten the deal.
Right.
Yeah, look, like I said, if I had a gun to my head and I was forced to bet, I would bet that we're going to be talking about this in 3 weeks, and it's going to be, they're slowly going to be getting everybody ready for the fact that we're going to send troops over to Venezuela. We're going to have boots on the ground in Venezuela.
Right.
And then, do you really think everyone's going to be in the chat saying, "Oh, Adam, you're so brain broken. We should send troops to Venezuela. Sending troops is the right thing to do."
I don't know. It's interesting.
I'm changing
because
the poll. I'm going to ask if people are in favor of troops in Venezuela.
it is interesting because obviously, huge swaths of Trump supporters were on the talking point of isolationism and the fact that Trump was going to not get pulled into foreign entanglements because he wasn't a neocon. And so, is there going to be a consistency problem for a lot of people if all of a sudden there's a reversal of that and it's like, okay, we need to go send troops into Venezuela, which I mean, the other issues, I think I could see, Trump can get away, I think, with doing this operation without with congressional approval. It's hard for me to see a full scale invasion of Venezuela without congressional approval, with Trump getting away with that. So that's another hurdle to kind of overcome. Can he even get congressional support to do an action like this in the first place? So
yeah, that is another component. Obviously, Congress is going to get involved, huh?
Yeah.
So if Congress says no, you can't send troops, I mean, everything's just going to go back to the way it was, and Trump is going to claim victory, claim the country is completely different, and everything will just be back to the status quo in no time. And Trump's going to say, oh, I solved everything.
Well, that's why before the press conference, I really thought it was just going to be like, oh, we took out Maduro, and then he was just going to say victory. That was going to be it. I really didn't expect him to come out and be so strong on the like, we are going to control the country. Because it's like, okay, you're like putting yourself in a very decisive position. But I guess part of the benefit, though, and also something to remember too, part of the benefit with Trump is that he could say that he could talk as tough as he wants on that issue. And then if tomorrow comes out and he says, we're not going to send troops into Venezuela, I think most of his supporters would be like 100% fine with that too. They wouldn't really care. So he could always walk back from that strong position. He could always take the super strong position for quote negotiation purposes and then completely walk back. And then people just say, oh, he was just doing that to negotiate and it won't really matter.
Yeah. I think that's where people are at right now. I think people think, oh, this is just a negotiation tactic. Right. But really, troops are not even on the table. I think a lot of people are probably telling themselves that.
It's interesting because and I don't know, maybe we should go back and play it. When Marco Rubio like came up to the podium and he spoke for like a minute or two, and he seems to be like the person that everyone thinks is kind of orchestrating all this stuff that's going on right now. He said, he basically said, find around, fuck out, which actually P. Heggs had literally said that. But he said, people think that Trump just says stuff and he's not serious, but now people got to learn that. Like when Trump says something, he means it. Like Marco Rubio said that like 3 times in a row. When Trump says something, he means it. So, again,
well, that's a way to spin this as a win no matter what. This shows people in the world, everywhere in the world, that we mean it. We mean business.
Right. But then if Trump says we're going to go into the country and then doesn't, then he's immediately undercutting that exact thing that Marco Rubio just said. So,
oh my God, the poll I put up a new poll. Would you support sending troops to Venezuela to stabilize the country? And it keeps bouncing around 50-50.
That's interesting. Yeah.
As it's going up. I should have asked if you're MAGA or not.
Well, it's funny because remember, like usually, I mean, usually you and I are called by Trump supporters to like we're the evil neocons, right? You know, we're generally the anti-isolationists,
Mm-hmm.
you know, are making the anti-isolationist arguments.
We are. Yeah, everyone's going to call us big hypocrites, right? Because we're the ones that
Right.
are saying, look, I'm all for getting involved. I'm not isolationist at all. I don't want to get involved in ways like Iraq, which was just
Right.
totally unnecessary. You want to get involved in situations where they're already culturally on the road to liberal democratic capitalism, right? This
Mhm.
is why I think Ukraine is substantively different than Iraq because they are on the path to Western liberal capitalism. A lot of people make the argument that Ukraine is corrupt because they want to say no, they aren't on the road to to our sort of style of governance and life. But I
Mhm.
disagree. But Iraq was just way far away. I guess Venezuela was on that path. They've just fallen into this corruption doom spiral.
Yeah, I think Venezuela was in a much better spot, I think, than Iraq ever was,
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah.
Um, and so
Maybe than
yeah,
Ukraine as well, because Ukraine had massive corruption as
that's
well.
true. But that's kind of the problem is that even when Venezuela was very rich, I mean, there still was rampant corruption. It was just like they were so rich
It
that
didn't matter.
even
Yeah.
like it didn't matter. But I mean, again, they could, yeah, they maybe the people remember like longer than 20 years ago, there was a country that was functioning, that had a functioning economy and functioning structure, and not everything was so insanely corrupt. And maybe you can tap into that. Maybe you can build something. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to say it's 100% not going to work, but I think I agree with you. If I had to gun to my head, guess in terms of whether, you know, you can really build something functional or not, I'd be more on the side of it's not going to work.
Yeah, too much of the cultural inertia is wrapped up in this corrupt economic system. And that corrupt economic system is in every facet of life
Mm-hmm.
because of, I mean, they really don't have any functional institutions, right? I don't know how they are culturally. I don't know if they have a strong sense of Venezuelan people or patriotism or any of that stuff. Like obviously when we were talking about Iraq, the problem was there were these two factions, the Sunni and the Shia, who had an in-group bias towards themselves. They didn't have some sort of patriotic overlapping nationalism.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a whole different cultural problem that you have to deal with. I don't know that Venezuela has that cultural problem, but maybe they do have something similar that I just am unaware of.
Right.
But yeah, the institution's completely fucked. So from what we
So,
saw in those videos.
so Matt Walsh posted today. He said, "quote This is a war for oil. First of all, the war lasted 90 minutes. Second, going to war to secure vital resources for your own people is totally legitimate. Why should we allow some third world communist shithole to control trillions of dollars worth of oil?"
We don't. Does he really think that we control the oil now? I mean, there's generals with an army squatting on the fucking oil field. That's a Venezuelan army. How do
Not
we
a great
control the
tweet
oil?
from Matt Walsh. Yeah.
How do we
Yeah.
control the oil, Matt? How do we
Someone else.
control that oil?
Well, we think that we hope and pray really, really hard.
What do we do if we show up and we say, hey, we want this oil? And the general says, hey, how about no? How about fuck you? And I got 1,000 guys that are willing to fight to the death to see that you don't control the oil field. Are we just going to kill 1,000 Venezuelans? Is Matt then going to tweet 1,000 Venezuelan lives are worth it so that we can control a resource in another
Probably.
country?
I would wager yes. That would be his take. Someone also posted a few months ago, he posted, we spent the last 25 years bringing, quote, freedom and democracy to countries around the globe. All our own countries have been systematically invaded, and now our largest cities are run by foreigners and communists. If you want to know why I'm so avowedly non-interventionist, this is why. Seems a little bit what people call a contradiction.
Who said that? That was Matt Walsh as well.
Matt Walsh also said that. Yes.
Yeah. We can't go. We have to be non-interventionist until I want to be interventionist.
Right.
Then we can totally be interventionist.
Right.
What's this? $100 super chat from J-Mac. What?
Thank you so much, so your father, J-Mac, for the $100. Not in Venezuelan money either, which we do appreciate. It's in good old USD.
Right. This is like 25 gazillion dollars in Venezuelan money.
That's true. Literally. We should actually do that. We need to get like a little mod that calculates all the dollars that people send us into Boliviars. So we can just be like, we just got $20 gazillion from J-Mac. J-Mac says there was a French Pokemon card player that was calling for the canceling of all American Pokemon events due to the country being, quote, unsafe for foreign nationals. It's hilarious because people treat traveling to the United States like traveling to Sudan while stuff like this is known.
It's so true. It's so true. We have it so good here. So many people don't realize it.
Gracias, Hegemon, for $20. Thank you so much. Says the most valid criticism for me is not international law. I was very supportive of our strikes in Iran. I complained that it wasn't passed through Congress. I may like the results, but I maintain the same complaint here. Well, I don't know. Like, obviously, with a secret operation, I don't know if you could. I don't know if there's some mechanism in place to do this with some kind of secret operation. I guess you'd have to get just an authority to do operations in general, right, from Congress, which didn't really happen. I would, maybe this is just my own vibe, this is my own bias. I'm totally fine with what they did with Maduro without congressional approval. If they're going to do some kind of invasion or something, then yeah, they 100% need to get congressional approval to do this. Mark Twain's Revenge for $20. Thanks so much. Says, Adam, I'm sorry again that Tucker Carlson's insider info didn't materialize. Regarding the current topic, the CTDSA is the most belligerently envy-driven group I've ever encountered. They are all angry elites. That doesn't surprise me even a little bit.
Yeah, Mark Twain's Revenge had a possible dinner lined up, so you might get us some inside information with the Tucker Carlson situation.
Very nice.
Which would be super cool. So,
regarding the Tucker Carlson, it's kind of interesting because Tucker Carlson, he said, "Oh, we were going to do an invasion," and then nothing happened, and everyone made fun of him. Maybe he was right, not in the invasion. Maybe his source got it slightly wrong. Maybe he got leaked that we were going to do something, which was that something was a Maduro operation, and maybe when Tucker Carlson reported it, then they had to hold back and wait like a week or 2 weeks in order to do the operation. So maybe he did actually have some kind of source that knew something.
Wow.
Or not. Maybe Tucker was talking to a demon that was, attacking him in his sleep. So it's always hard to tell with Tucker.
A scratching demon.
Yeah, it could have been a scratching.
A big old mean scratching demon.
Right. Jay Bowman, thanks so much for the 25 months. Says happy late New Year's. Thank you. Happy New Year's, everyone. Yes, it's the first stream of the year, right?
It is 2026.
Baby. Woo. Really didn't expect the new year to start off with this crazy story.
Oh, I know. Yeah. I was going back through the photos on my phone for the year because this year seemed to fly by, and I was amazed. I couldn't believe all the shit I did in 2025.
Mm-hmm.
I did not remember in January of 2025 they dropped off all the comics at my house, so I did all of the fulfillment.
So far. Yeah,
it does. Yeah. But I did all of the fulfillment for the comic this year. I built a new computer. I remember I was trying to get in front of the inflation thing. So I was like buying new computer stuff. A lot of the stuff that I bought for my computer is like double now. The hard drive that I bought for $100 is $210 now. So
wow.
Yeah. Glad I got in front of it. Glad I did fulfillment before the inflation hit.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I did a lot of shit this year. So Maybe that's why I did fly by, right? I got a lot done.
True.
I did 4 videos. We don't need to talk about that.
Yeah, look at you trying to rub it in.
I wanted
Oh yeah,
to
I have
do
to. I have
more,
to
but-
tell. I have to tell everyone this. Okay, or I'll get in trouble. First of all, yesterday and today, Sammy has been more happy, I think, than I've ever seen her in terms of this because of this.
Because of the Venezuela thing. I feel
Because of
bad. I'm
getting
just being
Maduro.
such a down. I'm
Because
being
of
such a
getting
downer
Maduro.
here.
Well, when I was talking to her yesterday about potential problems in the future, that was why I killed her. I killed her 5.
You did.
Still love
Sometimes you
that,
just
right?
gotta lavish in the joy of. Maybe
It's
I
true.
should have just kept my mouth shut and been like, "Well, look, I don't want to be here in 3 weeks," and be like, "I want to be here. If things go good, I can say, look, I'm glad I'm wrong. You guys were completely right. This was great. I'm so glad everything worked out."
Right.
But if things go
100%.
badly, I want to be able to say, "Look, I told you so."
I think
I
as true.
told you
Listen,
so.
yeah, there you go. I think that Sammy is happier now than she will be when she births her first child. Okay, that's how happy she was. I've never. It was like
That is the
crazy.
saddest thing I've ever heard. Really?
I'm just teasing.
Like, can you imagine?
I'm just
telling
teasing.
your
I'm
telling
just
your
teasing.
firstborn.
Yes.
Yes, it
You're
was
the
great
second
when I-
happiest, best thing that ever
It
happened.
was
The
great.
first was when they got Maduro. Okay.
It was great when you were born, but then when they got Maduro, now
That was really
that was ecstasy.
Yes, exactly.
Bringing you into the
Exactly.
world, it was second best.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and yesterday in order to celebrate, she made empanadas and tacos to celebrate
My
the
favorite.
operation. Okay.
Mexican food is my favorite. I
Mhm.
love Mexican food. Oh, so delicious. Tacos and empanadas sound great.
Yes.
You're so lucky.
I know. I am very lucky. Selks for 2 Aussie bucks. Thanks so much. Says Viva la Libertad Carajo. There you go. Wind Traveler for 31 months. Thanks so much. Says self-professed American first guys when America violates supposed international laws. Crying face. Said Ray for 10 SGDs says, as long as the regime stays the same, seems more like a way to coerce them to follow America's interest than about democracy or human rights. It seems more 19th century imperialism, if anything. Well, there is an argument to be made from a very pragmatic position, which could be completely justifiable, which is to say, okay, I mean, it's kind of fucked up, but you could say, okay, if Venezuela is going to be fucked up, isn't it better that they're fucked up in a way that benefits America rather than China? And maybe that will be the argument, essentially, that will be made for all
It's
this.
way better. It's
Right.
way better. Look, we're closer.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting because if I was involved in the administration, if I was Marco Rubio and knew what was going on, knew the details, I got the CIA brief and stuff, I would be looking for answers to all these questions that you and I are bringing up. They might have those answers, and those answers might be better than we're anticipating. So, I mean, Marco Rubio might have a complete roadmap for how to get through this conflict already in his head. Like it may be smooth sailing. They may have already done deals with some of these generals. Like they may be on the glide path to putting this thing to bed already.
That's true. I mean, yeah, listen, we could all, tomorrow, we could all be completely in a different place because we're like, oh, look, it turns out they actually had this like super planned out. Now,
Yeah.
I'm not confident that that's the case, but
You don't think that's the case? Well, look, that's the thing. That's what if I had that information, I would know so much more on how this is going to go. So, but I don't know that they even have that information, right? I could just be guessing that they have more information. They could be working off the same information we're working off of.
the vibe I get is very it's interesting. The vibe I get is that they're very vibes based in terms of the
So they got
future.
none of They got none
I
of
don't
this
know.
information.
I have no fucking clue. Obviously, I hope not, but We shall see.
Yeah, look, if Trump had a plan, would he have just said, "Oh, this is details of how we're gonna handle the transition"? I mean, he just winged it in that portion of the press conference.
Right. We shall see. We'll find out.
Okay. It's going to be an interesting 3 weeks.
It will be.
I hope they arrest some of these Somali motherfuckers. Jesus. Holy fuck. That guy who had the nerve to come out and say, "Oh, yeah, our place got broken into and they stole all of the student records.
Mm-hmm.
We've been helping thousands of students, but all the records were stolen. Sorry."
You don't believe that?
Hell no. Are you kidding? You don't believe that, do you? Sitch,
I think
oh my God, you are gullible.
I think it perfectly makes sense that someone broke into the Leering Center or whichever one that got broke into, and they cut. I don't. Did you see the little hole in the wall they cut? It was like a little teeny tiny hole. It was like they cut this little hole in the wall, and they snuck in, and they only took the records in the checkbook, right? And all this they only took the incriminating evidence for some very strange reason, right? I believe I saw a report that actually the local police had already said that they think that it's bullshit.
Yeah, because they don't have any police records. This made me think there's such a culture clash here because they are so stupid not to know that the police will immediately go, "Oh, well, we don't have any record of this. There was no police report filed." But they're Somali. They're like, we don't file police reports. People break in all the time. We don't call the cops. We're the Somali community. We just handle it in ourselves. That's next stop, right? They're going to say, "Oh yeah, we didn't file a police report."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they should immediately charge him with destruction of evidence or conspiracy. I was it was interesting because before this all happened, I thought we were going to be covering a lot about
denaturalization.
No, about the people's reaction to the Somali story was very interesting because there were so many people who were not only attacking Nick's video, but were sort of attacking conceptually, even that this was even going on. It was very bizarre to see even people like Destiny who were basically running interference for the Somali daycares. You didn't see that? Yeah, he was he was in
Destiny
all these
has fallen. Holy shit.
Destiny fell a long time ago. He was in all these Twitter arguments with Sean and all these other people where he was, defending.
Yeah, but this is just denying reality levels of falling. I mean,
yeah, it's pretty
crazy. Do you think he actually believes that, or you think he's just
who the fuck knows? I don't know. But
yeah, look, we covered it on our Sunday stream. And we pointed out plenty of places in the video where we thought, okay, well, this might not be anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's plenty of stuff that is definitely something. Come on.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm sure.
He pulled out the Somali flag and he was saying, "Oh yeah, the Somali flag. They changed the flag of Minnesota to the Somali flag."
Well, yeah, that's retarded, obviously, but
totally retarded.
It was yeah, because you had the situation where some of the defense was, "Oh, the one he went to, the guy went to one of the centers and the center was closed down, so that's why no one was there." But then the next day, the guy came out
it's open,
who supposedly worked there and said it was open and not closed down. And then people checked the records and it was well, supposed to be closed down and had all these violations. It's insane to me that anyone would fucking be so, Trump bad or brain broken that they defend it. I think a lot of the weird emotional reason people like Destiny, other people were wanting to defend the Somali daycare things wasn't just because of the whole it's racism angle that they were kind of poking, but because they were very mad that the news cycle went from being about Epstein shit and making Trump look super bad to then being dominated by the Somali daycare story. And that really triggered the fuck out of them.
Yeah, no.
But then now the news story is this. So, who knows? Who knows what'll be next?
It's all sports to them. They don't care. They don't care if tax dollars go to a bunch of fraudsters.
Yeah, I do.
It couldn't even go to American fraudsters. What happened to natural-born American fraudsters? Okay,
right.
If we have fraud in America, I want it to go to American citizens. not immigrants.
If people are committing fraud, damn it, I want it to be at least third or fourth generation, fifth generation Americans. Damn it.
Is that too much to ask?
Is that too much to ask?
I mean, no fraud would be great.
Right.
But if we have to have fraud.
Yes.
So sick. I have to run to the bathroom. You can read another super chat.
Excuse me, he says, I always thought Destiny was based for defending Rittenhouse, but I think current Destiny would say Rittenhouse is guilty. I
agree.
I do think if Rittenhouse happened now, Destiny would have a completely different take on it just because of like all the bullshit, like the way his mind has basically been wrung out now, which is sad, but Majin for 2 hours says, let's be real, Sitch agrees with the Chappelle clip. Oh, I didn't see the clip. You have to send it to me. The Oceanist for 4 months. Thanks so much. Says, to be fair, Maduro did say to come and get him a couple months back. That's true. We were just listening. Potato is me for 50 knock knock says, as usual, nothing happens. Still going to work on Monday. That's right. That's right. As long as I have to get up and I have to go to work like everyone else, then nothing happened. True. That's the true factor. You should always keep in mind, guys. Malchi Constant for $5 says, ousting Maduro was obviously base and awesome, but forcing his naggy wife to come along for the ride is clearly cruel and unusual punishment. Come on. Obviously, that was the play here. They're like, okay, we're gonna torture Maduro. We're gonna make him spend the next 40 years with his wife in a jail cell. He'll never hear the end of it.
Oh yeah.
Death by Sloth for 45 months says, on principle, I dislike violating other countries' sovereignties, but pragmatically, Pax Americana is better than letting BRICS shape the world's fate. Yeah, I agree with that. I did agree with that. Nickman for 5 Aussie bucks says, why admit weird niche info to scare the crap out of other leaders and bag actors? Fuck around and find out. Oh, is that in terms of like, yeah, that'd be like the flex on like why they were talking about like we knew how many pets Maduro had, which like, yes, they really just show we knew what color underwear he was wearing that day. So sure. Grenville Vat for 34 months says, does anyone else think now is a good time to revisit the Gulf of America rebranding? It's all part of the plan. Equishitox for $5 says, Trump sounds so beleaguered at the press conference, like his voice lacks the energy to back up the bravado of his usual words. It's oddly sad. Yeah, well, it's weird. It's a couple things. It could be A, he's just really fucking old. B, he was up late at night. C, is weird because like once he was not reading, once he was just answering questions, like it seemed like he came back into the swing of things, right? It's kind of interesting listening to the different tone of voice. Now, everyone has like a different tone of voice when they're speaking versus just reading something.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Trump is a bad reader. Maybe he doesn't read good. Maybe he's dyslexic. I don't know. Because
read good.
Because when he's standing there reading, it's like it's very slow. It's very drawn out. It's not great. So maybe that's what's going on.
I'm a quality reader.
Or maybe his eyesight just sucks because he's old. I'm curious to see like an old clip of him reading, if it exists, of him like reading off something. So maybe he just has like shitty eyesight and doesn't want to get glasses. Nick Costanza for $2. Thanks so much. Says the peace president declaring war with no approval. True. Squeeze Louise for $10. A lot of great memes have been coming out of this, actually. And I do have to commend you, Adam. So I have to ask this question. For the thumbnail, why did you choose this thumbnail?
Oh, because this is just a great meme.
Did you even know what this is from?
Jujutsu Kaisen, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because Sam,
I know about my mummified finger eating.
Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't even know you had seen Jujutsu Kaisen at all.
Yeah, this is great.
Okay, because Sam
an amazing meme.
Sam had sent this to me, and she's like, "This is my favorite meme of all the memes that come out." And then, like an hour later, you had made it the thumbnail, and I was like, "Oh my god, he tapped into the simulation."
Look at this. Sammy's A-team now, just over the thumbnail.
It's true. Well, she's
like
a big
full supporter.
Though she's a little conflicted because
other people didn't like it though, because evidently the guy playing Maduro in the anime is a good guy, so people like.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I was say there's a little bit of a conflict because Gojo is Sammy's favorite character in all of anime, and that is the character that Maduro's face is on. So
Right, yeah.
but it is still funny. She still said it was a great meme. So the true
In the
fan.
anime, though, most of the characters are gray area kind of bad guys anyway, right?
No, I wouldn't say so.
He's a
Say
good guy,
the Gojo's very clearly a good guy.
morally upstanding.
Oh, look at this. She made some sort of classic Venezuelan meal here. We got the white rice, black beans with a fried egg on top, and pulled pork.
Oh my God, you're eating
Look at
already?
this. Look at this. She brought me some.
All I have is a snack.
Doesn't that suck shit for
I'm
you?
so jealous. Yeah.
Doesn't that really suck for you?
It does.
Yeah. Be
I
jealous.
want an authentic Venezuelan meal.
Well, it's funny but she's like, make sure you tell everyone I made you Venezuelan food. I was like, well, isn't empanadas and tacos Mexican? she's like, it's all the same. And then she looked it up. She looked up like,
Oh, and she was wrong. It was bad.
well, no, it does count. There are, it counts. But no, but then so she saw this and she's like, okay, I'm gonna make that for dinner. And it looks great. Looks delicious. So that's true. What a good girlfriend. Correct. Squeeze Louise for $10 says, pretty funny watching the entire Western world seethe while Venezuelans party in the streets. Trump needs to stop being a coward and simply annex Venezuela, though. I want gas under $1 per gallon. Yeah, there was a lot of compilations I saw of people, of Venezuelans or purportedly Venezuelans, cheering, whether they be in Venezuela or they'd be in America, cheering about this, and a bunch of like random fucking white woke people that were very upset about all this.
Crying, yeah. Because it's communism. He's fighting
Right.
communism. We want communism here in America.
Exactly. Schneider Alexander for $10 says, I've been seeing videos in my feed of Tucker Carlson talking about how awesome Venezuela is for outlawing gay marriage and abortion, and of course Trump and America bad. That's why it was so funny to see, like, yeah, you have like the two extremes here, like on the left and the right, are horseshoeing, where both Tucker Carlson and Crystal Ball are like trying to say the exact opposite thing about Maduro and why he's good. Then you have also the horseshoe. I don't know if you saw, like both Cenk and Candace Owens are wanting to blame Israel for this.
Yeah. Oh, that's so sad.
Nick Costanza for $5 says, I guess I shouldn't be surprised what MAGA will hand wave, but I am surprised how okay they are with killing people in other countries and stealing oil. I don't know why that would surprise you even a little bit, Nick. Don of the Lemmings.
Nick, what's going on?
I don't know why.
In politics, it's all about hand waving.
That should surprise you even a little. Sadly, Don of the Lemmings for 10 New Zealand dollars says, USA, USA, USA. In all seriousness, though,
I
yeah,
hope this goes well. I do.
I think I think there would be a decent number of MAGA people that would be on board with boots on the ground. I'm not sure. I think there would be a huge divide in the MAGA movement if there was boots on the ground operation in Venezuela. Baz,
Yeah.
oh, I don't. Do you agree? Do you disagree?
I was reading the chat. What was I agreeing or disagreeing with?
Would it be a huge split in MAGA if there's sending troops to do some sort of full scale invasion of Venezuela?
We have a poll up, 262 votes. Would you support sending troops to Venezuela to stabilize the country? 52% say yes. That's astonishing to me.
That's interesting.
It's like, my intuition is that it would break up MAGA.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure. I don't know why this is so. I don't know why people are really celebrating this. It does seem directly contradictory to the we shouldn't get involved. Why are we sending money to? Maybe it's just because we're getting a bad guy, so there's a face on it.
Well, I think there's two elements to it. Obviously, there's just number one is just general tribalism, which is always going to be a big factor. But I think also people are running high on the fact that this operation was so based and seemed like it was so based and worked. And so that like positive energy is going to translate into other areas, including this question that you're asking.
Right. Yeah. Because it seems like flawless victory.
Right. Right.
Yeah. I just, Okay.
A Bass, a dark horse for 8 Aussie bucks says the Venezuelans are celebrating and the leftists are outraged. Curious.
Yeah.
Curious, but not remotely unexpected is exactly what I think any betting man should have expected from this exact situation. Okay, where was
They think the cavalry's on the way. Let's hope it is.
Lake Up for 10 months says Iraq failed because they sacked the entire Ba'ath party. 100% of the government was Ba'ath. 0 technocrats equals 100% chaos. That is true. Tobin Russell for $5 says, I hope that without the religious element of the Middle East and relatively comparable moral systems, Venezuela won't be a shit show in the same way.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah.
I hope, but I'm
Is
not
that predominantly
confident.
Catholic?
Yes, I assume.
Yeah. That's great.
Potatoes Me for 50 knock knock says, this 90-year-old president does regime change the old way. That's a good point. Good point.
He gets the leader.
The Oceanist for $5 says, what do you think? What do you guys think about the crazy riots in Iran right now? Trump made a comment that hinted the U.S. intervening in some capacity. I mean, I think the crazy riots in Iran are fantastic. And I think it's funny that Trump made the comment about that.
So we're going to intervene there too? Holy shit.
We're going to be everywhere, baby. World police is back.
We're going to have 60 states by the end of the Trump presidency. We got room for 10 more stars on the stars and bars.
You really want Iraq? I mean, Iran.
I mean, let me think about that and get back to you. That is a good question. At least it's walled off, right?
Other people were commenting too, because Marco Rubio made that comment about Trump says what he means, so you got to take him seriously. And they would immediately point to, comments Trump made about Greenland. So.
Oh, I saw people saying Greenland is next. They're like, woohoo, we're doing Greenland.
Yeah. I don't think that would have broad support the way that this did. Andrew Bear for $5 says, you missed a huge part of Iraq and Afghanistan. Clan ID over national ID prevented unity. Even Sunni Shia clans had internal beefs. You focus too much on religion. Well, that's fair. I mean, well, first of all, the religion was very important. They literally had outlaws. They literally had laws that outlawed certain people from participating in government based on their religious affiliation. So it definitely was important. But you are correct that also clan ID in a country like Afghanistan, especially, but even in Iraq, was also a very big factor. That's true.
Huge factor, yeah.
I don't believe that Venezuela has anything like that. This is more like a criminal organization for money situation. Girl Sarah, thanks so much for the $5 and the American flag emoji. NCCG for 45 months says, I think this is more about foreign influence in the Western Hemisphere in our own backyard. The oil is just a selling point of how it's going to be funded. Yeah, I think Trump should emphasize that more, though, because the way that he talked about it in the press conference, I think everyone just took away that it was for oil.
I mean, I agree with the super chat, though, that that's his intention, even if the intention is not really working.
Hennessy for $2 says, I think it's a bunch of BS, though. A team is best class. Thank you.
Nice.
Squeeze Louise for $2 says, is Trump in real life Kazuma? No.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Cosimo's a bad guy, though, right?
No.
Oh, he's
Kazuma.
A good guy.
Well, it depends. Oh, you're talking about Kazuma from the
anime.
No, from Konosuba. Kazuma's not a bad guy. But yeah, because he has a super high luck stat. I'd believe it. Trump is kind of a pervert, so it's possible. I could believe that Trump has been isekai'd into this universe with a very high luck stat. That would explain a lot that's going on here. We're all in Trump's isekai.
Mm-hmm.
The time I was reincarnated as president. Yes.
Non-consecutive two-term president.
Yeah. The time I was reincarnated as a non-consecutive two-term president and invade Venezuela. There you go. Trump casts steel and he takes Venezuela. Or he takes Maduro. Instant Sacks for 25 months says, politics aside, yoinking a president is really funny. Full credit to S-Class for the smooth operation. That's true. I did actually, Trump did call me up and he asked me for a lot of like logistics on the operation. And I did, they were going to do things a little silly and I kind of set them straight. So you have me to thank for that.
Yoinking. That's a great word.
Yep. Listen to Wall Street for $5 says people have been calling Maduro Taco Stalin. I feel like they're sleeping on Gaucho Marx. Couldn't think of a pun for Llaneros. Oh. Gaucho Marx or Guaco. How would you say that? Did you say Gacho or Guacho? I feel like I'm saying that wrong.
Guaco.
Taco Stalin is easier.
Guaco Marx.
Guaco
like
Marx.
Guacamole.
Oh, like guacamole. Okay, that makes sense. That makes more sense. I'm a retard.
Guaco Marx.
Guaco Marx. That's pretty funny.
Pretty good.
Do people listen? This is why I listen to as well. Do people even know? Do the Zoomers even know who Groucho Marx is?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Do they even know who that is? You show them a picture of Groucho Marx, they're gonna think that's Hitler.
Yeah. No. I mean, he doesn't always. Does he always have the Hitler mustache?
He doesn't have the Hitler. He just has the big mustache with the glasses.
Right.
They'll think him and Charlie Chaplin are the same person. Pig Venus, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. AKA Batosai, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships.
Welcome new members. Yes. Thank AKA Batosai.
Daily Dose Man for 20 months, thanks so much. Says this is a huge day for the US. If Trump needs to move any displaced Venezuelans, BBLs, some may need green cards, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. There you go. Look at that.
Oh, look, bring over the babes, right?
What's the big booty Latinos? Yeah.
Win-win.
Did you see? I don't know how this is calculated. I saw a chart on X. If I saw a chart on X, that means it has to be true, right? Mm-hmm. And it showed the average boob size in each country. And America.
Does that have to do with nutrition?
I don't know. I don't know, but America was number 2, baby. America was number 2 for boob size, average boob size.
What was number 1?
Norway.
I'm moving to Norway.
There you go. So good on us. UK was number 3.
Wow. Do they count implants or is it just all natural?
I didn't know. There's literally no information. It's just a chart.
Are we importing?
I don't know.
Are we upping our stats?
We're
medically?
upping our stats. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm not against that. That's fine.
The Oceanist for $5 says Noam Chomsky literally went to Venezuela to guzzle buckets. Now all the tankies say it's either not real socialism or talk about the sanctions. True, that's what they do with every single thing. Noam Chomsky is the worst. He literally goes to every single fucking socialist country, sucks them off, talks about how awesome they are. Then turns out, they completely collapsed or been doing a bunch of horrible things, and then he just slowly Homer backs away into the bush and hopes everyone fucking forgets. Noam Chomsky is a horrible fucking person. And the world would be better off when he fucking dies.
Doesn't it suck that their ideology is completely wrong and they're never going to fess up to it? They're never even going to understand it
it's terrible.
Or come to terms with it.
Of course.
They're going to die in the dark, Sitch.
Yep.
Completely delusional about how the
cave,
world
Adam.
works.
They're in Plato's cave. They're looking at shadows on the wall.
They are.
Get out of the cave.
It's so sad. All they have to do is read Why Nations Fail, and they'll know why nations fail.
Christian Baller for
$5. The book is Why Nations Fail.
That's true. Christian Baller for $5 says, please debate someone against the actions of Venezuela. Would love to hear what someone articulate wants, what's bad about this. Seems Venezuelans are happy.
I would love to do
Sure.
that.
I
Sure.
don't know. Yeah.
Who could come on? Who's saying this is terrible?
I don't know.
A terrible thing.
That would
Although, what if you have
concoct
that debate and it does turn out to be terrible in like 3 weeks? You'd be like, oh shit. Then they just
we
got
would be wrong.
lucky. Well, they're just going to argue that it's what Trump did was illegal. That's all they're going to argue.
That's lame, and yeah, I think okay, you can't argue that, but I just think it's who cares? No one
They're
really
going to
cares
say he
about
broke
this.
the law. We are a nation of laws. What about Venezuela? It doesn't matter.
Wick probably doesn't like it. Has he talked about it yet?
Wick can come on.
Sure. I did
We
see.
can talk to him on Tuesday.
Oh yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Cameraman 502 for $2 says, and the weight loss was before the sanctions. Yeah, that's important too, because yeah, they always try to say that the sanctions were for everything. That massive amount of weight loss, 19 pounds, was before any sort of sanctions existed. Isn't this Wall Street for $5 says, a tasty brie topping, a third cup of maple syrup, a fourth cup of toasted pecans, half a tablespoon of vanilla extract, half a teaspoon of vanilla extract, half a teaspoon of cracked pepper, and 1/4 a teaspoon of cinnamon and pinch salt.
What's that?
Well, there you go.
That sounds
if you want
great.
some tasty brie topping, there it is.
Wow, that does sound good. I'll have that on my bagel.
Wick had Pisco on, and they were not okay with what Trump did.
Well,
imagine my shock on
I
Pisco,
know,
not being in
exactly.
favor of what Trump did. That's just what a shocking revelation there. But shame, Wick. Shame, Wick. Looking at this Wall Street for $2 says, better off using wild gold than Boliviars. True. True.
Gold farmers probably make more money too.
They probably do. Aspiring whale psychiatrist for 27 months says, howdy, fellas. Been a while since I've tuned in, but when I heard the news on Saturday, I knew I'd watch today. Hope you all doing well. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming around.
Yes.
Thanks for being a member. A gold pyramid member.
Gold pyramid,
That
27
gold
months,
pyramid
baby.
is worth so much more than bolivars.
That's true. That's true. I tried to watch it, but Pisco was too bad faith. Again, imagine my shock.
Go figure.
Wow. Okay. No surprise.
We tried to have this bad faith conversation with Pisco, but it was going nowhere.
Right.
He's an NPC. I don't even see Pisco as a real human being.
He's an LLM, you're saying.
He's completely driven by the ideology. Yeah.
Right.
He's just like, okay, I hate Trump. Must come up with arguments why everything Trump does is bad. Trump eats 3 meals a day. Bad.
Mm-hmm.
Trump drinks water. Bad. Trump
Death by
cures
sloth.
cancer. Bad.
Exactly. Death by sloth for $2 says, communists believe you can derive communists believe you can derive an is from an aunt. Yeah, that is true. That is the failure of all the ideologically motivated people. PFS1 for 5 Canadian says, I was looking forward to you guys covering the Somali fraud story for like a week. Why would Trump do this? I thought so too. I was getting ready. I'm like, okay, we're going to talk about all like the shitty takes on the Somali fraud story. I was ready to I'm going to do a bunch of research. I'm going to dig in deep to the Somali fraud story. I'm going to get to the bottom of it. Some people were like, Sitch, we need to get to the bottom of the Somali fraud story. I'm like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And then this happens. I'm like, fuck that. No one cares. It's gone.
I watched All In podcast because I thought we were going to do the same thing. And that All In podcast, it is such a ridiculous culture shock.
Oh, really?
Because they bring on this YouTuber who's like a total 21-year-old dude, bro. And they're asking him all these venture capitalist type questions. And it's so ridiculous. It's so comical.
Why are you asking these questions?
It seems as though they are just trying to give some legitimacy to bringing him on which bringing him on was just really a shameless ploy because he had the viral story going.
Oh,
Which
you mean they
means-
brought on Nick? The guy who
Yeah,
did the video.
they brought on the guy who did the video. Yeah, the
Oh,
All In
gotcha,
Podcast guys did. Yeah. So they're asking Nick these questions, and I'm just like, oh my God, he can't answer that question. He's a 23-year-old YouTuber.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They were asking him questions about things like, now, did you vet your story with the attorneys before you posted it? What do you think of that question, Sitch?
What attorney?
I mean, you can watch the video and know the answer to that question. I'm
What
like,
fucking
what the-
attorney? what attorney?
Yeah,
What are you
exactly.
talking about?
How he answered that question will not be a mystery to you, Sitch.
I know. Shocking.
Because it seemed obvious. Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. The All In Podcast guys, I think, are just seduced by the fact that they're like all geeks and suddenly they're popular.
Right, right.
The one guy, David Sachs, has actually, I don't know if he parlayed the podcast or, I mean, I don't think he cares about the podcast that much because he actually has real political power. He's inside the Trump administration. It's so funny to me. Those guys are probably, I don't know if they're all billionaires. Some of them are definitely billionaires, but they definitely have hundreds of millions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
But they're more interested in chasing clout on the internet.
Well, they already got money, so might as well, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Mm-hmm.
But I like if you're chasing the latest viral story.
Nick who? Nick Shirley. I'm sorry, Nick Shirley. I should say his full name. Yes, Nick Shirley.
What'd you say?
I just
I'm
said
Nick Shirley. He that was smart when he did that. Oh, I'm Nick Shirley. Like his
Right.
name is in the video so many times. You're like,
yeah.
And now, I mean, he's got more name recognition than some Hollywood stars.
Right, right.
Everyone knows Nick Shirley, of course.
You see, speaking of David Sachs, did you see Jeffrey Sachs had some interview where he was so fucking ass mad about this? Oh my God.
About
He
Venezuela?
Yes. Oh,
No,
he
I
was
wanna see
so fucking triggered. He was like, I can't believe Trump did this. He's such a war criminal. America sucks. Like he was just, oh God. And I was just laughing because all the fucking, there were so many people, so many of the Trump people would just suck off Jeffrey Sachs because he was sucking off Russia. And now here he is. He's just so mad that Trump did this. And I was like, yes, drink it in. Fuck you, Jeffrey Sachs. You fucking piece of shit. Fuck off.
Well, but isn't he ideologically consistent?
That is
mad
about
about
true.
Russia?
That is true. He is
He's
ideologically
mad about
consistent.
Russia.
Yep.
He's mad about Russia because he doesn't want us to intervene anywhere. So this is an interventionist policy.
That is true. He just hates America. He's on the America bad train.
Oh,
So
yeah,
it is
totally. Yeah.
ideologically consistent. That is true.
Well, yeah. And it's probably just luck that these two positions are ideologically consistent because it allows him to sustain his real consistency is America bad.
Yes. Oh, call him Shirley. Don't call me Shirley. I did watch the new Naked Gun movie.
Yeah, so did I. I was surprised
It was
I laughed
good.
as much as I did. Yeah.
It was good. It was solid.
Liam
Very-
Neeson did a really good job. He was fucking hilarious.
Liam Neeson did a very good job. I was a little worried at first, but then no, he did great. It was a good casting choice to have Liam Neeson as Leslie Nielsen's son. So good job. It was good. Would recommend if you like the originals. I would recommend. If you don't like the originals, then obviously no. It's very just as silly as the originals are.
It is super silly.
Yeah,
but funny.
but funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pamela Anderson did not look good. She was. Oh, her face.
Well, she's getting up there.
I guess
she's elderly now.
I know. But I
How
don't
old
know,
is
man.
she? I don't even know.
She's 58.
Okay. Look, she's almost 60.
I guess.
What a meanie. How
I
dare you
know.
go?
I'm such a
Just
jerk.
throw some makeup on there. It'll be fine.
Zinda's Walter Jar says media channel review of New Naked Gun. I don't know because what do we say about it other than it was good and funny. It was a silly, funny movie. You should watch it.
We have to do Eddington eventually.
Okay.
It's not like top priority. What we got to do is we got to do whatever the latest movie is.
Right.
Which we have slacked on a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I don't know
our
what is the
Zootopia, our Zootopia review got double the views and engagement because
Right.
it was topical. It was current. We went and saw it the weekend it came out. We talked about it on Tuesday. Like that's the winning strategy right there.
Right. We were too bad to watch Wicked or Avatar.
Oh my God. I tried to sit through the previous Avatar movie on streaming. And I was like, this is fucking shit. Oh my God. This
I never
is
saw the
fucking
second one
boring.
because I had no interest.
Oh God, it's so boring. Just boring as fuck.
I did see someone propose an interesting alternative theory that's no way possibly true, which is that they were arguing that the giant tree fungus thing that all the blue aliens that the Na'vi worship is actually evil. And it's actually mind controlling them all to do shit for it and or giving them a false promise of heaven. I'm like, that would be super cool. That's no fucking way that James Cameron would ever put that in his story because that's too complicated and interesting. So
Yeah, what's the movie that everyone's going to be talking about this week that
I
we
don't know.
should have seen? We should have seen on Friday, but
Brian Townsend, thanks so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Brian says, I don't know if you guys already discussed this, but I heard that Peace Prize lady won the last re-election. I think it would be a huge win if she took over and then Trump could brag about removing a man and installing a woman. That would be pretty awesome. It was weird because he seemed very, I guess not weird. He seemed pretty dismissive about her, but I guess that's him signaling that he wants to work with the current administration to kind of slot in and just be like, hey, you guys can keep doing what you're doing, but you just got to work for us now. I wouldn't say safe so much as I would say under new management seemed to be the kind of the vibe that I was getting from it. But yes, that would be hilarious if he did that.
I think We Bury the Dead is a movie everyone's going to be talking about.
Thank you so much, Jersey Ed 22 for the $20. Thank you so much. Very generous of you. Pro Tehran for 10 New Zealand dollars. Thank you. Says, welcome back, fellas. Not so fun fact. Venezuela is where I first learned the term rabbit starvation. Hell of a way to start the new year, huh? A-team reigns Sue.
Reem. Look at that. He's even got the multiple P's in there. Rabbit starvation.
Isn't that where like you just eat rabbit and just die because it doesn't have enough fat or vitamins or whatever you need from it?
Oh, that sounds horrible.
I'm assuming that's what it is. Let's see. Rabbit starvation is an acute type of malnutrition that develops from a diet deficient in fat. Okay. And where nearly all calories come from lean meat. Rabbit meat is very lean.
Wow.
Yeah, because I remember the only reason I know that is I forget who it was like a million years ago. Someone was talking about how like the fur trappers would have to specifically, they would like, because they would get the beaver pelts in Canada way back in the day. They had to specifically eat the beaver tails because the beaver tails are all full of fat. And if you don't eat fat, you die because you get a bunch of good stuff from fat, supposedly. So,
God, I love the beef fat. I used to not like it, but now it's so delicious.
well, be careful. I mean, fat is not great for you to eat, especially as you get older. So,
really,
you need some of it, yeah. But I don't want to be shoving down the beef fat.
The fat on prime rib is, oh my God,
it's true. It is very tasty. It is very good.
It's so good.
That is true.
And I'm not supposed to eat that. I used to never eat it, but now I'm just like,
it's not good for you to eat that.
Why?
You're not dying. You're not starving because it's fat. What do you mean?
You don't know that.
Okay.
I always, whenever they do my cholesterols and stuff, I have like super ability to digest cholesterol because, I mean, I drink half and half. I mean, I pour half and half on my cereal, and my cholesterol's always come back low. So whatever genes I got going for me, they're killing it. They're killing it in the cholesterol department.
Well, because there's one gene. Sammy always talks about it. I see she put the chongle in the chat. For eating the
What
fat.
is that for? Is that for me? For eating the
for
fat?
you. Yeah. Because
Have you
there's a
had
gene.
prime rib with that big, fat, thick,
I
juicy?
have. It's fucking delicious.
Oh my God.
It's really horrible. I feel I'll hide it from Samuel. I'll eat it like behind a napkin so she can't see what I'm
We have
doing.
this butcher shop down the street from us that has like
Mhm.
all the best cuts of beef, and it's like, so delicious.
Oh my God, it's so bad. It was like a few weeks ago we went to Cheesecake Factory. And we got cheesecake, obviously. But we would eat it over the course of like 3 or 4 days. I don't know how people like eat a full meal at Cheesecake Factory and then eat cheesecake. Like that's like Jesus Christ. Especially because you can see like
portions
how much
are gigantic.
Because the portions of the I eat the meal in like 2 separate sittings because it's a huge portion. So I'm like, who the fuck?
Totally.
Like God, gonna die if you.
I eat a quarter of the meal and then I get the cheesecake.
Right.
Sometimes I get 2 slices of cheesecake because it's
my God.
they have all of the different flavors.
Right.
They have like some peanut butter one,
Oh,
and
yeah,
some
they got the
banana
crazy
one,
colors.
and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my God.
So
I gotta try all of these.
But it was crazy because it was like in one, because Sam was saying like, oh, like you should look up the nutrition information for the cheesecake is so bad. It's like insanely bad. And I was like, it can't be that bad. And so I looked it up and I was like, oh my God, it's like the fat content in the cheesecake is so bad. It like one slice of cheesecake. There's an ice cream place nearby that makes the best fucking ice cream that I've ever had. And they have like a really good dairy-free ice cream. And the amount of fat in an entire pint of ice cream is the same fat in like one slice of cheesecake at Cheesecake Factory. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, no, what are you doing?
Maybe I'm doing good because I avoid trans fats like the plague. Like I haven't eaten trans fats for 30 years. Like
Wow.
I would always look at labels and make sure I never bought any food with trans fats in them. And I try to eat mostly whole foods, stuff that just comes straight from nature. I try to avoid processed foods as much as possible. So maybe that helps me with the cholesterol because the trans fats, oh God, those are fucking terrible for you.
Well, Sam in chat said there's something called the APO little e gene. If you have this gene, you can't handle as much daily fat grams as other normal humans. You're more likely to get diabetes and cardiovascular disease.
Okay, well, I definitely don't have that gene.
So you probably, you don't have that. So, I mean, I think a lot of it is just genetic too.
Maybe it's a common gene that you're lucky if you don't get.
I think most people don't have it. I'm not 100% sure. Don't call me on that. I'm sure Sam will let me know.
Well, look,
but a lot of
I've
people
heard
do
this. I've heard a lot of people talk about the fat. Avoid the fat. Don't eat foods with more than 20% fat.
Right.
And I just say, no, fuck that. I'm gonna eat the good stuff.
Okay. Sam says most humans can't exceed 70 grams of fat daily. When you exceed that, you get fat toxicity that builds in insulin resistance and then diabetes type 2.
Holy shit, it is a full-on downpour for all of our fans who are in Los Angeles right now. It is fucking.
Oh.
We've had 10. We're in a 10-day rain marathon too, which is unheard of for Los Angeles. I think we're about halfway through now. I think the rain is supposed to subside on Wednesday. But it's pretty cool. I like it. It's a change of pace.
I don't know if you heard that. You got distracted by the rain.
No,
You're not supposed to eat more than 70 grams of fat a day, Adam.
What?
No laugh.
I don't know that I eat a lot of fat. I don't keep track of a lot. I mean, I eat a lot of eggs. Is there a lot of fat in eggs? I love eggs. Eggs are like my go-to breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
But I eat a lot of fiber. I get a lot of fiber because I like Mexican food.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because you get a lot of
And
beans. That's probably helping you too. You
yeah,
probably eat a lot of fiber. A lot of people don't get much fiber in their diet,
yeah.
which
And I
is
like super spicy
killer.
food,
Mhm.
which spicy food kills viruses and bacteria and stuff like that. So
That's not true. What are you talking
it
about?
is. It is true.
Spicy food?
Yeah, this is why spicy food is more popular in tropical climates where there's high viral load.
No.
This is why people why they grow they evolve a cuisine that is rich in spicy food because
No. I'd heard that some spices can then kill the bacteria on the food itself. I thought you meant like you would eat it and then it would kill the bad bacteria that's like already inside you. I don't think it does that.
I think it might. Yeah, I think it kills the bacteria and stuff in the food.
Right.
Yeah. Spicy food is really good for you, and I am so addicted to spicy food.
Yeah, I like spicy food.
Yeah. Look at the Sammy G. Adam.
Sammy's weak. She can't tolerate spicy food. She's like a fake Latina.
I
The
ate a
white
lot
side
of
of her
protein.
like comes in. Oh yeah, wait.
How do you
make your eggs?
I poach them. Sometimes I fry them over medium. I've been
Okay. Well,
super into poached eggs. Poaching is the healthiest, I think,
yeah, it is.
because you're adding no oil. But if I
Right.
add oil, I add virgin olive oil, so
It's still
not
bad.
bad.
It's still bad.
Virgin olive oil's bad.
I mean, it's still fat. It doesn't.
You're just anti-fat, aren't you? Holy
Yeah.
shit!
You should. You can just get some Pam. Just spray some Pam on the pan.
Just exercise. Pam,
Okay.
100% trans fat. That shit is. Don't. Pam is poison. What are you talking about?
Okay. It's
Just
well,
spray,
yeah, but you're
just spray
the-
trans fats all
hold
over
on.
your eggs.
You understand that the amount of Pam that you're spraying on the pan, so the amount of fat you're getting is like minuscule compared to you coating the bottom of a pan
Sitch
in
is
olive oil.
Sitch is just saying, look, it's just a small portion of poison. It's just a tiny portion.
Yeah,
of
you're
poison.
saying, I'm saying put in a small portion of poison, and you're saying put in a giant dollop of poison because I think it's a better for you poison. Yes, that is
It's
what
not.
that's what
It's
you're
not
saying.
poison.
It is.
You can look up studies. Trans fats, they have this molecular structure that's just it's bad for your cellular machinery.
Okay, I just brought up. It says Pam has 0 trans fat, so I don't know where you got this idea that
Oh, it
Pam
does?
has trans fat in it. Pam has
It's
0
just like-
fat in it completely.
What is it?
It's
Some
oil, but it's
weird
just so. It is oil. It's just canola
Some
oil,
weird
but it's so
space age thing, huh?
it has so little because you use so little of it. You're not getting really any fat.
How about I just stick with poaching?
Okay, you can do that.
But I'm gonna dump a bunch of oil in the boiling water.
There you go. Just for
Just to
flavor.
Flavor it up a bit. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes. They make Pam olive oil. Oh, that's hilarious.
Hmm.
That's right. I'm just a fat phobe. Sam made me a fat phobe. It's true.
Why?
Lives in Des Wall specifically for $2 says, quick, corn while Sitch isn't looking. Oh, corn it up, baby. Oh, did you actually do it? Lives in
I
Des
did
Wall
the corn, yeah.
Says, thanks, Adam. There
Of
you go.
course. Look at that.
Valvin Go for $2 says, in Venezuela, it's called maize.
Maize. Oh, look, everyone's in on the corn.
Yeah. Lives in Des Wall specifically for $2 says, in Crete, it's called labyrinth.
Look, J-Mac even knows
Get
the
it?
skull.
You get it? I got it.
I don't get it, but J-Mac knows the Scoville. The Scoville rating. Do you know what a Scoville is?
That's the spicy rating.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did one of
Look at
those. I was at a friend's house and we did one of those, like they got the hot wings Scoville pepper challenge things. They had like the 10 different peppers.
Nice. You have a seasoned intellect.
It was I don't think knowing the Scoville is like some high intelligence thing. I feel like it's like
Really?
a redneck thing. I don't know. Is it just spicy levels or something?
Scoville? The Scoville.
The Scoville.
Most
I don't know.
people don't
I assume
know.
it's just a person's name. I don't know like why it's called that.
Most people don't know the rating for spiciness.
I think
They don't know the
before the
scale.
popularity of that Hot Wings challenge show, people wouldn't know. But I think because of that, a lot of people probably know now. That'd be my guess.
I always want to do those super hot challenges.
You should. It was, oh my God, it was a hilarious experience. You should get as many people as you know together and you do the Hot Wings challenges. It's so, well, first of all, you got to do it right. You got to get like a shit ton of wings. Okay. Everyone gets one for each flavor. And what you do is don't let them dip it because that's pussy shit. You got to put the wings in a bag and then you dump a bunch of the sauce and then you shake them around. Okay. And then you put all the different bags out and everyone's got to take one. And it's so funny because, oh my God, people will like, when we did it, like people were fucking dying, like at the halfway point. People were like crying. People were like putting their heads under the faucet and like slamming the water. It was, God, it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
You gotta have half and half there. You gotta have a nice tall glass.
You got
of
to
half
have milk, yeah. Which unfortunately for me, I can't deal with. So I just got.
Oh,
Yeah.
The thicker the milk, I mean, that's why the like cream would just clean your palate immediately. If you had some heavy whipping
there's some
cream, you just like
chemical in milk that is supposed to do something for spice.
Oh, I thought it was the fat.
Oh, maybe you're right.
I
Yeah.
drink half and half, and it goes away instantly. But I've had stuff that's so hot it burns the outside of my lips, where I'm like, oh my God.
Oh no, it's not the fat. It says milk has a protein called casein, which dissolves the capsaicin, which is the spicy compound. So it's the protein. It's not the fat.
So it is it's the milk in the half and half, and not the
So
cream.
yeah.
So cream
So maybe
wouldn't
it'd be
work.
maybe better to have like a milk protein drink specifically.
Oh yeah.
Lives in Dev's Hospitality for $10. Thank you so much. Says, don't tell Dev, but I got a cat. She's mostly a void with a slight tuxedo pattern. She purrs like a motorboat, and I love her. I named her Kazushi. I will commit any atrocity in her defense. There you go. I won't. Don't worry. I won't tell Dev. I don't know what their policy is on cats.
I would love to get a new cat, but I'm so scared. What if I
You don't want to
like
get attached again?
Yeah, I don't want to get attached again. Look, I've probably had 5 or 6 cats, and just Wormy was like a dog. I mean, he followed me around like a dog. He was always, he just loved to be picked up. Most of the cats I've had were not like that. They're very standoffish. Look, we have the other cat now, but I mean, that cat doesn't like me. I don't like her. It's
Ragamuffin?
Yeah, I mean, we get along, but
I mean, you pick up Ragamuffin and shake him into the microphone.
I wouldn't say we're friends.
Okay.
She's only coming in here because she is crazy for those hair ties. And sometimes I put a hair tie on my desk and she's like, she's trying to manipulate me. Wormy did not try to manipulate me in any way, shape, or form.
Wouldn't you'd have to get the
Wormy
other.
Wormy was a true friend.
What is I forgot that. What was the name of the breed? The ragdoll cat.
Ragdoll kitty, yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could get another ragdoll cat.
Maybe. I don't know. Pets are a lot of work, and they're really the work is only worthwhile if they love you like a dog. Which this is why most people get dogs, is because the dog is always going to love you like a dog.
So get a dog,
right? Yeah, I mean, maybe, but dogs are substantially more work. The best situation is a cat that loves you like a dog, because cats are less work, and you get the love that you get from a dog, but in a cat.
Right. What? So, well, I guess that's true. But the only problem with the ragdoll cats is that they're long hair cats, so super allergies if you have that.
Yeah. People don't know that Wormy passed away. So yeah, Wormy is no longer with us. Which is very sad.
Yes.
Since he followed me around for like 20 years. Slept on my pillow next to my head.
I guess you have no allergy problems, geez.
Yeah, long hair cat sleeping right next to my
Yeah, he's got the hairs everywhere.
Just look, I thought it was crazy, but even as a kitten, he would come in and curl up right next to my head, and I was like,
Mhm.
"Oh, this cat's weird, but I kind of like it."
Right,
He would
right.
curl up right next to my head and purr.
Mhm.
That is like you're like when the cat purrs, you're like, ah, peace, the
Mhm.
peacefulness.
Right, right.
Yeah,
Wormy was old though. How old was Wormy?
20, yeah, 20 years
Wow.
old.
Yeah, wow. Majin for $5 says the Venezuela stuff might bring back confidence in military without the insane measure I suggested. There's so many of us. There's so many. Yeah, that was another thing too. At first, when I thought that like this was going to be just like an operation and we weren't going to do like an invasion rebuild effort, I was like, this will be good because maybe this will kind of break the spell of isolationism on a lot of the right. But then if it's like, oh, we get bogged down in Iraq 2.0, then that'll have the exact opposite effect, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We're gonna be watching super close, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna be the story for the next few weeks. Well, maybe it's not. I don't know. If things go badly, Trump is not going to talk about it.
No. Kristen Brandon, thanks so much for $2. Says, are you guys going to do the Maduro interview? Of course. We got Maduro lined up now that he's in prison. So we're going to make sure we get the first interview from the administration.
We're going to interview him personally.
Right.
It's going to be a Sitch and Adam exclusive.
I'm going to Leprechaun for 29 months of Discipline Equals Freedom. Thank you so much. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam, I have great news to tell you. I finally made a Bumble account, and now hopefully I'll find someone through there. If not, I guess I could try something else. Well, good luck. Yes. Gotta go out there.
Nice.
Andrew Beverly says, Samir is happier than sleeping with Sitch the first time. LOL. There you go. For the Maduro thing. Andrew Bear for $2 says, immigrants are even taking the criminals' jobs. That is true. That is true.
Oh. Terrible.
Harrison Dill
Makes
for
me
$10.
so angry.
Yeah, exactly. Harrison Dill for $10 says, Maduro is like Trump. He puts family in the government positions and putting all the money into one thing. Maduro, oil, Trump, and the two things, oil and crypto, destroying the economy. It is funny that, yeah, like the whole thing of Maduro, stealing the economy, stealing the election and everything in the comparison of Trump.
Yeah, I had some good Trump jokes there in the beginning. That was on fire.
Alex Wright for $10 says the moon was big. I asked one of my employees, did you see the moon? He must have thought I said, did you hear the news? Because he replied, yes. Yes, brother. Trump killed Maduro and hugged me.
What? Did this really happen?
That's funny.
Wow.
Lives in Disposability for $2 says, F 'em zoomies, feed 'em duck soup by force. True. That's one of the best ones. Duck soup maybe is the best one. That's Fredonia, right? Did you ever see Duck Soup?
No.
It was, Marx Brothers movie. I think it's one of their best ones. Duck Soup was good. Day at the Races was really good. Night of the Opera.
My wife
like
is
Marx
watching.
Brothers.
My wife is watching Tower of God. That's one of your favorite animes, right?
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah. So I'm watching it again just because I'm getting sucked in.
Yes.
It is really good. I think I like it better the second time.
I've actually never seen it.
No way. You read the anime? Is that
I read it. I
Okay.
didn't actually watch the anime. So
The anime is really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I think I watched the first couple episodes and I was like,
and you were like, the book was better.
Yeah, I think they changed something and I was like, yeah, your manga was better. I stopped watching it or something like that. So
You said it in that exact voice.
I did say it in that exact voice.
We should
Yes.
cover Pluribus just so I can force you to watch it.
I do want to watch it because I actually saw Red Letter Media liked it, and I know that you did not like it. So I was curious to watch
What?
it.
For
Yes.
real?
Yes, for real.
Oh my God. In the last episode, they went down the lesbo route.
That's
Like it's-
based. What do you mean? We want lesbians, right?
I mean, do you want your whole science fiction devoted to some lesbian fantasy?
If they're hot.
I mean, decidedly not hot.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
There's your problem.
Yeah, it is interesting because I was thinking this is the most boring show to watch because nothing is happening. And I was thinking, well, look, if this was Sydney Sweeney in like a low cut top, this show would be immensely better.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I could watch her do all this nonsense and I'd just be like, oh yeah, she's hot. Yeah. But it doesn't work in this unattractive 40-something lesbian. Look up the Star of Pluribus and you tell me. Here, I'll bring up a picture.
How far? How far in Tower of God did you get?
What do you mean? I watched like a season.
Okay. Did they, without spoiling it, did you? I don't know where the season ends. Does it end with the big surprise twist?
The big surprise twist.
Yeah.
You could tell you're not. Well, I mean,
I think it's during the final test on the floor that they're on. I don't know if you got there.
I watched like a whole season because you said you loved it, and I watched it before we were writing the comic.
Oh, that's right.
Because you said it was super influential. So, but I don't remember what the big twist was. But if you said it, I would go, oh yeah, totally, I remember that.
Okay. Don't worry about it.
I gotta bring up the Pluribus actress though. The show, people who don't want to look it up.
I see.
And so that you can. Oh my God. You're gonna love this picture. Oh shit.
One side character is infinitely more awesome than the main character. Obviously that character is Urek Mazzino, the best character in Tower of God.
Well, but maybe they're talking about Pluribus though.
Oh,
how do you know they're talking about Tower of God?
Maybe.
How do you know?
Just no, I don't know. Who knows?
We no more crosstalk. Stick to one show at a time.
Okay. Oh my God.
Blowing it here. People don't know they don't even know what you're communicating.
That's true. I just say gibberish in Japanese. Alex Wright for $5 says
it's really fucking raining. No, look at that picture. Don't read another super chat. Look at that picture. You tell me.
I know. Super hot. So hot.
Okay. I brought up
the picture. So excited right now.
I brought up the same picture that I sent Sitch. This is what Sitch thinks is super hot, guys.
So hot. I'm very excited. Adam's just a hater. Okay. He has bad taste.
Oh my God.
That's a hot, young Elizabeth Warren. Okay.
Oh my God. Critics' Choice Awards. 2 nominations. What the fuck is happening to the world? I just want to grab the world by the collar and shake it. Oh my God. Golden Globe Awards. This woman is nominated for a Golden Globe. Dude, oh my God. Get the fuck out of here.
Martian Fedora says, Sitch, have you seen One's new manga versus? No, what? One has a new manga. What the fuck? Thanks for letting me know. I didn't even fucking know that. I'll check that out. No wonder he's been fucking dragging his feet on. I was wondering why the fuck he's been so goddamn slow to update One Punch. Doing something new. This whole time. Wait, this isn't new. This is from like 2022. I did not know about this.
Everyone was complaining about the 3rd season of One Punch being terrible.
It was terrible.
Being absolutely awful.
Trash.
That sucks.
They do this. It's very weird. This is this weird thing that happens sometimes in anime where I don't understand how, because I feel like this is very counter to a lot of, like in America, if you have something that's very popular, they make sure to sink a bunch of money into like the sequel to keep it going. Sometimes there's this weird thing that happens in anime where like something will be super popular, and then the next couple of seasons it like somehow gets to like a shittier studio with less money or less time or something. It just the quality just fucking drops off a cliff. And that happened. The second season was worse than the first season, like on the animation. And then the third season was like fucking 10 times worse. So everyone was just memeing on it,
Ouch.
making fun of it.
All right. I ended the poll. We're going to do a new poll on the pluribus lady actress to see what the chat thinks about her level of attractiveness.
Mm-hmm.
And the poll for would you support sending troops to Venezuela to stabilize the country? 52% of you said yes. 48% said no.
I bet that'll change when we actually do it.
Okay, that'll be interesting. I saved the poll, so we got the.
Mhm.
I did a screenshot of it. 439 votes. So now the poll is going to be: is the pluribus lady doable?
Was this that low a bar? Just doable?
I know. I can't do that, right? What should the poll be?
Well, first of all, you got to show like a picture of her body, right? You can just show the face. What are you doing?
Oh, it's worse. She has the little midget legs. She has a super long torso and like
Some
the little
people
tiny...
are into midgets, Adam. What do you mean?
Have you seen Popeye, the cartoon Popeye?
I have seen the cartoon Popeye. I'm familiar with the character. Are you saying that this lady looks like Popeye?
Well, you know Popeye's body structure is like the little tiny...
He's got the super long body, the tiny legs, but then the
Yeah.
big arm. Yeah, I've seen the character.
Well, she doesn't have the big arms, but she does have the little tiny legs.
Right.
Little tiny centipede legs.
Mm.
Is the lead actress from Pluribus what? What should I ask?
I don't know.
Is the lead actress from Pluribus? I guess I'll just ask if she's attractive.
You just ask if she's hot.
Oh, hot.
I think you should ask if
okay.
he's doable because that makes it the bar is just so much lower.
No, we're going with hot.
Right. Mike Mills for $5 says Nick Shirley tweeted today that Tim Walz ordered a hit on Melissa Hortman. Somali fraud may be real, but Nick is a piece of shit not to be taken seriously. Wow, did he say that's pretty bad if he tweeted that out? If that was people's position, if that was like Destiny's position or any other people's position, I just kind of shrug and be like, okay, yeah, maybe. This is the only video I've seen of Nick. I don't know what his other content is. Maybe it sucks. But it seemed like people were just not taking that position. They were trying to actually defend the fraud. So, which is the weird part about it.
Well, they're trying to make it seem like there is no fraud.
Right.
What are you talking about? All these, you guys are just racist. All of these people do help children.
Mm-hmm.
You guys don't care about the children because they're black children. Oh my God, you racist pieces of shit.
Yep.
That's what they really believe too. It's so funny how much the ideology does the thinking for people.
It is, yeah. Or it's just they want to win. They want to win something. It's a team sport.
Mm-hmm.
They were winning with Epstein.
But at what cost? They $18 billion they pilfered. Do you know how much good that could do in the world? $18 billion.
It didn't happen.
Oh, it happened. It definitely happened.
Bryant Townsend for $5 says, oil and Latinas, baby. If I could vote for Trump more, I would. Wonder if Brazil or Mexico needs a little freedom. S class is the best class. Thank you. Antonio Cunningham for $10 says, Sargon had an amazing video on Venezuela, but he wiped out the vast majority of his videos. I wonder if y'all can get him to re-upload it. I feel bad for upload it myself as I'm not the original owner. Oh, you're saying he didn't do... When you say he had an amazing video on Venezuela, you don't mean like a new video in response to this? You're saying he had an old video on Venezuela that he took down.
Ooh.
Interesting.
The actress who plays Carol In the recent show Pluribus, Ray Seahorn is not publicly identified as gay in real life. She is married to a man, but she
Oh my
embraces playing a
God.
lesbian character with care, emphasizing queer representation.
Are you telling me that this bitch is doing les face?
She is definitely doing lesbo face, which
Oh
is a
my God.
major crime in Hollywood. Oh my God.
Can't believe it. She should
You
be
can get
canceled
kicked
for
out of
this.
SAG for that.
Yes, doing lesbo face.
Yeah. How can she get nominated for awards doing that? She has to at least say she was gay in college.
She at least has to say she experimented, right?
Yeah.
I like that one of your things was how many beers have I had?
Well, that's probably the most popular answer,
Yeah,
huh?
it is the most popular one, yeah.
Oh, damn it. I can't help myself. People need a funny option. People need a joke option in the
They
poll.
do.
Still, look, no is second place. Yes is in last place.
Don Mack for $5 says cheesecake is misnamed. Cheese pie would be more accurate.
I think that is true.
Proteron for $5 says, guys, the foreign leaders in the park, they're free. You can just take them. I've got 5 at home. You can just go grab them. True. Dr. Diller for 45 months says, oh, whoa, notices a reoccurring monthly charge. What's this? Thank you. Thank you for being 45 months of free will seeker, Dr. Diller.
Yes, thank you so much.
Live and Does Well specifically for $5 says, do another Sammy G nutrition stream. We all need a healthy American populace for a source of liberation personnel. Yes, we should do one of those one of these days. And not accidentally delete it from the internet.
Chitachi says, Adam hates this woman so much. Look, Chitachi, I do not hate her.
You just don't like the
hate
show.
her show.
Yeah, and so you've projected the hate onto her.
I do hate the character. I cannot, there are episodes where nothing happens. She goes to the grocery store and buys things, and we watch her buying things and loading her trunk. There's one episode where she goes to the hardware store and she's buying paint. And I thought, oh my God, this is perfect. We're literally going to watch paint dry now.
I'm going to watch the show. I'm going to say you're wrong. I can't wait to watch it. Be like, you're wrong. This is a masterpiece of cinema. Okay.
Oh my God.
This is the best show I've ever seen. There you go. Flamenco in chat says it's a show about choosing free will. See, Adam is choosing against free will. That's why he doesn't like the show.
It's a show that follows stupid people doing nothing. Stupid people who don't have free will.
I thought she was one of the only ones that did have free will because the rest are like controlled by aliens or something.
But she doesn't use it. It's a waste on her. It's a complete waste. She gives lip service to the fact that she's going to do something about it. The whole show is basically, it's maddening because you're as an audience member thinking there are so many things that I would do to kind of test how to fix this situation, and she does none of them. Like she's just doing nonsense bullshit. And now look, she's, instead of trying to fix it, there's one episode where she figures, well, I don't want to spoil it for people who might want to watch it. She figures out something in one episode and you're like, oh my God, that's a big clue. Now you can really dig in on how these things work and how you can solve this problem. She completely drops it. It doesn't even become a thing. Now she's having a lesbian relationship with someone who is in the Pluribus collective. How's that? Now she's becoming attached to one of them.
Isn't that dangerous?
Yeah, look, it's so weird because, like, aren't you having, you're having sex with basically like all of them at once, right? That's like millions of people.
Right. That's hot.
Crazy VD.
Isn't it?
Is it?
I mean, how many of those millions of people or billions of people are hot people? That's the real question.
Yeah.
Like, what is the collective hot score of the pluribus, of the
Yeah.
blus?
Yeah.
It's not a
no,
spoiler.
just
That's the first episode of the show. Isn't the first, like, the plot of the show is that there's some collective hive consciousness and she's not affected by it.
well, I mean, it is a little bit of a spoiler, but I figured
That's like that's what the first episode's about, isn't
it
it?
is in the first. You get that
Oh,
in the first episode,
right.
In the first episode, is full of dipshits too. You're like, oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
They
It's,
get
you know,
they get like a message from aliens
Mhm.
that they figure out is how to synthesize some organism, right?
Right.
And the first thing you would think is, well, maybe we shouldn't synthesize that organism, right? Nope.
Right. Yeah. Well, is it one of those shows? There are shows where sometimes it's like the joke is that everyone is retarded or stupid.
No. This
No?
looks serious, and I'm sure. What did Red Letter Media say about it? You watched the review, didn't you?
Yeah, but I didn't really know. Since I haven't seen the show, they were just kind of just didn't really pay attention, except that they said they liked it a lot.
What do you mean? They said they liked it, but they didn't pay attention to it?
No, I didn't pay attention to what they were saying because I haven't
Oh,
seen
okay.
it. So what they were saying didn't make sense to me.
Oh, I
But,
gotcha.
but yeah, they said they liked it a lot.
Hmm.
I watched the first episode of it's called ReZero, which is supposed to be one of like the top tier, top rated isekais of the genre. And it's kind of like what's the Tom Cruise movie?
Oblivion?
Oblivion? No, the other one. Live Die Repeat, though that's not the official title.
Edge of
Basically,
Tomorrow?
yeah, basically the character has like a save point, and they kind of reset when they die. And it sounds interesting, but like in the first episode, the character is so stupid. He's so fucking stupid. Okay. That he dies and then restarts the day and he literally he lives out the entire day again, not realizing what happened. And I'm like, how could you be this fucking stupid? It was, it was like, holy shit. I will give it another shot because everyone's like, oh my God, it's supposed to be some top tier isekai. But like, that was really, I couldn't get over the fact that the character dies, gets reborn, it's the same day again, and can't figure out that it's the same day. He thinks he thinks it's the next day. And like everything's just normal. He just woke up again in the middle of the day. And I'm like, what the fuck? What are you talking
That's a
about?
huge pain point for both of us. Both of
Yeah.
us do not like when characters do dumb shit.
I can't stand stupid characters. That's my ultimate weakness.
I sent you an article to read.
Okay.
Pluribus, Carol Sturka is the flawed lesbian hero America needs.
Oh. That really? Is that really? That's not real. That can't be real.
No, it is. It's 100% real.
Oh, but it's from some like what is this
As
publication?
a
Is literally
lesbian
called
who cares infinitely about the story, cares infinitely more for stories about women than stories about men. Sorry.
This is a publication called Out, so I'm assuming it's just like a gay publication.
I've had to suffer through the last 2 decades of television.
Oh, this was Vince Gilligan wrote this?
Yeah,
Or
from
created
Breaking
this?
Bad. Yeah.
Oh, well then I gotta give it a shot.
Well,
Breaking
look,
Bad.
he wrote this after the frontal lobotomy. Okay, so
Oh, I
he's
see.
a completely different person now.
Okay.
Be ready.
Right. ReZero is pretty good, but I don't like the main character. Okay. Yeah,
If
if
people
he doesn't get
compare the
smarter,
show-
I'm not gonna be able to sit through it.
If people compare the show to Severance, I'm going to be pissed. This show is not
Hmm.
1/1,000,000th of Severance.
Dr. Dealer for 2 hours says somehow I feel like more people would be cheering for overthrowing Maduro if he was the head of a fascist united party instead. That's so fucking true. All these people that are crying about it would not be crying about it if he was a fascist. That's 100% true.
But it sounds like he is kind of a fascist.
He is. Well, the line between fascism and socialism is very thin, but the socialists don't ever want to acknowledge that. So
if Trump was doing any of the things Maduro is doing, they would definitely call him a fascist.
yes, yes. Dr. Liv for $4 says, now look, I know Venezuela was impoverished, their people starving, and their economic viability is heavily tied to oil prices, but rest assured that had the US intervened, it would have worked. Now it's not real socialism. True. True. Fondue for $6 says, so Sammy had a Lord of War moment kissing the TV. Practically. We don't have a TV, but yes, practically.
She was kissing her phone. Ooh, gross.
There you go.
Don't kiss that. You don't know where it's been.
No, she jumped on me in bed like a child on Christmas morning. Like, wake up! Santa came again!
Did she jump on the bed?
Yes.
It's so cute.
Yes. Solid for $2 says, are you going to have Dev or Wick to debate the Somali issue? How would you respond to the argument that he came to the Leering Center at the wrong time when you said the daycare was supposed to be closed? Is that separate? Well, yeah, sure. If that story, depending if this story stays in the news cycle or not, I would be totally down to have a conversation with Dev or Wick about it. Into that specific argument, first of all, you would never go, like, just imagine going to a child care center near someplace that you live that you know is real an hour before it opens at 2 o'clock. You don't think there's going to be a fucking person inside at 1 in the after fucking noon who works there that's setting shit up or just exists in the fucking building? You think no one's going to fucking be there? That's an insane, like that's a retard. That's like a completely retarded level of cope. Number one. Number two, as people pointed out, legally, they're not even supposed to be able to have those kind of hours to be daycare. They had to be open earlier. Number three is, even if they wasn't legally, it'd be very sus and bizarre for a daycare to not be open in the morning. And then number four, you have a place that supposedly has been getting millions of dollars over the course of years, and they have a fucking sign that says leering on it instead of learning. How do you have to say anything other than that? You have a fucking sign on a child daycare center that's supposed to be helping kids learn shit, and they don't even spell learning fucking right. There's nothing else you have to say. You just point at the sign and say, they're getting how much money, how much taxpayer money, and they can't even spell fucking learning right. Are you fucking delusional? Like, I ask you this in all sincerity, okay? If you were running a child care daycare that was supposed to help children learn or something, and it was called the Learning Center, and you go to the print shop and they're supposed to print your fucking sign, and they come back and it says leering instead of learning, are you gonna put that fucking sign up on your building? No, you're not gonna fucking put your sign up on that building. You're gonna go back to the fucking print shop, say, what the fuck, you stupid fucking piece of shit, fix my sign. Why, you don't know how to spell learning right? Make the sign again. Okay, that's what you're gonna do. There's only two fucking reasons you take a sign you get from the print shop, the fucking Leering Center, and put it up there. One, you don't give a fuck because it's a fake fucking business. You don't give a shit. Or two, you're so fucking stupid you don't know how to spell learning yourself. Okay, so I just how the fuck can you defend this? It's like insane. Like, get out of here. Oh, it didn't come at the right time. Fuck you.
Well, a damning thing too is he kept going to them over and over and over again and asking for some sort of enrollment information. Even if you're closed as a normal business, you're going to be like, okay, here's some potential business, right?
Right.
You'd be like, oh yeah, here are the forms I have. Of course, we give these packets out all day. New customers, please. Right?
Yeah.
Nobody has any forms. It's like, well, we don't really take customers here.
Mm-hmm.
That's very damning. There's a number 6 for you.
The whole thing is just ridiculous. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know how anyone could fucking defend the Leering Center and be like, well, he came at the wrong fucking. If he showed up at like 6 in the morning, I'd be like, okay, yeah, maybe there's no one fucking there yet. He was at 1 in the fucking afternoon. Okay, what are you
Did you
talking
see
about?
they put white tape up over the Leering
I did.
misspelling?
I did, yes. Of course.
It's so
It's
damning.
ridiculous. And look, like, just think about it too. Like, think about it from your perspective, okay? So you've been the subject of like some sort of viral story that you're running some sort of fraudulent organization. And it's hypothetically, theoretically, say you weren't doing that, right? That like Nick actually was wrong and just completely, put you in a bad light wrongly or dishonestly. What I would do if I was running one of these centers is I would take out my fucking phone and I would film the first thing I'd do is I'd do like a little walkthrough, be like, look, this is what it looks like. You can see the facility is real, everything's here. We were just like closed for operations on that day because of some wacky reason. Here, I'm gonna blur it out, but here's like, here's all the kids playing. You can see it's totally normal. Here's a bunch of testimonials from parents. Like here's like a bunch of like here's all the people coming in and out. Like you think you would do a bunch of shit to defend yourself. You wouldn't be like, oh, well, I don't know if you saw that thing was like insane where the news was like, well, we watched the place and we saw 2 different families go in and out of the building. I'm like, really? 2 different wow, 2 cars pulled up to this entire facility. It's supposed to have like dozens and dozens of children. 2 cars for 40 fucking people. Oh my God, the news sure cracked the fucking case on this one.
Yeah, they're totally falling down on the job, aren't they?
It was insane.
They take that level of evidence.
Yes, well,
Nothing
2 people.
to see here.
Now we talked about it when we watched the Nick video, which was that he should have done, and we both said this is what we would have done is before we would have actually like put a camera out there like in the car and done like a time-lapse video to see if anyone fucking shows up. Yeah, to see if anyone shows up.
Oh, look, you don't even have to do time lapse now. Now they have little tiny cards that can record fucking 2 days.
Well, I mean to show time lapse to show people. You're not going to show them like, but yes.
Yeah, no. Right. Yeah. You speed it up after the fact.
Right. So
yeah, anyways. No, I would do mass surveillance. I'm sure some government, well, maybe not. Some government agencies more likely to just try to cover it up. They're like, look, it's $18 billion, but it's not our money. It's your fucking money.
And then you find out that like when people were looking into it, the Leering Center had like all these like past fucking violations and was going back and forth with like the government trying to take away certification and then them somehow getting the certification back and all this other shit. And people were still defending this fucking shit. Fuck you. And then I don't know if it was the
What were the violations? Do you know?
They're like safety violations or something. They're always safety violations. Like it wasn't safe for children to be in the fucking building. What people are defending this? Are you fucking real?
Like that even screams fraud because it wasn't. They didn't want to upgrade the building because they're like, we don't even have kids here.
Exactly.
What the fuck? Why do we need to upgrade the building?
Exactly. And I would love to talk to that inspector too, because for all I know, they were just like, yes, like it seemed like this building was completely not in use, right? And that's why there's like exposed wires and sharp objects every fucking where because no one gives a shit because it's an empty fucking building. So yeah,
they just rented an empty building.
And then I don't know if you saw, I don't know if it was the Leering Center because I'm getting them all mixed up. It was the guy who was saying that they broke into the facility and stole all the records or whatever. Someone pointed out that he was like, it looked like he was wearing like $2,000 brand fucking glasses. You're like, oh, I'm so glad. Yes. He was wearing like some sort of very fancy glasses or, glasses frame.
Yeah.
And it was
your
like,
tax dollars at work there.
Yeah. Fantastic. Okay. So glad here that we need to spend tax dollars on this fucking shit. This fucking retard. So that's what I would say. Fondue for $10 says on Adam's point of getting involved, the America Bad crowd has made me skeptical of isolationism. So as far as vibe to why people might be okay with America becoming world police again, I did vote no on the poll. There you go.
Good.
Fondue for $6 says Sitch's contempt for Noam Chomsky is why I'm S-class and try not to think about it too much. And try not to think about it too much, Adam. It's too depressing.
Yeah, that's okay. S-class is cool, I guess.
Dr. There for $3 says, regarding international law, UN Charter Section 6, subsection 2, Article A says, and I quote, the law is whatever the fuck the U.S. says it is. Try enforcing anything else, bitch. That is true. That is what it
That's the
says.
way to go.
That's the way it is. Sodoge for $2 says, my biggest issue is that the competency of the military will encourage more of these constitutionally sketchy scenarios as an easy PR boost until it all comes crashing down and lives are lost in an unconstitutional action. That's definitely a possibility. I guess I hadn't really considered that. If these actions continue to be PR boosts, that's definitely possible. That is definitely possible. Soul for $2 says, now the funniest outcome is that because he was charged for machine gun possession, SCOTUS rules Maduro be released because they declare the NFA unconstitutional. The left and the right wing tears would be delicious. That would be pretty funny and weird. But I mean, they did charge him with other things. It wasn't just that. So, but that would be funny. Seller for $2 says, one person you could talk to that's against these strikes, but he might be hard to get on is former Representative Justin Amash. He's a constitutionalist that believes in a stronger role for Congress in war making. I don't know, like if someone's only argument against it is like Congress should have signed off on the action to snatch at Maduro, I don't know if that's really a kind of an interesting debate. Because literally my response to that is like, it's not a good response. My response is just, yeah, but the vibes tell me it was okay. I don't really have like a good, logical argument other than I'm just fine with it on a vibes level. Congress, has been derelict in duty, so I don't give a fuck. And I totally think that snatching Maduro is based. So if someone's just against that because they're very procedural, like fair enough. Sodoge for $4 says, regarding the Nick Shirley video, I think you guys are overlooking that Nick Shirley was already shown fabricating footage to claim the Ukraine war was fake. Wow. I had no idea about that. That's why I kept saying, I don't know about his other videos. That's pretty fucking crazy if that's true. It is untenable to say we have to take claims of known liars at value when they spew BS and the rest of us have spent many more hours finding out what is true BS. It's completely reasonable to dismiss Shirley's video because of who he is. There are more reputable sources for this instead. Yeah, if people, that's why I was kind of very surprised by Destiny's argument on it, because if Destiny or anyone who is against the Nick Shirley video, if their argument was just, I think Nick Shirley is dishonest or wrong or bad, but there still is probably all this fraud going on about in the Somali community, in the city with the daycare and stuff, and that's really bad and it should all be cleaned up. If that was the take, I would just shrug and be like, okay, that makes perfect sense. And, that's fine. But it's weird how that sort of melded into all these people seeming to say like, well, no, there actually isn't fraud when there is all this, like, it was kind of this weird dual argument where some people were saying, oh, well, Nick Shirley's video is bad and fake because they're already doing a big investigation of fraud. There was mainstream media articles about the fraud a few weeks earlier, which is true, and I even read one on stream. And that the city has already been doing investigations. But then, like in the same breath, some of those same people would be like, "Oh, but those, there actually wasn't really fraud, or the daycares and the videos weren't actually committing fraud, or blah 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 blah." It's like that doesn't really make sense to me. You're saying there's all this fraud and they're investigating it already, but those in the video that look super fucking sus and suspicious and can't even spell learning right and are now making up lies about being broken into and also in the past have previous violations, those were definitely not committing fraud because you think Nick Shirley went there at the wrong time and no one was fucking there. Doesn't seem like it makes sense. Seller for $2 says, going back to last week's super chat, my brother also told me Critical Drinker complained about an interracial couple in a show and called it forced, and that's a dog whistle. I know Adam has complained about that in the past.
It's a dog whistle.
An interracial couple in something.
Oh, in a movie?
Yeah, or a TV show.
I figured out the Netflix CEO is in an interracial marriage. So he's a white man married to a black woman.
I thought we talked about that. Yeah, can we?
So I don't think he's doing it for social justice reasons anymore. I just think it's like his thing. So he's like, oh yeah, white guy and a black woman. Put a white man and a black woman in it.
Right. It's not a dog. It's stupid. Well, I don't remember exactly the Critical Drinker thing that he was talking about. It's not it's stupid. I don't know how you could convince someone of this because they're gonna see it as racism, and I don't like they're gonna be very married to seeing it as racism. It is not racist to say it feels like a performative virtue signal that there's just a astronomical amount of interracial couples popping up in every TV show, which goes way beyond the amount that's going on in real life. It's not racist to point that out. So
But they're always going to say it is
yeah,
racist, but whatever. You just got to like be like, fuck it, who cares?
right. But this is
Which
up
more
again.
and
This
more
is
people are getting there.
this
More and
is
more
the
people
problem
are
with
like, I'm going to be called racist and I don't give a fuck.
right. This is the problem with sort of the whole woke progressive movement in the first place was that there are things that before that culture war existed that would be in shows and movies and no one would care because it wasn't seen as a virtue signal in favor of a set of policies or politics. Like if you were seeing some show from 2005 that a gay couple or an interracial couple or something, you wouldn't bat an eye because you wouldn't think, oh well, they're doing this to appease a set of people that I fucking despise, right? That wouldn't even occur to you to think that.
Yeah. They aren't
Unless you're
doing this to
actually
manipulate me.
right. Unless you're actually racist. Fondue for $6 says we should rewrite the Huxley quote to the surest way to get Sitch to watch a show is to promise him it will be a trash fire. That is true.
Why is that, Sitch?
I love hating things. I'm a hater. Okay.
You're terrible.
J-Mac, thanks so much. For $50 says, by the way, the pre-patch for the Burning Crusade anniversary comes out this month. Supposedly it will go live in February. It'll be like I'm back in '07. Remember how simple things were back then? Just me and my hot female blood elf kicking ass in Outlands. Man, what a time. True.
Such a simpler time back then, right?
Such a simpler time.
It's almost 20 years now.
I know. It's
so
crazy. Isn't that scary? That is scary. Oh, that's scary because I remember playing Burning Crusade when it first came out, running through the little dark portal, going into Outlands for the very first time, the Hellfire Peninsula. Oh my God. I remember it, J-Mac. It was such an adventure so long ago. I'm dying. I'm so old. I'm dying. Lives in Diswell for $2 says, I love Sitch Adam's reaction to Expedition 33.
Ooh, yeah, that was a
that
good
French game that everyone liked, isn't it?
I don't know.
Dax.
They want to see our reaction to that?
Yeah, like playing it.
Oh, okay.
Dax Userio for $5 says, two of my favorite political commentators are Ben Shapiro and Sitch, and they're Jews. Does this mean I'm a Mossad puppet?
Yes.
That's what that means. That's exactly what that means.
100%.
It means we've sunk in our little control into you. So.
Yeah. You're a Zionist now.
It's true.
Live with it.
Nah. Alex Wright for $5 says, hard drives doubled in cost. LOL. That's Trump's economy for you. And yes, Adam, that story is true. It happened that Saturday morning. There you go, Adam. That was a true story.
Really?
Yeah.
Amazing. So glad I learned that.
Photo for Jar says, Sitch, check DMs.
Uh-oh.
Okay, let's see. Winner for Dumbass Award this year starts early. He immediately went protected. You sent me this tweet. We have an account. Seth Harp. This is the current commander of Delta Force, whose men just invaded a sovereign country, killed a bunch of innocent people, and kidnapped the rightful president. By the way, it's perfectly legal for a U.S. reporter to disclose classified material, the leakage of which I did not procure. Oh, and he has a picture. Oh, wow. So this guy posted a picture of the guy in charge of the force that did this.
Wow.
Wow. And Soto says, if I had a choice between doxing the commander of Delta Force and getting tased in the balls for 10 hours, I'm taking my pants off. Wow. Well, what a fucking asshole. What an asshole. What a piece of shit. Hopefully he gets canceled into oblivion. Bowl but sweet bowl for $10 says, who do you think is going to win the war on drugs 2.0? My money is on the drugs. Also, as someone who OD'd, I have zero sympathy for people who'd OD'd from fentanyl. Fuck around and find out, losers. Oh, I did look into the drug. I was curious as how much drugs we get from Venezuela anyway. Do you know what the answer to that is, Adam?
I hope it's a lot. Are we're still going to get the drugs, right? I mean, this doesn't affect our drug consumption.
I was surprised to find. I know people have been saying this about the boat thing, but I was kind of surprised to see the actual numbers. We actually really don't get that much drugs from Venezuela at all.
Wow.
So the largest amount of any drug we get from Venezuela is cocaine. And we only get about 10% of the cocaine in the U.S. is believed to have come from or through Venezuela.
So this is about the oil. This is about just getting that oil, huh?
It's about the oil. It's about China. Or maybe it's about the oil in China. It's not really about drugs.
Was China really talking about parking some nukes over there or something? What was the China involvement?
China, that's next on my notes. I never got to. China is Venezuela's largest crude oil importer and has invested approximately $67 billion in infrastructure projects in Venezuela since 2007.
Yeah, they got this Belt and Road Initiative thing where they're just trying to grease the world with moolah.
Right. And that was another thing. Yeah, they are big on that. So.
He didn't mention that at all. He didn't mention China at all in the press conference, though.
No, I guess. Well, we kind of jumped around. No, I think we played most of Trump's comments.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, I don't.
No, China.
I guess he didn't really talk about it. Yeah.
I think China might have come up with one of the questions where somebody asked, "What if China invaded Taiwan? What would we?" And Trump said something to the equivalent of, "They better not."
Right.
Don't you go messing around with us.
Anyways.
Is that it? Nice.
That's it.
This was a great show. I had a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting times. I guess we kind of got a little storyline going here with the next 3 weeks, next 2 weeks, next week.
Yes.
Right?
Part 1. Is Venezuela going to play ball with America? Part 2. Are we going to invade?
Mm-hmm.
Part 3. Is we going to get bogged down in Iraq 2.0?
Well, invading will start a lot with conversations about we really need to be worried about Venezuela. But we kind of have already been having that because Trump keeps saying, oh, the drugs and they're sending us criminals. Right. I don't believe any of that shit, but it's still happening. And a lot of people do believe a lot of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how it goes.
Are we doing a different ending now? It's a new year. It's time for a new ending.
Do you want to do a different ending? What do you want to do? You got any
I don't
ideas?
know. I like the isekai protagonist.
It's just such an old meme.
Look at this guy.
It seems so 2025.
Wow. Okay. Well, you guys let us know.
This is like 2026.
Right. Do you want to
do something better?
Do we need a new ending, a new way to end the show, or should we stick with the isekai protagonist? You let us know in the comments.
Let's put up a poll. Let's put up a poll right now. I think we could go 30 more minutes and we'll just let the poll play out. Sitch is like, no, I want to go have a second empanada.
Yeah.
Look, I got tacos and empanadas waiting.
Exactly.
We got to wrap this shit up.
I got tacos and empanadas and ice cream. Okay. Waiting for me.
All right.
Right.
Well, okay. That was a great stream. It was a lot of fun.
Anyway, thanks you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you all. You have made it to the stream. You are the true free will seeker. You're the true isekai protagonist. And you would
protagonists.
You would 100% have signed off on an operation to send the military to pick up Maduro and throw him. I mean, not throw him off an helicopter, but bring him to face justice in the court system and go to jail.
American justice.
Yes.
Yes. So go watch Pluribus, and we'll see you guys on Tuesday. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Adam just doesn't like harmonicas. That's what's going on.